Not ideal. Okay. Yes, I think we'll keep gay, LGBT, because we want the gays in here.
You know what? I want to be pound maker. I've decided.
I'll put Olympics in the tags. Just for the draw. We're not going to talk about it at all.
Sure. I mean, we can comment on it if people ask that.
Yeah, like if people come in and talk about it, we can talk about it. I can look up articles and shit. What else has been happening?
Oh, I got a special opener before this opener, once we actually start.
Because I got a couple videos related to this one as well. I've got the personal account of an American girl that lived in Melbourne. And I've also got a newsreel from 1979 asking Australians whether we should include and accept migrants. This was 4 years after the White Australia policy was rescinded. So I've got a couple videos here. But like, what been happening over the last couple of days? I haven't been looking at anything. Do we want to cover the mass shootings?
No.
Not yet?
Just go to the news tab. I'm doing tweets and stuff. And hit play.
Yeah.
Country. That's one of the findings from the Australia Talks National Survey. Here's Casey Briggs.
Do we live in a racist nation? That, it turns out, is not a question that particularly divides us. About 3/4 of us believe there's a lot of racism in Australia. And a firm majority agree across all demographics and across political persuasions, the only exception being voters for Pauline Hanson's One Nation. The Australia Talks National Survey also delved
I'm so
into how that
shocked. The
racism
Nazis are the
is
ones saying
experienced.
there's no racism. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I guess we can't. Anything they say about racism against white people doesn't exist because they said racism doesn't exist.
Well, racism doesn't exist, exactly.
They just
you can't
said
be
it.
racist when it doesn't exist.
They just said it. You're the ones who said it.
Fucking crackers.
Well, we see more casual racism,
there's no
like
racism.
jokes. 61% of us say they have relatives, friends or colleagues who make racist jokes, and that's much higher for younger people than it is for older Australians.
Interesting.
Perhaps that reflects the ways different generations recognise racism. More than half of Australians with non-European ancestry say they've been subjected to racial slurs.
What a surprise.
Around half of Australians with non-European ancestry say they've experienced racial profiling. And 76% of Australians with non-European ancestry say they've been subjected to discrimination on the basis of their ethnicity.
Well, to discuss this further, I'm joined in the studio by Bundjalung woman Karen Mundine, the Chief Executive of Reconciliation Australia, and Chinese-Australian journalist Kai Chow. Thank you to both of you for being here. Karen Mundine, I'll start with you. So we saw there in that piece from Casey that 76% of those people surveyed in Australia Talks say there's a lot of racism in Australia. Let's drill into those figures. Are you shocked by that number being so high?
No, not really. Certainly those figures are very similar to what we find in our Australian Reconciliation Barometer. So we run a survey every 2 years looking at the attitudes and perceptions when it comes to reconciliation issues. So we find the experience of racism, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, is more than half.
I'm on it.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have that experience. But we also know that more and more people are seeing and understanding what racism is. And so we're actually seeing an increase over the last couple of years of people believing that we are a racist country.
And Kai, what's your view?
I can't imagine
look,
why.
I mean, from a Chinese-Australian point of view, I've seen the stats from the Australia Talk survey, and I've seen a lot of other stats that show that there are.
Well,
an
when I was
increased
in
number of
college
Chinese
at
Australians that
Columbia
have
and
suffered
I got
abuse
mugged
over
by
the
a
last
black
12
guy,
months, especially
the
during
crowd
COVID-19.
told me I was a racist if I reported it.
Such a racist.
Do you know who said that?
Was it Jack Posobiec?
No.
Was it close?
No.
Nah.
It's the North Korean girl.
Oh
Who
my
just
god.
Goes out there and lies
I
constantly.
was close. What do you mean?
No, but like she's only talking about North Korea. That's like everything else with her is irrelevant.
That is true. She's an interesting character. I want to know how much of her story is actually true.
None of it.
None at all, you reckon?
Her dad was a crime boss.
No shit.
Yeah, that's why she was able to get out. She actually, the other diaspora, she couldn't even identify with them because she was so privileged. She didn't even know she had no idea what North Korea was like because she was completely just sheltered.
Out of it. Wow.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Ooh, that's a
day in her life.
No, it doesn't sound like it. That one. Ooh. Okay. This makes my settlement a bit more.
Now that I did my tweets, how many people are here? I'll wait until more people are here to do my little promo thing. I can't believe that monkey's in the Epstein Files.
I know. I have a source. The source is right here. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what is this dog shit app?
That would be a really good spot for a campus, actually.
Bloop. Video.
Or a lot of people decided to blame China or the Chinese government, and perhaps conflating the two. But look, that said, I am surprised by the numbers that I've seen when it comes to how many Chinese Australians, for example, have experienced racism, because it actually hasn't been my personal experience. Now, I'm not discounting those people that have endured that, but by and large, most of the Chinese Australians that I've spoken to, it's just not something that we experience very often at all, and certainly in my case, not for some years.
Do you think that these figures, in a way, could be a perception issue rather than something that people are experiencing, given that the figures show that only 20% had personally experienced discrimination on the grounds of ethnicity?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that stat is quite telling, because I think that many people's impression of how racist this country is comes from media. If they don't know people of a particular cultural background, like, so for example, if you don't have any Chinese Australian friends and you turn to the media, the main depiction of us seems to be, well, either MasterChef contestants, people trying to smuggle stuff in through the border, people buying up real estate, or as helpless victims of racism. Now, a lot of those cases must be brought to light. I think it's really important to talk about the cases of racism that do exist. But it seems to be the only story we're seeing lately in some media outlets. And I think that can potentially be quite damaging for a lot of Chinese Australians. It'll make them very fearful. And also, it's just giving, I think, many Australians the wrong impression.
Karen, how does this experience differ for First Nations people? Because there is a distinction, isn't there?
There certainly is. And I guess it's a combination of talking about interpersonal experiences of racism and then structural or institutional racism. And I think often they get conflated. And I think there's something particular you were saying before around sort of particularly around COVID and the experience of Asian and particularly Chinese Australians. I think we see these spikes. So any survey, and certainly we know with our own barometer, we saw a spike, largely I think driven by what was happening with the Black Lives Matters movement, both here and overseas, particular incidents of continuing deaths in custody. So again, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, this is what's sort of driving both the perception but also the experience of racism. So again, interpersonal versus structural.
I think that's a really interesting distinction between interpersonal and what someone might experience, say, walking down the street and having someone say something to them, and then the structures that are in place that make it harder for people of a particular background to get ahead. Have you any personal experiences that have stayed with you?
Certainly in the past, I've had experiences, and not some great experiences, with particularly the police. I've certainly been in restaurants and bars when I've been with other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and in fact it's almost the reverse, where I've been considered not Aboriginal looking enough in some cases. But then when I've been with other people who are more obviously Aboriginal looking, the treatment that they get compared to the treatment I've received is the same. Ironically, I've received more racism around me looking Asian than Aboriginal.
Oh wow,
that is interesting.
That's remarkable. Kai, what about you? Is there an experience that stayed with you?
Look, in the 80s, I do think it was a different time. I think things have improved a lot since then, based on my own personal experience. But in the 80s, when I was a kid growing up, I was the only Asian kid in my primary school out in Campbelltown, and I experienced racism almost every single day. And we're talking about the name calling, the gestures, people pulling up their eyes. I got a little bit of it in high school, but then by the time I got to university, and certainly by the time I entered the workforce, I've seen very, very little at all. I get the occasional Twitter trolling that will pass off some kind of remark like that, but it is very rare. Now, I know that may not be the case for some Chinese Australians, but again, like, whenever I talk, and I know a lot of Chinese Australians from a lot of different aspects, Malaysian Chinese Australians, Indonesian Chinese, like my wife is one, and generally speaking, we tend not to face that much racial abuse. Now, in terms of structural abuse, look, I mean, I don't know if you could say that Chinese Australians have found a way to game the system, so to speak, but it's no secret that there's a heavy focus on education, getting into selective schools, and then, of course, parental expectations that your career options are law, medicine, and disgrace to family, quite frankly. And so, look, I think that, as a result of that, Chinese Australians have been able to do well despite some of the structural challenges that I do believe are out there. I think, there's a lot of professions, institutions, sectors in general that are dominated by, I guess what you could say is Australia's Anglo-Australian establishment. And those are harder to crack, but nevertheless, I think that Chinese Australians have always been focused on, you just find a way. That was something my mother always impressed on me. Don't make excuses, you just find a way.
Yeah, and I guess probably
you hear that?
What you're saying is that these incidents exist.
What he's saying there, in this country, what he's saying there would specifically be black people are lazy and make excuses. Is what he just said. I don't know what the equivalent would be for Australia, because there's obviously a different...
Oh, it would be something about welfare.
Cultural background.
Yeah, it would be something about welfare.
But I'm not sure if it would be more targeted at Aboriginals or...
Oh, no, it 100% would be.
Because, you don't really have the, genocidal slave state empire that fought itself.
No, they didn't fight
the
themselves.
Institution
it was
of
still
slavery.
A slave empire.
Yeah, it's still a slave empire, but
they didn't
you know what
fight
I mean.
Themselves.
America has a very
violent
unique-
history.
unique history of persecution specifically.
Yeah.
Like, just like how Belgium does. But how many Congolese people are in Belgium? You know?
I wouldn't imagine many.
Like, the British people pretty much left those people on those colonies. So, you know, that's why you have, like, these island nations. Some of them are just completely
Yeah.
African descending. Because they literally repopulated the fucking islands with slaves.
Yeah. Insane shit. And then you have, like, France
But, like,
in this area.
America, I think, is very unique because of Jim Crow. You have the history of
Yes.
those people then living amongst them. And, like, really the only thing that does come close is South Africa and Israel. I don't know. How much are the white Zimbabwe guys around nowadays? Did they all go home or are they still there?
The Rhodesians?
Yeah, how much of their population stayed?
That's a good question, actually. How many
That one would be a unique one too.
whites stayed in Zimbabwe after their ethno-state failed?
America. It's a racist country.
Exist, they happen, but it's not something that you think about on a daily basis. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
It's very fair, but I can't help but read all of the many articles that I see that
Throw salt at him.
profile people that have suffered that kind of abuse.
25 to
now, when I look at the
35,000
actual data
remain.
on it, look, I mean, some of it might I'm a little bit skeptical about, but
So
it is clear
what
to me.
percentage left? Is what I'm looking at.
Okay. Zimbabwe population.
You know, and like with America,
Oh.
the
A
fact
significantly
that
small population.
the fact that the slaves that fought on the same side as the British got to go home with freedom, but the slaves that fought on the side of the Americans went back to shackles.
Pretty awesome, huh?
Like, and that's just something that people just don't know about this country, that happened twice.
That's right, because World War II and One, they fought and came back and got treated like shit again. Yeah.
Well, especially World War One. But what's interesting about that is between the wars, when you have the Spanish Civil War, the American commander, like the leader of the American forces, was black. So it just
No
goes to
shit.
show you, as soon as institutional racism leaves, it's really what's driving America down is the racist institution, because that moment in history shows you that as soon as the racist institution is removed and it's a free-formed, free-thinking force, there's nothing like that in those forces, the discrimination and shit like that.
I should do mines first.
That just because I'm not experiencing it myself doesn't mean that other Chinese Australians aren't. But certainly, from most of the Chinese Australians I know, this is not something that preoccupies us from day to day. And we're very fortunate in that respect.
Because Karen Mundine, you mentioned something earlier about being fearful of police. That is something that Indigenous people are fearful of on a daily basis.
It certainly is, and it's certainly something that you're very conscious of whenever you're in a public
coastal
space,
tile.
whenever, particularly in a
better
group.
eat that food.
And certainly,
or else
it's not
you're
just
gonna
police.
get
I think
pumped with
it's a
goo.
number of places where you just
watching
don't
you.
feel comfortable. And
Take
as the
a
first
pellet.
peoples of this country, I think
He
that's
just sits on the
both
bowl.
something
He's
that is
still not-
sad and a sad indictment of who we are as Australians.
We saw
He
this
just wants to be
conversation
on the
come to the
perch.
fore last year
'Cause
with the
that's what he
Black
does when
Lives
he wakes
Matter
up, but he's
movement
not
in
eating
the
the
United
pellets.
States. in Australia, should we look at that as being indicative of what's happening here?
I think we have to be really careful that we don't just sort of take something that's happening overseas and bring it here. But that being said, I think we do have structural issues, particularly when it comes to law and justice issues in this country, and how they disproportionately impact Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. So again, let's not conflate things, but also let's not pretend that there are not issues there.
Really bad.
And I saw you nodding your head
See
there,
my
Carl.
mountain range
Look,
now?
it's so interesting. Obviously, the experiences of our two different cultural groups are so different in.
And then, basically, my mountains are going to protect all of my districts. I'm going to have a huge... I'm going to put the holy site on the lead. So I'm going to get huge holy site bonuses. I'm going to put the science right next to my capital. Right between those mountains there. It's going to be... The production for my main city is going to be nuts.
Many ways, but I also agree with that sentiment. We can't conflate issues. I think it's well known that there's been a spike in violence against Asian Americans in the US, where I think they've had a lot more COVID-based racism. And I think sometimes Chinese Australians here would look at that and think, oh, well, surely that's got to be coming here. And sometimes there may see media outlets trying to desperately draw that connection. But I think then we're losing a lot of the nuance here, and nuance which, quite frankly, can be quite damaging for Chinese Australians here who could end up becoming quite paranoid and fearful when they don't need to be.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important to have conversations like this. So, Karen, what needs to change in Australia for First Nations people?
Look, I think we actually are already on that path. We're seeing more than ever Australians understand the issues when it comes to racism, and I think even having conversations about what is racism, the difference between interpersonal and those structural issues, seeing and hearing those voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait people when we're talking about deaths in custody, when we're talking about incarceration rates. This is important conversations that need to lead to action, and we are starting to see that. But I guess what we're reminded of is that we need to move forward a lot faster with those actions.
Kai, Tim Soutphommasane, the former Race Discrimination Commissioner, wants the federal government to do more to combat racism. In particular, he's calling for a new anti-racism strategy. What difference do you think that would make, or do you think the premise itself is flawed, that Australia is not an inherently racist country and therefore doesn't need a framework around it?
Look, there's a few things there. Look, I mean, I respect Tim's passion. I know Tim.
Since 1788 or some shit. And 200 years, essentially, I think it was like 190, was genocide, colonial violence, kidnapping, rape, slavery. In 1970s, in 1901, the creation of the Federation of Australia, the first piece of legislation put in by Deakin and Latrobe, two people who were active participants of the genocide here. Two people who have shit named after them everywhere in the city. First thing they did was sign the White Exclusion Act, the Racial Exclusion Act, or whatever the fuck it was called, White Australia Policy, specifically banning everybody wasn't white. And then, subsequently, for 75 fucking years, banned all but white people. There are exceptions. Obviously, people came in. There are going to be exceptional circumstances that allow people in. There are always exceptions to the rule. However, it doesn't discount the fact that this country has had a history of 250 years, and 200 of it was genocide and white supremacy. You don't undo that in 50 years. That is some deep-seated shit. And people need to come to terms with it in order for us to move on. Instead of coming to terms with it, Australians have gone towards fascism, and fucking Pauline Hanson, who hasn't changed her rhetoric for 30 years. Hasn't changed. She's done nothing. She votes in favor of billionaires, landlords, business owners, and fucking mining industries because Malcolm Roberts, her Queensland leader, I believe he is an ex-coal mining fucking executive, and his biggest position is restarting coal. I can't imagine why. Like, one nation is not serving Australians, and this is the problem.
Wait, you mean to tell me Australia's version of MAGA is a bunch of like grifters who are just like selling the idea of racism to racists to rob them?
Crazy, right? It's almost like the rhetoric has come back to being as stupid as Pauline Hanson's rhetoric, and people still haven't realized that she hasn't changed. Rhetoric has gotten dumber. And this is what I desperately need people to understand, is that one nation is not voting in your favor. Pauline Hanson barely attends Parliament. When she does, she votes against your interests. And when she's not in Parliament, she's flying on private jets with Gina Reinhardt to go rub shoulders with mates of Epstein's in fucking America. So you tell me that she's going to fucking serve the Australian people when she's rubbing shoulders with pedophiles in fucking CPAC in the United States while also simultaneously trying to sell us out to the NRA. Fuck yeah. Fuck Pauline Hanson. And I mean that from the absolute bottom of my fucking heart. Fuck Pauline Hanson. She is a cunt. And nobody should be considering her for a legitimate vote. She is a joke. Wake the fuck up. Like, it's just crazy to me that instead of coming to terms with our history, Australians would rather become Nazis. It really says a lot.
And look, my personal view is that I think most of the challenges that Chinese Australians face are often ones of misunderstandings between two different groups, and even some of the racist incidents that come off that. I think that perhaps a better approach, and I do know that his successor Chin Tan as the Race Discrimination Commissioner has, I've noticed, been a little bit less confrontational in his approach, and I'm not saying that we should never be confrontational, but I do think that one of the best ways of reaching a cultural understanding between two different groups is not by taking a more adversarial approach. And I think that, for example, trying to get heads on sticks, so to speak, like making laws tougher, hate laws stricter, and so forth. I'm not sure how much they change hearts and minds myself. In fact, there are certain policies, for example, targets and quotas that can make people more resentful towards minorities, which I think would be a disaster. What I do think we should see, I would love to see media representation of Chinese Australians that is different to what I just mentioned before. We have the same passions, challenges, difficulties that most Australians would face, most human beings would face. And yet somehow we tend not to see ourselves featured in so many normal everyday stories or political stories outside ones that are specifically Chinese. And I think that we have a lot to bring in that. We have a lot to say on those type of issues. Chinese Australians are often very reluctant to publicly comment, but certainly I'd love to see newsrooms and media say, look, are we really giving an accurate depiction of what life is like for Chinese Australians?
Karen Mundine, what do you think
makes a good point
on that front in terms of representation and how Indigenous stories often are about disadvantage?
Absolutely. I think representation really does matter. And really, when we're owning...
The story's covered by the media. They don't give a shit about actual stories. It's just about what'll get them the most clicks on that day. Like, I don't give a shit.
Wouldn't that be... Wouldn't that, in the media's defense... Crazy thing for me to do here. Wouldn't that be them letting the dollar be the democratic thing there? People are clicking on what they want to see.
Sure. And you could
That's-
argue that they're not seeking those stories, therefore they don't get written. However, that is probably because of the 24-hour news cycle. I imagine that if the 24-hour news cycle was not as prevalent, you could almost do, like, keep the 6 o'clock news as the hectic shit and then do feature pieces.
Bro, I can't believe I fucking raw-dogged astrology and we didn't find a single natural wonder.
Huh. I'm looking. I'm surprised none of the mountain ranges are wonders, honestly.
Well, I've been specifically exploring along flat tiles so I can cover more distance, too.
Yeah, well, my entire civ is hills.
That's what you
Hills
want,
and
though.
rainforest.
That's what you want.
Yeah, it's great. Except I can't move very fast. Need them rails. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do water because I want that AT. Can I get to AT without doing shipping? Because AT is where the mountain passes are.
People are missing all this quality chinchilla content.
I know. More hills, baby. It's good production, but I think I'm going to keep it more contained. Actually, I should keep it on a river. Yeah, I should keep it on a river. Okay, I got my 4 cities planned. Finally.
Me seeing that negative portrayal or in that particular political kind of sense, then we don't see all the beauty that is part of what is being First Nations people. So I think it's really important to get that diversity, to be that inclusive, and that should be the basis of how we increase or improve our relationships between different cultures and communities. And I think there is so much more to gain from that approach to an anti-racism campaign to then just having quotas or laws
TikTok,
or things
it's
like
2
that.
o'clock.
I think quotas and laws are important, but
What
I think
o'clock?
there's more to it than that.
Goo!
Kai, I wanted to ask you in
He has
terms
to be
of
filled with goo.
the migrant experience.
Oh.
I'm not asking you to speak for all migrants to Australia, but I know from my own personal experience that my life has been much richer and far more beautiful than it would have been if my family hadn't come to Australia. And is that something that we tend to forget in the conversation when we focus on racism?
I think so. I think there's a lot that we have forgotten about the experience of older migrants. For example, my dad came to Australia shortly before the Cultural Revolution, and I'm really glad that he got here before that happened. His life and his family faced one of great persecution back in China in those days. He came here with absolutely nothing. Like, he was pressing together
doing so
leftover
good,
soap at the
buddy.
boarding school where he had a scholarship to be able to have enough soap to clean himself. And now he's a doctor with a family and a successful life with friends and family
job,
of
buddy.
every race. Now, I don't want to be Pollyanna-ish about this. I know that's not the experience
what do
of
you want?
every Asian Australian. But I do know this, even those that aren't the stereotypical doctors and lawyers, you know, they are working hard, whether it's in taxis, convenience stores. You know, there's a lot of those poorer Chinese Australians, but they are working hard for a future for their families. And I think they're happy to do it. I know my dad's certainly happy to be here. And I think it's really important for all Chinese Australians to remember that there is far more to our lives, our own lived experiences, than what we might be seeing in media.
Yeah, Karen Mundine, you're nodding there.
Oh, look, I think all those experiences add to the tapestry and the beauty that is Australia and our multicultural Australia. And as a First Nations person, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of all, but I think it's when we build each other and build those relationships and we get to understand each other a bit more. I think that's the foundation we want to move forward from, to learn from each other
Tribal
and to
village.
create better outcomes.
Very interesting video. Shut up, Chunk.
I just raw-dogged astrology, bro.
Yeah, you mentioned. I do that all the time. I barely
I
ever
know.
find wonders. That's not what I wanted. This one. Actually, we'll do this one next.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to another video. Welcome
Sorry,
back
she's
to,
British.
Of course, tea with tender. I don't know whether you can see
Did I
the
add this?
steam coming from my cup,
No, I
but
did.
it is hot. It is hot today. Like our
I know I
topic
added
of
some off
discussion
stuff.
today, it's going to be a
we don't-
very,
No, this was
very
a,
hot cup of tea.
This is the girl that lived in Melbourne talking about her experiences with racism here. I told
Oh,
you that.
interesting.
That we're going to be drinking. Today we're going to be discussing racism in the Western society, racism in, for me, Australia, where I am staying. This topic has come up to me because of the issues that we've been sort of having this past week. I'm not sure whether some of you know about it, but it's in regards to the cartoon that was drawn by cartoonist Mark Knight, who is an Australian-based cartoon.
Okay, so this is a pretty old story.
Mark Knight?
Do you know what this is about? Have you seen the cartoon?
No.
Mark Knight, Serena Williams cartoon. You can pretty much imagine what it is. Right.
Oh, okay. I probably have seen it if it's Serena Williams.
You've almost definitely seen it.
Okay, I'm not sure if I saw that one specifically.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what she's talking about. Just for some context. She does it, I think she does describe it, but just to show you.
Cartoonist. And he drew a picture. I'm going to put the picture up.
Oh, she showed it.
He drew a picture of Serena Williams after what had happened to her last game that she played. And he drew a picture of her pretty much...
Guess what you just found that I got a boost
having
for?
a hissy fit, and the major
Natural
issue
wonder.
with the image is that it
Yep.
looks so racist. She looks more like a gorilla than she does even herself, with which Serena Williams is a beautiful, beautiful athlete. Her body is amazing. She's been gifted by God, and it's a bit demeaning to reduce her to look like a gorilla with this very, very masculine facial features. Her lips are like 7 million times the size that they actually are. The cartoon resembles something more of like the Jim Crow aspect of things than it does anything else. And there's been a lot of backlash. So this is the sort of society that I'm growing up in, and a few other people.
What?
My friends, my family,
Never
my
mind.
parents. I just want to discuss with you guys a few things that I myself have encountered growing up. And I'm just pinpointing a few things in my life that I have gone through living in Australia, and some of the discrimination, some of the racism that I've encountered. And I will admit that Australia has gotten so much better. But there's still the little things that are like, oh, you know, you just kind of deal with it. You just
I said-
go with the flow. Because if you sit down
Right
every
when I
single
put
day,
him away, he peed. Which is nice that he didn't do that on me. Even though he was swaddled
That
up.
is kind. Good on him. Learning.
Yeah, well, he's pretty good about not peeing on me.
Mm.
They kind of let you know that they need to go pee, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They just start squirming.
Yeah. So, like, you should... And once they already are squirming, you should probably try to put them away anyway.
Mm.
But, like... You know... He doesn't even really have the strength to resist.
This is a little fluff ball.
No, he's just really sick.
Ah, okay. That bad, huh?
Yeah.
I thought Clay must feel happy. Dude, there are no barbs near me. It's wild.
I'm still waiting for our viewership to go up to do my little preview thing. But we haven't. Is our shit glitched? Nobody just wants to click today, I guess.
I have not posted on the Discord.
Well, I did the tweets.
Okay, I'll do Discord.
And you're like, oh, someone called me this on the bus. Someone moved away on the footpath when I was walking. Oh, this lady moved her hand when I went to this man. He didn't touch my hand when he gave me the coin. He just dropped the coin on my hand. You will begin to harbor bitterness, and you won't like being out in the world. You won't be able to be out in the world because Australia still has a little bit of a way to go for us to realize that racism isn't just about the big get on the bus anymore. It's the little things as well. Racism can be in a cartoon as well as it can be someone yelling at a little Asian girl on the train, calling her names and whatnot. There's still racism. For me, there's a few experiences that I can pinpoint that to this day I remember them, and they're pivotal points in my life. One, I remember after being at school for a little bit, I came home crying to my mother, like bawling my eyes out, crying to my mother.
That is a fantastic pantheon.
I was being bullied at school because I was one of the only black people in the school. I remember I came home crying because I was being bullied.
I always try and get the city patron one.
That one sucks.
No, sorry. What's the one that expands civ? Like expands population faster? That's the one I always try and get.
Yeah, that one sucks.
No, it's great.
No. It's like one of the worst ones.
Well, I'm getting Divine Spark this time.
Divine Spark's really good.
The only one I had. I guess I'll buy a trader.
No, we're close to getting a pantheon even at this point.
Yeah.
Bullied, and my mom said to me, no, Tatenda, don't let them get to you, Tatenda. Pick yourself up, put yourself together, you can do this. Don't let them get to you. And she gave me some tough love. She gave me that tough love. And from that day, I started to realize that that's the way that it is, that I'm a minority here. And, you know, there are other people who are the majority, and sometimes the majority aren't the nicest people. There are more sort of in-your-face situations where I remember I was walking back from school in my school uniform with my backpack, walking home from school as a little kid. Maybe I was probably 16 or 15 or something. And I was walking home and I see this man sort of walking in the, like I was going this way, he was going this way. And then I'm like, you know when your intuition sort of tells you and like the Holy Spirit is like, that was me. I was like, this guy, this man, he was smoking his cigarette and whatnot. And then he starts yelling at the top of his lungs, white Australia policy. And I was like, what? I didn't hear it. I wasn't hearing it. And then he's like, white Australia policy, white Australia policy. And he keeps getting louder and like more like aggressive. And he starts walking faster towards me. I ran for my life. I was like, I am not dying today. I ran because what else could I do? He was a grown-ass man and he seemed to want to come have a conversation with me regarding white Australia policy. I didn't really want to have that conversation with him at 15 years old coming home from school.
15? So, awesome.
You know, it's things like that. There are multiple times where I've had like things happening I cried at work at my first job because this lady harassed me. Like she was yelling at me after I served her she's like, I can't hear your accent. I can't hear, oh, can I get someone else to speak to me? Oh, you're stupid. Oh, and she was swearing and whatnot. And for me, I stayed quiet and I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't. And my manager, Tara, oh, I love her to this day. She was like a mother to me. My manager, she came up to me and she's like, go to the back. And she put me aside and she went to her and she started yelling at her. She's like, how dare you yell at a child? What is wrong with you? How dare you? Get out of my store. Get out of my store. And she took her money and she like took her money out of the till, gave her money back. And she's like, get out of my store. Don't ever come back into my store. So it's like things like that are like, oh,
I mean, that's good to
as
hear.
As a child, I was, oh my God, well, as a child experiencing something like that, anyway, I had to take a break. As a child experiencing something like that, is a wake-up call, and it shows you
see how many
something
barbarians are here.
Opens your mind up to be like, is this how things are meant to happen? It's things like that, and I don't have the short end of the stick. I have the longer end of the stick because the racism that I encounter isn't as bad as the racism that other people encounter. And I can even remember this year, only a few months ago, I had someone spit at my window at an intersection and call me some racial terms. And in situations like that, it's not even like I can get the number plate and call the police and they'll do anything about it. No. It's really about protecting yourself and protecting your heart and just being like, you know what? Let me turn the other cheek and continue to move on. I'm not going to allow this to ruin my day. I'm not going to allow this to get in the way of my day. I'm just going to have to keep moving because at the end of the day, we're progressing. We're getting better. We're better than what we were before. But does it suck that as a child I had to go through some of those things? Yeah, it does. Does it suck that to this day they still get to me? I get teary discussing it. Yeah, it does, but that's a reality. We can only thank God that that's the past, and I've never experienced anything like that thus far or right now. And what else can you do at the end of the day? Because it's only the select few that are like that, because those that are a little bit more progressive, they are willing to learn and willing to understand and willing to put themselves in your shoes and understand what you go through and what's happening in your life and things like that. But it's other little things like you're driving and you see someone at the back of their car and it says, "We're full, get out." Or you're driving on the road and someone puts their finger up at you. For no reason. You're just driving on your way to uni, minding your own business, and all of a sudden some old man decides he wants to put his finger up, And that's the reality, that's the stuff that we're dealing with. And I know a lot of people
Petulant man-child, you mean?
Relate
Certainly
to
what
the
it
things
sounds
that
like,
I'm
isn't it?
discussing. Maybe not the experiences that I've encountered, but they're just the few that I remember. There are other things that I've encountered in my life before. And I've also noticed that it depends on where you're from, whether the racism comes. I don't know how to explain, but in other situations, it's like some people get more racism than others. Like someone will say, I've had someone say to me, "Where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from here. I'm from Zimbabwe." "Oh, that's good. I thought you were from this country because those people from these countries, no, they need to go. I like your type of African. I've never had issues with your people." So it's things like that where it's like, how do you explain to someone that you're being racist regardless of the fact that you're saying, "No, I like you're black, I like your type of black, but I don't like their type of black or these type of people from this country. They can go, but you can stay." It's a bit like, it's things like that.
It's
regardless,
backhanded compliment.
there are the select few. There is only a small minority of people that you encounter in the world that are racist, that, you know, discriminate against you, things like that. But majority of Melbourne, where I stay, I can only speak for where I stay because that's what I've encountered. Majority of the people are amazing people. They are very much aware of their surroundings and that, you know, they live in a multicultural society. That's what I love. To wrap everything up, bringing it back to where we started this from, the Mark Knight image. Based on everything that I have been
you know, like, there's so many people that give me this vibe, but I best describe it as a net if they were cool.
Yes, I can see it. No, that's a good call.
Living here, based on things that I have encountered, based on little things that I have seen. Am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised at all because though people may not be blatantly racist, like the bigot on the bus, there is systematic racism and there is that tiny little bit of low-key hidden racism that we still need to uncover. But with that, we thank God that the bigot on the bus is no longer the majority, but
Leave
the
her alone.
minority. Thank you guys for watching. I know this topic was a very loaded one with some emotions. But thank you for watching. Comment down below and let me know if you've ever experienced anything, or share with me your story or some of the stories
I have
that
not.
you've
I am
experienced
white.
growing up in the Western world and how you've managed to deal with it.
You know,
Make sure
generally
to
it
like
comes from
if you
people
like
who
this
look like
video
me.
and subscribe. I post videos every Friday, so I'll see you guys next week. Thank you for watching.
I'm gonna like the video.
Hi guys.
This one, for a short little fun thing.
I think they should come to Australia, yes.
Back in the day. So, the title of this is "Should Refugees Come to Australia?" from 1979. It's 4 years after the White Australia policy officially ended.
I think they deserve a place in the world the same as everybody else.
I think we have to.
Have to what?
Take them in. I just don't think there's... I mean, we've just got such a big country and lots of space. I think we just have to be kind in terms of the rest of the world, that's all.
I think there are so many problems here on the home front that need to be solved first of all before we...
Remember the sticker that she said is on the back of people's car? She said it the nicer version, but they say "fuck off, we're full." And I find this very funny because I keep saying this to British people who keep whinging about Australia and whinging about migrants taking Australian culture. I'm like, okay, fuck off back to England, we're full. Make space. It's like, oh, you don't you cunts always say if you don't love the country, leave it? Bye. Live by your principles.
Start taking an extra influx of people from overseas.
Do you not think we have some responsibility to these people?
No, we have more responsibility to people in this country.
Many of these people quite possibly will die or
this
will
guy
starve
seems more like
as
a
result
British
of
cunt
not being
than
able to find a
Australian,
place
so...
to go to.
Well,
Doesn't
that is a
that
lot
fact
of
at least temper your thinking?
No, because you know that situation's occurring in other parts of the world.
You gotta realize, Australian identity has never existed. It's literally never existed. Right? This idea of the Australian identity comes from Hollywood.
Don't you fucking loot my trader. I already have a backup one if you do, but...
like, it's literally... Like, this is what people need to realize, is Australia was migrants. Only migrants. Only ever migrants. The longest someone has probably been there is maybe 6 generations. Until you get to the indigenous. And then it's hundreds. But you tell... Yeah. we should not take migrants at all because we need to protect this white country.
We can't solve all the world's problems in that area at the moment.
Oh, and look, it's the exact same fucking argument that conservatives use today, 50 years later. Great.
Oh, we've got your own problems. I think the main priority is here on the home front.
I think genocide's
I don't think
worse.
we should at this stage. We've
Why
got
not?
enough troubles of our own.
But these people have many more troubles than we have, and they need somewhere to go.
That's right, yes, their standards are lower too.
Meaning,
Oh, I think that we've got to look after our own first at the moment.
I think we have a responsibility to do something for them as soon as we were involved in the war. We can't turn our back on the responsibility when we were previously involved.
Okay, I'm assuming this is about Vietnam.
We all have to think in terms of the one world, one humanity. And we all have international obligations to fulfill if it's going to be a peaceful world for everybody.
do you think we should take as many as we can fit in?
Yes, I do, most definitely.
Do you think
And
we're
that I think that we should cooperate in many ways to make sure that the needs of these people are fulfilled.
What about the racial tension that might well be created here as a result?
Well, I think that
We
we
should
have
kill the
to
racist.
implement new education schemes.
Re-education camps! Woke daddy! Woke daddy! She said we need re-education camps for racists. I heard it. You tell me she didn't fucking say that.
She definitely
You tell
did.
me she didn't fucking say that.
Fair enough that we should have some sort of responsibility towards the people.
What if it came to taking these people in the
What a
tens of
hippie.
thousands that they exist in now?
Well, don't you think it should be split up with the rest of the world, though?
Well, they've got to have some place to stay, and if Australia has an economy that can support that kind of activity, I don't
Fabulous
see anything wrong
mustache.
with it. If it's going to be a burden on the economy, and you really don't have the facility to support them, I don't think it's a good deal.
It's like
a lot of Australians
shelf,
are saying we
bro.
should look after ourselves first.
I disagree with that. That's an isolationist philosophy.
I guess it depends
Based-
on whether
based
you want
American man.
an Australian country as it is now or a totally different country. My own feeling is that I rather like it the way it is.
I think we should take a lot of refugees.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, I just feel it's an obligation to our fellow man.
How do you think Australians would react as a whole?
I want
I don't
one
think
of them to be
terribly
like,
well,
because I hate
basically,
whitey.
Unfortunately, we are racist, whether we like it or not.
Because we're an Asian country and we've got to recognise the fact.
Do you think it would cause racial hostility in this country, though?
In this country, certainly. But the sooner we get that out of our systems, the better. We wake up to where we are and what we're doing.
No, I don't think we're obliged to take many of them at all.
Woke? He said
Not
we
in
need
the
to
numbers
become
that they're
woke?
professing to want to take into the country. Another 10,000 before Christmas or something, isn't it?
If they died, if these people, men, women and children died,
Ah,
rather
you
than
abandoned
come
your
to
camp,
Australia,
idiot.
what would your choice be then? If that was the option, Australia
Now,
or
there must
death
be
for
other
these people.
alternatives rather than flood our economy with them. Who's paying for them? We're paying for them.
So where's the
We're gonna,
fucking...
hand out through taxes and so forth. We're already taxed the hilt on it. How are we going to afford them? We can't. Who's going to employ them? I don't agree with it at all.
Who's going to employ them? The people who employed them.
Too many on the place. On the dole now. Put it that way.
On the dole! So yeah, that very interesting video. Little couple minute little segment from
Boom,
Australia.
boom, boom. Just slaughtering these barbarians now. They're falling.
Well, while we're on Australia, let's talk.
Oh, Junk!
let's
We
Talk
haven't
about
seen Junk in
Chunk
so long.
working with what seems to be Rebel News. No, it's he's just called something exactly the same as a fascist Canadian outlet. That's great. Good job. So not only is your entire organization named after a genocidal group, you've now named a subgroup the same as a Canadian fascist outlet. Awesome.
There's an avalanche.
An avalanche?
Yeah. People died.
Like in real life?
Yeah. Just happened.
Oh yeah, no, I know about that. Fuck, I took the rice off the... I'm pissed. I accidentally harvested the rice, not the marsh. Shit.
Doesn't
Oh
matter.
well.
Fuck
Huh?
it. fucking, like, fuck it. Get the food now.
And expand my borders.
Yeah, just get the food now. Like, just, you can fucking, if your pop gets too high, you can just
make them
starve
settlers.
them. Like, once you get to 7 pop, just flip the production.
Okay.
Like, fuck farms. Farms, like, all they do is waste builder charges. You know? And then fucking barbarians come in and ruin them, and you gotta fucking keep fixing them.
Yeah, that's why I have military engineers that have infinite rebuild charges.
So do builders, but the point is that the farm is a waste of a slot.
Sure, like builders also have them, but military engineers have massive movement ability, so that's what I care more about.
They have the same. They have civilian unit movement. They have the same.
Are they the same?
Yeah, they can just build rails so they can move faster once they have it.
Yeah, that's why I have a couple military engineers just always chilling.
You should hate the Muslims. You should hate the Palestinians. They say, like, disgusting terrorist supporters that they are.
Bad actors are using the horrific attack on the Jewish community in Sydney, Australia, for their own anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic agendas, and we have more. But Jank, are you surprised by this development?
But Jank?
No, I'm furious about it. I'm not at all surprised.
Oh, I was all furious!
Yahoo came out and said 3 separate outrageous things. We're going to show them to you in a minute,
guys.
but then the only people who might be worse are bought American politicians who serve Israel, who jumped into this thing to smear all Muslims because they're deeply racist bigots who I'm going to say much worse things about in a minute.
Well, let's start with Netanyahu. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wasted no time in politicizing the Bondi Beach shooting. One of the first things he did was blame the attack on Australians calling for a Palestinian state. Take a look.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism.
Is that a Nazi flag behind you? Looks pretty Nazi-esque.
Look at... Bro, always be looking like Andros. Look at... That's straight Andros look. Look at him looking all down and evil. He looks like he's gonna fucking bite your fingers off. Fucking Schmeagol. He's fucking scary, bro. Look at him. You can't tell me he's not fucking terrifying. Well, you can't tell me he's not fucking terrifying, bro.
Amazing. Like, I wouldn't be scared of him in a room. Bro's
I
a
would
fucking
be.
fat
This dude
midget.
would you fucking fuck this guy wrong, he'll have you killed right there. He's deadlier than Putin. You know, Putin, you just have to watch out for some windows. This guy.
Awesome.
Like, they even kill their allies.
That is true.
Frequently, just to prove a point.
Oof. Huge holy side bonuses.
We should throw salt at him.
We should throw salt at him. I agree. Okay, I'm gonna put off this sieve here. I'm gonna do barbarian. Actually, that's better. I'm gonna go for the oracle.
I'll tell you, I'm not
Settlers.
going for any wonders right now.
Okay.
But even if you told me you're going for the oracle, it would not stop me from sniping it if I knew I needed it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have the ability to go for it. Because I had a raw dog astrology.
Yes.
And these barbarians, too. See, you're nice and like tucked in these mountains. Pantheon! Yay!
You finally got one.
Yeah.
Finally cleared this fucking barb post.
I think I'll go...
In Australia, I wrote, your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas.
Shut
Hi,
up.
Benji. Just so you're aware, you actively tying Jewish identity
He doesn't care.
to genocide is the single biggest driver of anti-Semitic sentiments in the world today.
Yeah.
You are. Not people opposing Israeli genocide. You. Because you engage in essentialism that ties Jewish identity to genocide. So if you want to try and recover any kind of good face for the Jewish community, which you fucked over for your actions because you couldn't help but do exactly what a terrorist group wanted, that you helped install,
Some people
by the
call
way.
me a terrorist.
Right? Hamas was encouraged by Israel, by Netanyahu, to disrupt the PLO, to disrupt the secular
big achievement
nationalist movement.
for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damage.
Right? Like, literally supported the installation of Hamas. Then Hamas does a terror attack, and you do exactly what they wanted, which was genocide. Because Hamas wanted you to kill Palestinians to further its own goals of statehood, which the PLO would have done while recognizing Israel. You fucking idiot. It's literally all your fault. All of it. And I know, because if somebody sees this and they're going to be like, oh, you're blaming Jews? No, I'm blaming Benjamin Netanyahu. It's very clear. Because he is the single sole
tyrant.
blame for all of
He
this.
is a tyrant. Like, they even can't get rid of him. Can you imagine?
Nightmare shit. Like, Jews are literally being targeted around the globe because of him. And Christian Zionists are making it worse. And this is one of the biggest things that I was harping on with the Bondi shooting, with what happened in Australia, because the first thing he did was sow disinformation. Not only this, but he also claimed that the guy who stopped the shooter, or like took his gun, was an Israeli. That was the other thing he did. And then as soon as it came out that he was Syrian, they said nothing. And then, holy shit, now Zionists in Australia are even more bold in tying anti-Israeli genocide protests to Daesh. Which is going to get them going to get people killed. It will get people killed. You tie these people to Daesh, people don't like ISIS. A truck will get driven through a crowd if you continue with this rhetoric.
Terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today. But it requires the action of your government, which you're not taking. And you have to. because history will not forgive hesitation and weakness. It will honor action and strength. That's what Israel expects of each of your governments in the West and elsewhere.
Netanyahu.
Now, that is an
AKA
insane response
Jew
to a
Hitler.
mass shooting, but that evolved into calls for more war. The Telegraph is reporting that Israeli intelligence thinks an Iranian-backed terror cell may have been behind the Sydney attack. You can see that reporting here. The article was written by Melanie Swan in Tel Aviv and claims that Mossad is pinning the blame on Iran. Intelligence sources said the attack on the Bondi Beach celebration appeared to be sophisticated and well-planned and carried the hallmarks of Unit 910, Hezbollah's field external operations arm. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy and receives its funding and weapons from Tehran.
That's awesome.
But there's no evidence that Iran was behind the Bondi Beach attack at all. In fact, there's some evidence to the contrary. The Australian Broadcasting Corporation reported that 2 ISIS flags were found in the gunman's vehicle.
How old is
And the
this?
younger gunman had previously
This
been
is a
investigated over...
relatively old, like 2 months. But I
figured.
mostly wanted to talk about the
I figured. I
Netanyahu
just wanted to check, just so we understand that this was literally right when the attack happened.
Yeah. Like this is just sort of touching, just because we were talking about Australia and this came up, and I don't think we'd covered Netanyahu talking about it. We might have touched on it a little bit, but not a lot.
For alleged ties to ISIS. ISIS is an enemy of both Iran and Hamas, not an ally. This is well documented according to the Wilson Center. The disparity between ISIS and Iran largely derives from their particular interpretations of Islam. ISIS, like Al-Qaeda and other jihadi groups, espouses a militant Salafi ideology. The Islamic Republic of Iran is predominantly Shiite. So that should pour cold water on the idea that Iran was behind this. But it clearly didn't stop Senator Lindsey Graham, who was pushing for more bloodshed. Take a look.
Give Israel the green light to go in and finish off Hamas, destroy Hezbollah. If you can't get them to disarm diplomatically in Lebanon, come up with a military campaign to take Hezbollah down, work with Israel to do that. The world will never be safe as long as Iran has proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. Do not rebuild Gaza. Do not invest in Gaza until Hamas has been disarmed. Stand with Israel without apology. Reject the idea that a Palestinian state is the right answer until the Palestinian state has been de-radicalized and demilitarized. To every Western government who's recognized a Palestinian state, you're rewarding killing Jews.
And you'll notice the one country that mentioned in that laundry list of places he wants to attack, bomb, overthrow the governments of was Australia. He's not really worried about Australians at all. It's about bloodshed. And Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined in too, echoing Netanyahu and Graham's claim that calls for a Palestinian state would lead to the death of more Jews. Take a look.
Lindsey Graham was with me, your colleague from South Carolina, who said a warning to anyone who is trying to say that there should...
Hey! It's the guy who passed Trump's spending bill to fund ICE and kill Americans. Very cool. John Fetterman, what a cool guy.
Be a Palestinian state. If you create a Palestinian state, what will get are
when the Nuremberg trials
killings
happen,
of Jews. Do you agree?
We can decide then.
Absolutely. It's an absolute betrayal for Israel and for the worldwide Jewish community, like whether it's France or Australia or any of these nations, our Western allies now calling for a two-state solution when Hamas refuses.
Hang on. What did I just find? What is this that I just found?
What are you talking about?
Hang on. You'll see in a second. It's called VTS_01_1.
Okay.
Hi, folks. I'm Frankie Flight. I want you to check out Hoop
my
Wild.
God, what the fuck
next
is
to
happening?
Subway, Equipment Highway, right here in Moulton. Tell your family, friends, and neighbors to come in and check us out. Check out all our plans. that and much more. Hoot Wireless. Hoot
Hi,
Wireless.
I'm Lady Jock. Come in and check out Julio. He'll hook you up right here. Hoot Wireless.
Hoot Wireless. Hoot Wireless.
Hey, how y'all doing? This is Julio with Hoot Wireless. Come and check us out. We got anything.
That's
you
a
need as far as
parrot.
wireless
They don't tend to hoot.
Check out Hoot Wireless.
This is awesome.
I'm just saying.
Right here in Moultrie. Hoot Wireless.
Awesome. That was great.
Just to disarm and are actively trying to kill Jews. I can't imagine why anybody would do that at this point.
I can't imagine why anyone would do that.
After 10-7.
Throw salt at him.
Now, just to note, John Fetterman's residents, his constituents in Pennsylvania, are on the precipice of facing higher healthcare premiums because of his vote to end the shutdown, in part with a few other Democrats in the Senate. Shouldn't that be your top priority, John? Other American lawmakers were even more blatant in their Islamophobia. Senator Tommy Tuberville posted on X, Islam is not a religion, it's a cult.
Tommy Tubby?
Islamists aren't here
All
to
religions are
assimilate.
cults,
They're here
thank
to
you.
conquer. Stop worrying about
There's a difference
offending the
between a cult and a
pearl
high
clutchers. We've got
control
to
group.
Send them home now.
Islam is not
or
a high
we'll
control
become
group.
The United
Daesh is.
Caliphate of America.
Yes.
When Chuck Schumer condemned that post
Also, the difference
as
between a cult and a religion is their leader is dead.
Islamophobia, Randy Fine, friend of the show, responded,
all cults are
Islamophobia
religion.
isn't real. Fear.
No, I know.
All
I'm
cults are
making
religion.
a joke.
All religion are cults, and all cults are religion. The word cult just doesn't fucking mean anything, which
No,
is
I
why
know.
we fucking say high control group.
High
when
control
we're being
group's a
specific
better,
what we're
a better
talking
option
about.
anyway. But yeah, I said
And the bite model.
yes. Hey. This one. This one's the closest. I must get suzerainty over this religious city-state. Which works for me,
What'd you
honestly.
get? Remember, if you
West.
click the envoy quests, you can
Faith in capital. Faith in every
like you
worship
click your
building.
envoy quest, and it will tell you. See, if you build a galley, you'll get a. You can build a galley, and you'll get a envoy in each of those states. Like you'll get one envoy each for one galley, and then you can just delete that shit.
Interesting, I see.
And then, if you look at the annexation screen, it's a good way to see the suzerainty bonus for them. Which is why I wouldn't recommend annexing. I think you still keep the bonus though, but
I think you do, yeah.
that one is international and domestic trade routes receive +1 faith for every follower in this city. That's a pretty good faith one to get right next to your capital.
Yeah, it's only like 6 spaces away too.
Yeah, because that's good. Because that's where you're. Oh wait! It's in that city. So you have to convert that city to your religion to get the bonus. Am I thinking about this right? Is that how it works? For every follower in the city of your founder, yeah. So it's based on their population. Actually, that kind of sucks.
Well, if it's close to me and it doesn't get touched, it'll blow up in population.
You should go over there and just build farm tiles on those tiles when you get suzerainty of them.
Well, I can
just clear everything out and put all farms so his population goes up.
Well, the only problem is he's got 3 workable tiles.
Oh.
The other 3 are.
Yeah, that one sucks.
Maybe I'll just get rid of it.
When you're junk. Junk.
Fear of Islam is rational. You are a disgrace to the Jewish people. He later also posted, quote, mainstream Muslims have declared war on us. The least we can do is kick them the hell out of America. And again, Jank, this is about a story coming out of Australia. but nothing will ever stop them from trying to turn everything into a new crusade against Muslims and Islam. It's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, so much to go over here. Let's go backwards. So first on Randy Fine. I mean, if anybody said what he says about Muslims in regard to Jewish people, they would have been censured, fired, ridden out of town, canceled forever and ever. I mean, he said, what if we said, kick all the Jews out of America? Mainstream Jews are the problem, okay?
Look, Junk's doing the thing that I told you would be in bad taste.
To not to do
We
it?
should nuke Tel Aviv. We should starve Haifa.
No, because I literally messaged my friend and she is Muslim and I'm like, hey, did you see what Pauline said? You guys are all bad. So I guess if that's the case, that all other religions are also all exactly identical. And she's like, yeah, it's fucking moronic. And it's crazy because like the other thing is like she's saying this like it's one thing to say it about the Jewish population because it's like 0.046 of the population. It's tiny. Islam is like 6% of the population. To say it about 6% of the country is fucking insane. And then people are actually defending it like, oh yeah, you just like lumped 6% of the population into a single group. A single essentialist group, removing their agency as individuals. And people are defending it. Alright, all white people are the same. They're all rapists.
Hey, Jack.
Huh? Yep.
You know the band The Gorillas?
Yes.
Are they making a movie?
I don't know. I hope so.
Can you check that? Can you do a quick fact check on that one? Well, I ping you.
Have you heard their most recent album? It's fucking great. Stop it. They are doing a movie.
Do you think we can show that trailer?
The Mountain.
Think they're gonna spank us if we show that trailer?
No, I think we should be safe with the trailer. Unless it's got music. It probably has music. But people, no, you can show trailers on stream. Like that's the whole point of trailers is to fucking watch them.
Oh, what did I just find? What did I just find? What did I just find?
What do you mean?
What did I just find?
Norton Furniture is here for you. Now,
oh my God.
Seriously, if you can't get credit in my store, you can't get credit anywhere. My name is Mark. You can count on it.
What in the fuck just happened?
This man can count on me.
687 1660.
That was awesome. Kill 3 barbarians. Well, I'm going into a dark age. Which is fine, because I haven't settled anything yet.
How?
How?
You got a Pantheon so early.
Yeah, I got nothing. Oh, it's a normal. Okay, it's not dark, it's normal, but that's not fantastic. I am about to
normal's
complete a holy site.
normal's great to open on because then you're going to be able to choose something that will give you era score. Like if you've already founded your religion, you can pick the religion one and spread religion really quick. But normally you pick the one that's for districts or something like that. Or if you're going for a specific tech rush. If you're going
Yeah.
for a tech rush and you know that you're going to be specifically getting the Eurekas to get that tech rush that you're specifically going for, then you take that one. And then sometimes you culture rush, like Gaul. You want to culture rush, I think, for his unit. But the big culture rush that I found was like a really good one to culture rush is the, was it the Philippines?
Okay. Maybe
the
Indonesia?
ones, Indonesia, yeah, Indonesia. That's who it was. I always confuse the two somehow. Not even in the game, I mean in life.
Oops.
What'd you just
I
open
sent it
there?
to my friend, and it was saved in the chat, and I accidentally clicked it. My mate's downloading all the made-for-TV direct-to-video.
I'm taking over.
DOJ has released all of the Epstein files.
I'm taking over because you look at your phone while the video's paused and don't.
Dude, we were
Or
literally
so
talking
they
about
claim.
something.
Except for at least 3 million documents that they previously said
That's fine.
were
This
responsive
video is
and
older
needed to be
anyway, so
released.
that's all
Those
real
are
work
still
color
being
anyway.
withheld by the most transparent administration in history. But in its Valentine's Day
The
letter
Dow.
to Congress, DOJ declared that it had fulfilled its obligations under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, but that it was still
Dow.
withholding some files. Though the agency didn't say how many files, though they previously said, you know, there were 3 million to go. So, yeah, that doesn't look great. Now, to be fair, some of those documents should be withheld by the terms of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, or EFTA. Some of them probably contain graphic sexual material or sensitive personal information about survivors. But victim protection isn't the only reason that the DOJ is now hiding documents. The agency is claiming that it can continue to hide a bunch of records under various legal privileges. But Congress was pretty clear in the EFTA. Those kinds of privileges just don't apply here, because the categories of
We aren't that
documents
far
that
from each
DOJ
other.
must release are shockingly broad. Like, waive all your privileges and release all the documents and videos, broad. But who could possibly have seen this coming? We did. We saw it coming. And I actually asked Congressman Jamie Raskin this exact question 2 days before.
Are you gonna go like try to belt, or are you gonna go vertical and
What are you
go
talking
up
about?
for your settlements?
Oh, I'm expanding out like a flower.
Okay, but you know.
I probably will go up because it's desert to the right.
Mm.
I might put one city on the desert, maybe two.
Like you do normally initially expand like a flower. That's kind
Mm.
of the point, is to put the cities around your capital so it's protected.
Yeah. Because I've got this, there's a 1, 2, 3. I could probably put it on the 10 here.
That's another Barbie on the shrimp.
On the shrimp? Yeah.
That's another Barbie on the Barbie.
Okay. I should be okay. And I should be able to build around this city-state as well. I just don't know what's in this area here. Because I'll show you my tax. Where I'm planning to put my city-states. Or my city centers. More so.
Why are you mad at me?
There.
Like civilizations that bring religion to the Congo. I'm sorry. I'm literally trying. My bad, bro.
Alright. I'll have new government in 11 turns.
Before the DOJ released a letter saying it was not turning over responsive documents based on privileges it doesn't have. He was surprised. Reading through the Epstein Files Transparency Act, again with an eye towards that particular defense, privilege is not a defense to withholding responsive documents.
The federal law that we passed obviously overrides whatever state law level privilege you think you've got. The terms of the statute are perfectly clear about that. So that is fraudulent, that argument that she was floating yesterday.
Now, we've covered in depth how the EFTA became law in previous videos, but let's speed run a recap. Congressional Republicans and the Trump administration did everything in their power to keep this act from passing. They leveraged government shutdowns, intimidation campaigns, and even prevented a lawfully elected Democratic member of Congress from being sworn in to cast the deciding vote. In the end, though, congressional Democrats, with the help of a handful of Republican members, got the EFTA passed. And by the time it got to the floor, every single member of Congress, except for one, voted to pass the law. And so with a veto-proof majority, President Trump had no option left but to sign the law, else his base keep asking a lot of questions already answered by his "I'm not involved with Jeffrey Epstein" t-shirt. And as an example of how irony can be quite ironic, that meme actually began its life literally as a comment about unrelated human trafficking. Now, the EFTA is an extremely focused law. It's only really 2 pages long. It requires the DOJ to publish all records related to Jeffrey Epstein, his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, his flight logs or travel records, individuals named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal and civil proceedings, companies or other organizations with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking or financial networks, any immunity deals or similar agreements involving Epstein and his associates, internal DOJ documents, including communications regarding investigations of Epstein, and communications and documents regarding how the Epstein documents were handled. And Congress gave the Department of Justice 30 days to complete this task. The agency failed. It took them months to release any documents, and when the DOJ did finally release some documents over the course of December, January, and February, the agency still withheld millions of pages and applied a lot of redactions that they shouldn't have. Now, Congress carved out only a few narrow categories of documents that the agency could keep secret: personally identifiable information and other sensitive information about victims, child sexual abuse materials, information that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, documents that depict death, physical abuse, or injury, and classified information. And Congress explicitly said that no records shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. But across 3 letters to Congress in December, January, and February, the DOJ claimed that it could withhold information covered by deliberative process privilege, work product privilege, and attorney-client privilege.
Chatting.
But members of Congress, including Representative Raskin, who we talked to about this, reminded America's top attorneys that this is not how the legal system works, and subpoenaed Attorney General Pamela Jo Bondi to explain her legal theory to Congress.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Now, in a courtroom context, this would have been documented as the witness is unresponsive. And in the context of a congressional hearing, this was just a cluster of... But anyway, let's break down why Attorney General Bondi thinks that she can claim privilege and withhold responsive documents. Now, Congress members were probably particularly upset because they had been really clear that these kinds of documents
I thought that title
disclosed.
was gonna...
I thought that would work as well. What do we want?
Maybe something. Maybe everyone's watching the Olympics. There might be something big going on in the Olympics.
Yeah, maybe. Punch the monkey gets gold.
Oh, don't even put the monkey in there.
Alpine skiing.
Just put Epstein. Just put Epstein in the title.
Did you
go for
hear about that Epstein guy?
No, just literally put Epstein Files.
Epstein.
And other news.
In the titles.
Epstein Files and other news. Simple.
Epstein Files and other less important things.
I would have just said other news. Because people will also search and click news. So, try what I said.
And one category of documents that the Act expressly requires the DOJ to disclose is...
Never want to have fun.
I want to get clicked on.
Is internal DOJ communications, including emails.
If we get clicked on, I get to show a hilarious video. That's where the fun is.
Charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. And those are exactly the kinds of documents that the DOJ is now claiming it can withhold. But the privileges that the agency is asserting are common law principles that make some kinds of documents immune from normal disclosure or discovery in civil litigation and under the Freedom of Information Act. For example, the deliberative process privilege generally allows agencies to withhold documents that would reveal the agency's internal deliberations or decision-making process. The idea behind this is that if those discussions were made public, it would chill discussion within agencies and keep agency employees from being candid in their policy assessments. That privilege is limited, though. It only covers opinion-related discussions within government, it doesn't allow agencies to withhold facts or withhold discussions from parties outside of the government, and it only allows agencies to withhold pre-decisional materials. Once a decision is made, those kind of materials should not be withheld. Similarly, attorney work product privilege covers documents that are prepared by an attorney in anticipation of litigation. It's meant to protect an attorney's mental impressions, conclusions, opinions, and legal theories. And then, of course, there's the well-known attorney-client privilege that protects confidential communications between a lawyer and their client that relate to the client's seeking of legal advice or services. Now, the DOJ claims those privileges are sacrosanct and can only be limited when Congress has used, quote, clear statutory language. And in its letter to Congress, DOJ argues that, quote, before any departure from the rule affirmed through the ages of the common law, a rule having its solid foundation
I'm going for a late oracle.
Can be adjudged,
so
the language declaring the legislative
nobody
will
else has
should be so clear as to prevent doubt as to its intent.
That's why I'm going for it.
And, quote, Congress expresses its intentions through statutory text passed by both houses and signed by the president. But to me, it seems like the very cases that the DOJ is citing actually undercut the agency's withholdings.
You have to build a shrine
because Congress
to get the
has
point.
used clear statutory language in the EFTA. You look again
but
at the
you
text
can also
of
do
the
holy
EFTA
site
that
prayers.
says, quote, internal DOJ
and because you have divine
communications,
spark,
including
every
emails,
great
memos,
person
meeting
point
notes,
will count as
concerning
2 for you.
decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. Internal DOJ communications about decisions are textbook deliberative process documents, but Congress is explicitly stating that the agency must disclose those deliberative discussions. On top of it, the DOJ must release, quote, all communications memoranda, directive, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention and death, and any investigative files. Which means that the DOJ also has to turn over not only the documents that have existed in the Epstein files for years, but the documents that they are currently creating in discussing redactions about the Epstein files, and all of the communications and memos that they're writing about the decisions they're making right now about the Epstein case. The Epstein files are not just set in stone. They're documents that the DOJ are creating right now.
Someone got
and on top of that,
hanging
to the extent that there are any redactions or holdings, the EFTA specifically says the DOJ can only do that to, quote, segregable portions of those documents.
Hanging
Meaning
Gardens
that if
is a
there's
hard
any way
one.
to release that document or file
I've
with
only got it maybe
only
once.
the withheld portions redacted, they have an obligation to do that and disclose that information and not withhold the entire
and
thing.
whenever you go for
On
it,
top of that, Congress also explicitly states that only a handful of document categories can be withheld, and common law privileges are not included in that list. And when Congress wants to allow agencies to withhold materials under those common law privileges, it typically includes language that expressly permits that. In the Freedom of Information Act, for instance, Congress clearly carved out an exception for privileged documents. In general, the Freedom of Information Act typically requires agencies to disclose information in response to a request from the member of the public. But Congress created 9 exceptions to that rule, including 1 for common law privileges. Agencies can withhold, quote, interagency or intra-agency memorandums or letters that would not be available by law to a party other than an agency in litigation with the agency. So if Congress intended to allow the DOJ to withhold privileged documents, it could have included similar language in the EFTA, but it didn't. Which is the kind of choice that a court would likely weigh heavily against any Trump administration argument about congressional intent. But there's also an interesting separation of powers argument that the administration would probably fall back on if Congress tries to force the DOJ to disclose the withheld documents. The administration might claim that Congress doesn't actually have the authority to override the executive branch's privileges. In other words, the power of the executive branch and the privileges the president enjoys are absolute. Now, it's only February, and 2026 is already rife with economic uncertainty. So what should you do about it? Well, a timeless piece of advice has always been keep a savings account with at least 3 months of living expenses. But with skyrocketing prices and inflation, getting there can seem out of reach. But that's where Chime comes in, the sponsor of today's video. Chime's High Yield Savings Account, or HYSA, does exactly that. And right now you can get up to a $350 bonus. Set it once and then earn all year, because Chime's HYSA earns you money while you sleep.
The list still isn't fucking generating properly.
What list? What?
The playlist. I've been adding shit and it's not fucking saving.
Let me see if it's saving for me. It doesn't seem so. I don't know why it's broken at the
It's
moment.
got 5,000 videos, that's why.
Ah.
We gotta start a new one. That's all we have to do.
Yeah. Not to worry. Maybe we make 2. The stream one we use specifically and delete them after every stream. Or delete them as we go. Maybe.
Well, I'm just gonna make a new playlist real quick.
Sleep. And that's what makes Chime's HYSA unique.
This
You can
man.
earn up to 3.0 is network
sorry.
agency privileges when there's a sufficient need. As DC District Court Judge Amy Berman Jackson concluded in the 2016 case Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, United States House of Representatives versus Lynch, quote, the deliberative process privilege is a qualified privilege that can be overcome by a sufficient showing of need for that material. In that case, Judge Berman Jackson concluded that though the agency materials did qualify for deliberative process privilege, that privilege had to yield to Congress's demand for those materials. But perhaps the most relevant case on this topic comes from the OG presidential corruption scandal.
Well, I'm not a crook.
After Nixon's resignation over his participation in the Watergate conspiracy, Nixon got the Administrator of General Services to agree to store his presidential records near his home, restrict access to those presidential records, and even allow Nixon to choose which ones would be destroyed. To keep Nixon from concealing more of his misdeeds, Congress passed a bill called the Presidential Records and Materials Preservation Act, which abrogated Nixon's agreement with the Administrator of General Services. Nixon sued to challenge that law and took his case all the way to the Supreme Court in Nixon versus Administrator of General Services. Nixon argued that the act violated the separation of powers and his executive privilege, but the Supreme Court disagreed. The court held that the act did not violate the separation of powers, especially since Nixon's successor, Gerald Ford, signed the act into law, which signaled acceptance by the executive branch and essentially waived the former executive's ability to challenge the law. And this is particularly relevant in the Epstein Files Transparency Act because Trump signed the act into law knowing that it didn't include any language that would allow withholdings for deliberative process, attorney-client, and attorney-work product, or even executive privilege materials. So by signing the bill and even bragging about it being his idea, the Trump administration has probably waived its right to argue now that Congress has violated its executive powers. And in its letter, the DOJ even concedes that Congress has the authority to override privilege. The agency states that, quote, privileges should not be held to have been abrogated or limited unless Congress has at least used clear statutory language, which indicates that if Congress uses clear language, it can abrogate or limit those privileges. And again, it's hard to imagine how Congress could have been any clearer here. These documents have to be disclosed, no matter how high the Dow stock index is.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
But what happens if the DOJ just ignores the Supreme Court precedent and the congressional mandate to produce the documents that they're withholding? What can Congress do? Well, Congress could start by forcing the agency to produce what's often called a Vaughn Index in FOIA litigation or privilege log in ordinary civil litigation. In FOIA cases and other civil cases, if the government wants to withhold records, it has to produce a document that describes what records are being withheld and what exemption justifies the withholding. The Vaughn Index or privilege log has to be sufficiently descriptive and detailed to allow the plaintiff and the judge to evaluate whether the government is wrongly withholding documents. And there's nothing stopping Congress from demanding a Vaughn Index or something similar. And I'd argue that the EFTA already requires that privilege log. The Act states that, quote, all redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. The EFTA also directs the DOJ to submit to Congress a report listing, quote, all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis, and that sounds a lot like a Vaughn Index. But of course, the DOJ is probably going to argue that the paltry one-paragraph explanation in its Valentine's Day letter is enough. Now, we've read through it and the citations so you don't have to, and the explanation given in this text is quite literally just, trust me, bro, in basically fancier language. And Congress should not accept that because the EFTA is clear, and this one-paragraph justification would never pass muster under FOIA or civil litigation. And another path is what Congress did in the Lynch case that we talked about earlier. There, a lawsuit was brought by the Congressional Committee to force the executive branch to disclose after the DOJ refused to comply with a congressional subpoena about Operation Fast and Furious. And Congress took the Attorney General to court,
when Obama
where
gave
Judge
guns
Berman
to
Jackson
cartels
ordered
and
the
shit.
agency to cough up a portion of the documents that Congress had demanded. And it's likely, though not guaranteed, that Congress could file a similar lawsuit now if the DOJ continues to hide these documents. And of course, if Congress found the willpower, it could always use its power of the purse to exert
The Jeffrey
leverage over the executive
Epstein
branch through
fallout,
an
the
appropriations
dominoes that
process.
continue
But I'll also
to
remind
fall.
Congress that they've always had the knives out option, even though they've historically been reluctant to use it. Congress can subpoena the Department of Justice and demand the unredacted records exactly as the law stipulates. And then if the DOJ disregards that subpoena, it can hold them in contempt of Congress. And if you see this guy, that's House Sergeant of Arms William McFarland. His job is to haul people off to jail when they've been held in contempt of Congress. But given the Attorney General's track record in congressional hearings, I'm sure she'll have a perfectly reasonable explanation.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Not even a lawyer.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails.
Hey.
This is going to be the story for blue cities around the country right now, what Zoran Mamdani is facing here. Because the federal government, led by Donald Trump, is waging all-out war on cities that are led by Democrats, particularly if you're a person of color.
What cities aren't?
Right. I mean, but and in blue states, he's got it. The way he's terrorized LA, the way he's terrorized Chicago. The only thing, even though we're seeing increased ICE activity in New York City, it seems like the only thing that is keeping him from doing the same to his hometown is, one, his affection for it, two, his affection for Zoran Mamdani, but particularly, as Politico reported, Zoran apparently kind of appealed to Trump in that meeting a few months ago by talking about his desire to reform zoning, which is apparently something that Trump had been railing about for years prior to his political career as well. So someone on Zoran's team did great research, and that was
out which keys to jingle.
Exactly. But he, as a headline, did notch a significant win yesterday. He's going to be able to appoint 6 members to the Rent Guidelines Board, which is the board that basically determines whether or not he's going to be able to deliver on his campaign promise to freeze rent for 1 million rent-stabilized apartments.
The concern being that Adams had stacked it with a bunch of toadies that were going to get in the way of that. That has already cleared itself out.
Exactly. There were 3 resignations of the Adams toadies, meaning we don't know how Zoran got them to resign. But probably leveraging his enormous popularity and some other arm twisting behind the scenes. I mean, his governance is a laboratory for future left-wing and progressive governance in many ways, but including his aggression and his ruthlessness. I mean, we don't, in the best way. You know, that is what a lesson that should be learned, is that he acts with urgency and he doesn't mess around. So he's gotten 3 resignations and he's going to be able to freeze the rent. And that means we're in mid to late February. He's already secured the ability to deliver on 2 of his 4 campaign promises, freezing the rent for those units. And he already secured funding from Kathy Hochul for his universal child care pilot program. But we've still got free buses and we've still got the city-run grocery stores to worry about.
Which were, frankly, I would think the lower...
100%.
Yeah.
It seems to be an order of operations.
Yeah, smart. Yeah. I mean, and that's where you move in terms of left politics. There's a time for expression of left ideals. There's also a time for implementing those things. And I think we're in that phase right now for Zoran, at least.
Yes. And he's going to need, though, significant help from Albany. Because he's going to need Hochul to raise taxes on the rich. And he's been priming the public to understand this with talking about how Eric Adams left the city budget in disarray. It's just a smart way to frame it, too, because Adams is an unpopular former mayor, and he's using his popularity to leverage what he needs, and Adams's unpopularity to leverage what he needs. So, he yesterday, when talking about the city budget, basically issued kind of a warning here that if Albany does not approve tax hikes on the rich, the city might have to raise property taxes significantly, and he emphasizes that this is a last resort. Legally, you have to balance the budget in New York City, so this is not a question of if he can do it, or if he has to do it. He has to do it. And so, of course, the New York Post and all these other right-wing outlets are running with the property tax hike piece, but Zoran repeatedly emphasizes that this is a last resort.
Because those papers work for the ultra wealthy.
Exactly right. And property owners in New York City are, I mean, that might be the #1 class of people other than just Zionists that the New York Post is trying to appeal to. And then also suburbanites who don't even live here but want to see some like racialized content about crime in the scary city. But I digress. Here is Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York, feels good to say it still, explaining what the two paths are right now for balancing the budget.
But I want to be clear. $5.4 billion is still a very steep mountain to climb. And there are two paths that we can walk. One that offers long-term stability, and a second one with significant pain that we deeply hope to avoid. The first path repairs the structural imbalance between the city and the state. We want to work with Albany to raise personal income taxes by 2% on the 33,000 New Yorkers earning more than $1 million a year, and to raise corporate taxes on the most profitable corporations. And we know that for far too long, New Yorkers have given far more to the state than what we have received in return. It is time to end the drain. If we cannot follow this first path, we will be forced onto a much more damaging path of last resort, one where we have to use the only tools at the city's disposal, raising property taxes and raiding our reserves. This second path is painful. We will continue to work with Albany to avoid it. This first path will deliver the structural change that we need to recalibrate the relationship between the city and the state. Because as we know, New Yorkers contribute 54.5% of state revenue, but receive only 40.5% back. At the same time, New York City's portion of the state's GDP has grown by nearly 10% since 2010. That imbalance is untenable. Once again, I'm calling for Albany to end the drain. There is no third option of failing to balance the budget. By law, ever since the fiscal crisis of the 1970s, which placed the city on the brink of bankruptcy, New York City has been legally required to balance its budget. We will do so. If we cannot pursue the first path, the only option we have remaining is the second path. At the heart of this path is a property tax increase. This would effectively be a tax on working and middle-class New Yorkers who have a median income of $122,000. The second path also requires us to raid our reserves. It would mean withdrawing $980 million from our city's rainy day fund.
I think this is really smart, to be like, go out there and be like, okay, these are the actions of last resort. Okay, so you tell me what you want. You want your personal taxes to go up, or do you want us to tax rich people? Like, that's such a, like, great way to go about it, because you already know if he just flat out said, we're going to raise taxes on rich people, people would freak the fuck out. And it would be the same shit you always hear.
2026 and $229 million from the Retiree Health Benefit Trust in fiscal year 2027. These are steps that have been taken before, but only in moments of extraordinary external crisis. Mayor Bloomberg's response to the 2008 financial collapse, and Mayor de Blasio's response to the enormous revenue shortfall caused by the pandemic.
I cannot
We do
say
not
yes.
want to have to turn to such drastic measures to balance
whatever,
our budget.
bro.
I love his refusal to treat voters like idiots, and the way that he explains exactly what he's thinking to the public. He and through an explanation, though, putting enormous pressure on Kathy Hochul. Enormous pressure. One, pointing out that the dynamic in New York in terms of taxation and what New York City provides for the state versus what it receives, that dynamic is quite similar to what we see on the federal level with blue state.
No, I'm like seriously fucking impressed with his strategy about going about this. Like, I don't know if it's something that has been done before and he's drawing from somebody else's playbook, but from my personal experience, it's not something that I've seen somebody do.
States like California and New York contributing a disproportionate amount to the funds that are at the federal government's disposal, and providing and subsidizing poorer, more rural states in that regard. So you can see how these dynamics play out more broadly. But he lays out the number. 33,000 New Yorkers earn more than $1 million a year. And raising those income taxes by 2% is the way to avoid the disaster scenario that he's talking about.
Simple. Two birds with one stone, as far as I'm concerned.
But as he mentions, property taxes are the only thing that he has control over. The income tax piece is what Kathy Hochul needs to agree to. Apparently, the last time that the city raised property taxes, which is amazing, was in 2003 under Bloomberg, because 9/11 led to a recession in the city. But that's the last time that property taxes have been increased in New York City. And, you know, I mean, it's, as he mentions, it would really impact all New Yorkers more broadly. So, of course, that's not the path that we should be going down. But just, I don't know, something to note there. And
this is a Democrat Party problem, and they need to be able to handle this sort of thing. And you don't have Republicans to point the finger to. This is the state Senate. The Democrats have as big a majority as they've had in decades, basically these past few years. It's 41 to 22 in the state Senate. Assembly is 103 to 47. Figure it out. Right. Any Democrats, and the problem is there's a lot of Democrats who are basically bought by the rich, and so and which is to say, like, the ultra rich, not even like the property owning class. It's the extremely wealthy, like the big billionaires who are making the giant towers and parking their investments in there so they can sell them later. That needs to be addressed. Tax them. Or it's going to fall on somebody else.
And I love how he lays out the raw numbers too there, where you have the 33,000 New Yorkers that would be taxed an extra 2% versus the over 3 million residential owners in New York City and over 100,000 commercial property owners who would be affected by a 9.5% increase in property taxes. And also when he would have to draw on the city's reserves in this scenario in the rainy day fund, it would also mean taking hundreds of millions of dollars out of a fund that provides for health benefits for municipal retirees.
Yeah, I'm the only tenant of my landlord. If they get a tax increase on property taxes, my rent will probably go up.
Exactly.
So I definitely prefer going after the ultra-rich folks. And there's no excuse to not raise their taxes other than our political system and our press, like the New York Post, is corrupted by them.
And I hope that there's a plan outside of just the public pressure campaign here, and I imagine there is. I have no reason to doubt Zoran Mamdani's strategy at this point, given the success he's had so far. But I am a little bit surprised that he endorsed Hochul so early on when she still has not agreed to raise taxes on the rich. Perhaps they have some sort of handshake understanding that she has to put up some sort of fight. But given the severity of what he lays out there, it doesn't seem like there's been an agreement. What perhaps preceded this endorsement was Hochul saying that she was going to agree to give a $1.5 billion to the city over the next 2 fiscal years, which did address the budget gap projections. It drew it down from $7 billion to $5.4 billion, but without that tax increase that Mamdani is talking about, the doomsday scenario is what is being laid out. Yep. And we all, this is the right-wing media is just clipping that part where he talks about the property tax increase and not all of the other context about it. And just everybody should be aware of the dirty tactics that are going to be used to try to smear this, because the successes so far have been so undeniable that this is where they have to go.
They have to lie and talk about snow.
Yeah, right.
You're right, and the opposite should be, yeah, he needs to do more snow removal, but also we can't do anything to raise tax. What's the alternative? But besides these two things, it's massively slashing the government budget, austerity, which is an absolute no-go. And even the New York Post can't even say that's what we want, because they just spent the last month saying Zoran needs to do more to do snow removal. Well, guess who pays for that, you idiots?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Which I'll say the sanitation department has done a great job in a really hard winter. Around the clock, shoveling snow into trucks that melt it straight into the sewer. I've been shocked by how impressive that is.
I mean, and the people that are like the snow thing that all they have, the snow is still here. It's been the coldest winter in like 20 years, you know?
Yeah.
There was some dummy I saw on Twitter being like, it's been sunny every day and the snow hasn't melted. This was a few weeks ago. Girl, if
it was John Podhoretz.
Check out Antarctica.
It was John Podhoretz?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have been seeing people talk about the weather in New York and Mamdani, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess the Jews don't control the weather. It's the Muslims.
It's just a distraction. It's just disinfo.
No,
okay, so I think the collab feature might be currently like broken. I couldn't invite anything, but I made this playlist and I sent it to you. See if there's anything in the link I sent where you can collab or request a collab or anything like that. But I also noticed that there's a feature that you can sort it by top voted. So I'm wondering if we potentially make the playlist public. And so people in the audience can prioritize and vote on what they want at the top of the playlist.
That's a good idea. Democratic news.
If that's a feature the way I'm seeing it.
If that actually works out that way, we could probably angle it less as like a reaction thing and more like we genuinely do that news. Like we can dive into stories and cover.
Yeah, and like if
things.
it gets too problematic being public, then we can just unlist them and make it so you have to like go through a extra step like Discord to like get on the unlisted link to add stuff. But I'm not sure. I think I couldn't find anything to invite to collab, so...
Yeah, there's no option to do it. So I don't know. Because the last time it just popped up with a collab feature.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Like,
you
try it on your end if you go on the account. And then go to that list, see if you can see if there's any clickable collab thing on your end.
Dumbass.
What? It's sunny in Antarctica like every day.
Exactly right. I mean, skiers. You think that like skiing
I'm
stops
assuming you
if
can
it's
hear
not
me, which is
cloudy?
why I got removed.
Yes.
To adults?
Huh?
Yeah, well,
like, bro, you
I
fucking
was
went
about
on
to make a Twilight
vacation.
reference and I stopped myself. We're back. It's the fun half with Francesca Fiorentini.
Mum just asked me, she's like, oh, this guy is like, he's doing that like, I don't want to work thing, parents, I didn't get chosen, like, I didn't ask to be born kind of thing. And I'm like, it's funny, but like, she's like, why is he doing this? I'm like, it's...
Oh my god.
Does Iran...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So much bigger than just...
Major development in the 5th gen cinematic universe. Ryan Macbeth has discovered one of our guys.
Oh my god. No, hold on a second. Hold on.
Missiles that could
because like it was some article, and she's asking, oh, why is this guy being like he didn't want to work? Is he just like lazy? And I'm like, no, it's definitely got something to do with like capitalism and the fact that when you're born into a country, you're forced to like do all this stuff, and it's not a simple answer. And God fucking damn it. It's so frustrating. It's like, oh, why are people doing this? Oh, it's the millennials just don't want to work. Well, no, it's the boomers haven't realized that they've fucked everything, and now Gen X is starting to fucking come through and be like, oh, well, we're kind of benefiting from the boomers fucking everything up. Let's do fascism. And then it's us. It's our fault because we're saying, no, don't do that. It's our fault. Alright. Macbeth, who do you find?
Hey, U.S. Air
Any guesses? You won't guess it. It's okay.
Craft carrier. Well,
is it shipping?
Hey!
John Kiriakou seems to think so. And you may have seen this gentleman recently. He's been popping up on podcasts like Joe Rogan and Danny Jones. Let me show you what he said first, and then we'll kind of unpack it.
State
By
Department
the way,
guy?
yes, I'm in a hotel room right now.
No, John Kiriakou went to prison. He's a ex-CIA. He's the guy who arrested Abu Zubaydah.
Oh, it's him. Okay, I see.
The guy I continually say that is continually proven himself to not be a trustworthy source. You should not believe basically anything he says. You can look like he says a lot of interesting stuff, and you can go, "Wow, that's interesting."
Whoa, Greg.
You know, and you can, especially when it comes to like finding Bin Laden and all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff that obviously doesn't add up.
Yeah, don't believe your eyes.
I just think that you know, even if he was a good boy back in the day, look, you could say like he's continually tried to get pardoned, and I think he should be pardoned. But basically, because he went to prison for leaking like classified intel to a journalist, right? He can't get jobs, basically, as a lobbyist, advisor, anything like that. So, where has he been welcomed? Fucking Russian media.
Of course.
Like, because so it could be argued that maybe he sells a little too much Russian stuff because the avenue to be in this country and work in this country was closed off to him. You could say the same thing about Snowden. I think Snowden, it's a little bit more obvious what his agenda is. But like this guy's this guy was like one of the guys they entrusted to go around the world and arrest criminals that they deemed were part of Al-Qaeda that were completely innocent. Like he's fundamental into the establishment of the torture program.
So he's the rendition guy.
Because he renders Abu Zubaydah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Very cool. Direct war criminal.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I mean, who isn't in the CIA?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That's their job.
That is their job. It's like, oh my god, special forces did
it depends on
war crimes? No way.
Okay, so he was like a officer.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so he was one of the more higher up guys in the Pakistan ops at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he was Alex Station adjacent, because I'm pretty sure Alex Station, I want to say Alex Station actually, because it's their fault 9/11 happens, I want to say they get dissolved, but all those people kind of like remain where they are and continually working on ops against Al-Qaeda. They just like kind of like dissolve them or something. I'd have to check for sure.
In an undisclosed location, so you can have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen next with Iran.
I was talking to Colonel Doug McGregor a few days ago.
About
Iran.
I'm going to stop you right there. Doug McGregor, huh? Remember what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
About how, where has this guy been welcomed? What circles has he been welcomed?
Russia.
these Russian information circles, and the first thing he's saying is McGregor.
Jimmy Dore hosted him?
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure he has.
Not really that important, though, but, like, McGregor is the fucking idiot on Fox News who's always saying dumbass shit that's pro-Russian.
Okay. How interesting.
The art in this hotel room is kick-ass.
On hypersonic missiles. And I said, Doug, I'm not a military guy. I don't know the details of these programs. Can an aircraft carrier defend itself from a hypersonic missile? And he said, no. There's no defense from a hypersonic missile. Well, the Iranians have hypersonics. The Chinese and the Russians gave them the technology, and they developed it internally, domestically.
Interesting. This is just the wiki that I went to for Alex Station. Okay? And, like, I already have told you that they're the reason why Predator drones exist. Like, they're the reason why we put missiles on drones and started bombing Waziristan.
Yeah.
I am sighing so loud right now. So it says, project using Predator reconnaissance drones following a program drawn up by the Bin Laden station, preceded by probable sightings of Al-Qaeda leader in Afghanistan. Resumption of drone flights in 2001 was delayed by arguments over a missile-armed version of the aircraft. Only on September 4th, 2001 was the go-ahead given for weapon-capable drones. So they literally gave the go-ahead to arm drones days before 9/11 happens. Isn't that crazy? But it says the station was wound down in 2005. So.
Interesting.
An aircraft carrier is the size of a city. It has 25,000 sailors on it. Can you imagine if they sank one of those things? Or even just damaged it to the point where it would have to be towed into port for 2 years worth of repairs? I just see nothing good coming of an armed conflict with Iran. And I will say,
no way.
And this may be a fault of mine, but I'm an eternal optimist. I will say that both the White House and the Iranians last week said, after the first round of indirect talks in Muscat, that progress was made.
Couple of things to start. John Kiriakou is known as a CIA whistleblower who exposed the CIA's torture program in 2007. He later leaked some classified information to a journalist, and in 2012 he pled guilty under a plea deal and served like 2 years in federal prison. When he got out, he was essentially unemployable. Couldn't get a job at McDonald's or even for Uber. And when you have 5 kids and not a lot of employment prospects, you take work where you can get it. And
okay.
One of those places is with Russia.
Just looking at Kiriakou's history.
Okay.
So when he worked in Greece, right? When we've talked about Greece and the history of the CIA backing the Nazi movements there. So where the CIA targeted leftist Greek terrorist groups as well as secular Palestinian revolutionaries.
Fantastic.
In Greece, Kiriakou recruited foreign agents to spy for the United States and was nearly assassinated by leftists. Okay, so he was chief of counter-terrorist operations in Pakistan.
Okay.
Big position.
So now he hosts a radio show.
So that's why it's like, to get to a position that high and be a turncoat
just kind of keep
for
that
real
in mind whenever John Kiriakou.
Like, you know, like that he wasn't a Russian agent all along. Maybe they got him in Greece, the leftists won him over all the way back then, and he's been a
Maybe.
Russian agent ever since. But you don't get to the director of counterterrorism in fucking Pakistan being a good fucking person. Let me tell you. Right? And remember how I was just saying that they literally had just gotten the fucking missiles on the drones? How many fucking drone strikes has John Kiriakou done in Waziristan?
Would there be a number that you could get?
Sure, maybe. Let's check real quick. He left in 2004. So I guess from 2002 to 2004, he was the chief in Pakistan. Drone strikes in Pakistan.
How many?
2003. Just search one specific year. Simple.
Oh, you're getting per year.
No, I'm searching the year that I know he was in the position for an entire year.
Okay.
So. Okay. The first strike that they can trace is June 2004, so it may have started right after he left. Like, it may have been the guy who immediately followed him who started drone strikes in Waziristan.
Who speaks?
I was talking to Colonel Doug McGregor a few days ago
Not
about
the
Iran's
best
hypersonic
source.
missiles, and I said, Doug,
We still
I'm
have
not a
that?
military guy. I don't know the details of these
That should be
programs.
like a top 10
Now, John Kiriakou admits that
soundbite. Not the best source. That's like so important.
It is a good soundbite. Did
You
you want
should have
that,
it in like a top 10.
Did you want that chunk video to get the soundbite? That old one that he opened with?
Oh, no, I don't care.
No. Fair enough.
I mean, if you want to grab it, we can.
It would be pretty funny.
Hey, now that there's people, you
Yeah, there is
wanna
people.
you wanna see what you missed yesterday on my Femboy gaming stream?
Yes.
Um,
Do it. 39. Not enough. Is 194? 30. 39? Dog shit.
okay, ready?
Hmm.
Am I covering that? Just put us. Hang on. Flip us to the other side. Hey, thank you. I was just about to do it, so I clicked wrong, but it's okay. Headphone user warning. Bad texture.
What is this game?
Resident Evil.
this 7?
Village.
Oh, is that the big kitty lady?
Please. Please. Definitely going to be a baby. I'm going to have to run for that closet. I'm not even scared. I'm here. When I get towards the fuse box. See? Nothing's here. Not afraid. Oh. Okay, maybe this isn't the ways to the fuse box.
I hate how shallow the light is.
Fuse box? I love it. It's so good in this section. Is the map changing or am I crazy? What? Fuse box. Where's the door? Where's the door in here? Where's the door in here?
I hate this.
Elevator? 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 Is it here?
Why is it a child?
Come on, elevator. Did I press it yet? I didn't even press it. Okay, where?
Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. Fantastic. What do they call that? Vor?
Well, it's reverse birthing, right? I went in legs first.
Fucking hell.
Ah, it's playing in the background still. Where he was saying some idiot fucking shit like he always does. Don't you just want Ryan to say that?
I did not
Hang on, I
expect
gotta add it back.
to be as annoyed by people wanting to block the return of ISIS brides from Syria as I have been. Because...
Looking at Twitter?
No, it's just like I was, but it's just a like a trend that's been happening recently because they've been talking about it, and it's just insane to me that the population of this country can look at people abandoned by the state, groomed by pedophile terrorists to create sex-trafficked children who they indoctrinated into basically being sex slaves, are now being abandoned to their pedophile rapists instead of coming back to the country that failed them to face justice here. Like, if people tell you that Australia doesn't hate women, you say, doubt. This just confirms it. Like, you can literally be groomed by pedophile terrorists and still you'll be told to go fuck yourself. These people who claim they care about child trafficking and pedophiles and shit. Even when they're terrorists, they're pro-pedophile.
No wonder they're defending the Epstein, mates of Epstein.
Where you can get it. And one of those places is with Russia. So now he hosts a radio show and a column on the Russian-affiliated Sputnik International. So just kind of keep that in mind whenever John Kiriakou speaks.
I was talking to Colonel Doug McGregor.
Good advice.
I mean, that's not. I mean, that's not where I'd start. But it certainly is more efficient to just say, "Bro, Sputnik news."
It really is, isn't it?
A few days ago about Iran's hypersonic missiles. And I said, Doug, I'm not a military guy. I don't know the details of these programs.
Now, John Kiriakou,
bro, you still haven't built that oracle?
That, he is not a military guy in this
video. It's got 4
video.
more turns.
So he spoke with someone who was. And
I've only been building it for 5 turns.
Is kind of unique. That would be former U.S. Army Colonel Douglas McGregor. Now, if that name sounds familiar, Colonel Douglas McGregor has kind of made a name for himself on the pro-Russian podcast circuit. He was once a genuine U.S. armor officer. He participated as the S3, or operations officer, during the famous Battle of 73 Easting during Operation Desert Storm. But since then, he has developed an affinity, you could say, toward Russia. In fact, one of my very first disinformation videos covered an appearance on entertainer Tucker Carlson's podcast where Colonel McGregor had gems like this one.
How do you get across these vast oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific, when your opponents have submarine fleets?
Now, I'm not sure if the good colonel is aware that Russian submarines barely leave port. They're usually inside bastions inside the Kara Sea area, protecting some of their ballistic missile submarines. And Russia has had quite a few submarine accidents lately. In fact, I think just recently a submarine went to Cuba on a visit, and that was like a big deal. And I believe a tugboat accompanied that submarine. Now, the whole thing about submarines has nothing to do with this particular video from John Kiriakou, but I just kind of want to illustrate that the colonel may not know much about naval topics, or he is intentionally spreading disinformation. And if you consider his affinity for Russia, that kind of puts into
put Iran in the tags too.
Can
we're going to talk about the potential, because the
from a
potentiality
hypersonic
for
missile?
war certainly has moved up.
No. There's no defense from a hypersonic missile. Well, the Iranians have hypersonics.
Couple of caveats to that. Hypersonic is generally defined as anything that go above Mach 5 or 5 times the speed of sound. And if you want to get technical, missiles have been hypersonic.
I mean, I'm
ever
sure
since World War
we
II
and all our
with
audience
the
knows
German
this.
B-2 program. Any
We could
ballistic
debunk
missile
this
system
literally
is
the moment we heard
because
it.
When it re-enters the atmosphere, it's going
I don't think any new
fast.
people are
I
here
think
learning
the
about
space
these
shuttle was
missiles for the
hypersonic.
first time
Well,
right
it
now.
was hypersonic. I think that came in at like Mach 24. However, we know how to shoot ballistic missiles down because they follow a very predictable path. There's a little bit of maneuvering that you can do, but they follow a pretty predictable path. And the Navy developed the SM-6 surface-to-air missile just for this purpose of countering ballistic missiles. So then the next question is, maybe John Kiriakou is talking about a hypersonic glide vehicle. Now, there are weapons that just kind of surf in the upper atmosphere, and they're going really fast, in some cases up to Mach 15.
Queen
or
of the
15
Britons.
times the speed of sound. And they do have some
Hey,
smart capabilities where
think
if
she'll
they
sell me
know there's
Diplo
a
favor?
site that they should avoid because it could shoot them down, they can kind of maneuver
Thank God
around
she
that
immediately
site.
accepted a
It
delegation.
might not be exactly on
She
cue.
will not.
It might
She's
not
hanging
be
on
able
to hers.
develop emergent situations, but it can certainly
Keep buying the
go around
Congo's Diplo
sites
favor,
that it
and he
knows
keeps
about.
like selling it for $1 to me, right?
I mean,
like I could have
what can
let
you
it
do?
build up and like, but I don't want it just in case he might realize he wants it and then raise the price.
I mean, there's
So
nothing you can
let
do
him get
about
like
that.
6 or 8, and I'll buy it for $1.
Out before it's fired. But there's no evidence that the Fatah 2, which is Iran's supposed hypersonic glide vehicle, is even operational. And if it were, there's a couple of issues with hypersonic glide vehicles in general. Now, hypersonic glide vehicles have been the boogeyman for years, but they have a couple of problems. First off, they're extremely expensive, mainly because When you're moving that fast, you build up a lot of heat. So the skin of your glide vehicle has to be made of heat-resistant alloys like titanium, which aren't cheap. Look, you can't cheat physics. And when a missile travels at hypersonic speeds, the air in front of it, it just can't move out of the way fast enough. It gets very violently compressed. That compression superheats the air to thousands of degrees. And when that happens, the electrons on the atoms in the air actually get stripped off of the molecules. This creates plasma, an electrically charged gas, technically a fourth state of matter. The problem here is that sensors have a really hard time seeing through that cone of plasma. Now, if you're a hypersonic missile that's targeting a building, you know, buildings don't tend to move. That's pretty easy, right? But an aircraft carrier is moving at 30 knots, so it's moving like a half a mile in 1 minute. So in order to hit a ship, even something that's the size of an aircraft carrier, you need a way to identify and track it. And there's really two parts to this: finding the ship and then guiding the missile to the ship. So first, let's try finding the ship. There's a couple of ways to do it.
Finding
One could be
shit.
external targeting. So that's where you use ISR
Gross.
platforms like intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance platforms, drones, maritime patrol aircraft, even civilian vessels like a fishing boat acting as a spotter. But a carrier strike group is some of the most heavily protected real estate on Earth. A carrier just doesn't go out alone. It has all of these
Again,
escorts around it.
immediately
Usually
when he's,
destroyers
this isn't,
with missile systems.
honestly, we don't need to hear this. We already know this. We already know it's all bullshit. I was hoping it would be a little bit more diving into funny stuff about John Kiriakou. We already know this. They don't have shit. You can't fucking just lose a carrier strike group. Iran isn't going to do shit.
Yeah. Especially not against the carrier strike group. Like,
they can try.
Yeah. They can definitely try. They might hit something with something. I don't expect a ship to be lost.
Okay, here's something we don't know about.
Can Mozambique ever defeat its Islamist insurgency? For almost a decade, the country has waged a bitter and brutal conflict to defeat armed militants affiliated with the Islamic State. The costs have been huge. Aside from thousands killed, over 1 million people have been displaced and vital energy revenues have been lost. But despite support from outside partners, including the European Union and Southern African states, the violence continues, with a dramatic spike in attacks in recent months. So, just why is the uprising so persistent? And can the government ever win? Hello and welcome. I'm James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, and security. Defeating insurgency is one of the hardest challenges any government can face. Unlike conventional wars, there are no clear front lines, let alone decisive battles that can end the conflict in a single stroke. Instead,
I'm really
insurgents
disappointed.
often blend into local populations.
We had a
exploiting
cinematic
grievances
universe
and
crossover,
adapting
and
to
it was
changing
just
circumstances.
boring shit.
Even when territory seems to be retaken, insurgent
can you do?
groups can resurface at any moment. This is the problem facing Mozambique. Since 2017, the government has been fighting a major Islamist insurgency in its northern province of Cabo Delgado.
I did it. I
But
just
while
had
it
to open it on my
eventually
other
retook
Google
key
account.
towns with international support,
There you go.
the militants
Now
didn't
it should
disappear.
work. Now you
Instead,
can add
they
shit to
shifted
the list.
tactics, and once
And-
again, they appear to be gaining ground.
And we can test the feature.
The voting thing.
I don't know how it works. So add some stuff, and then we'll see how it works and see if we can get chat to actually vote on
stories.
Somebody likes your monkey.
His name's Gerald.
As a result, after
Thought
a
his
decade
name
of
was-
fighting
what was I
that's
saying?
had devastating effects, the question
Nut.
now is
His
whether
name's
Mozambique can ever truly defeat its militants. The Republic of Mozambique lies in Southeast Africa.
They lie?
With a 2,500 kilometer
They go on the
coastline
internet
on
and
the
tell
Indian
lies?
Ocean Tanzania lies to its north, Zambia, Zimbabwe,
just so
and
you know,
Malawi to its west, and South Africa and
England
Eswatini
and the
to its
Congo
south. The population
got big
is
armies.
around 35 million. While the vast majority
Wow,
of
big
Bantu-speaking Africans,
And you
the
are not
country
far
is
from the
also home
Congo's big
to
army.
small European, Arab, South Asian, and Chinese communities.
Just to let you know.
As for religion, roughly half are Christian,
He's
divided
chill with
between
me.
Catholics and various Protestant groups.
Mm-hmm.
Another 20%, located mainly in the north, are Sunni Muslim, while the remainder either follow local religions or officially describe themselves as non-religious. Although Mozambique has a long and rich history, our story begins in the 10th century. As Muslim traders and
Bro,
explorers
this
arrived,
fucking
they
warrior won't
established
get
the
off
first
this
Islamic
goddamn
presence
tribal
in the
village.
country. However, things began to change as the Portuguese arrived in the 15th
Uh-oh.
century. Gradually expanding their
Hey,
influence over the
got the
next
article.
300 years, they officially made Mozambique a colony in the late 19th century. But while missionaries would go on to convert large parts of the population to Christianity during the early 20th century, much of the north retained its Muslim identity. Although the end of the Second World War marked the beginning of European decolonisation across Africa and Asia, Portugal steadfastly refused to give up control of Mozambique and its other territories. Even after the emergence of an armed independence movement in the early 1960s, it clung on to the territory. However, following a left-wing military coup in April 1974, it finally decided to abandon its remaining African colonies. On the 25th of June 1975, Mozambique finally became independent. Despite hopes that the new country would be able to make a fresh start, it was plunged into a civil war just 2 years later. Against the backdrop of the Cold War, apartheid South Africa supported an uprising against the country's Soviet-backed Marxist government. After 15 years of fighting, the conflict finally ended in 1992 with a United Nations brokered peace deal that paved the way for multi-party elections. Although political tensions would resurface from time to time after that, the country finally began to develop economically. Despite its deep-rooted poverty, made worse by years of war, it had many natural resources, including gold, iron, nickel, and diamonds. In addition,
You mean to tell
large
me one of
reserves
these
natural
countries
gas
that's
were
suffering
discovered
greatly
off the
has a lot of
country's
natural
northern coast,
resources?
leading to major investments
This
by
That's never
international
once
energy
warrior's
firms.
finally gonna
And
bite
it's
it up
this
here.
that lies at the heart of the problems the country now faces. With a population of 2.5 million and predominantly Muslim, Cabo Delgado is the most northerly of Mozambique's 11 provinces.
A lot
It's
of gold
also
I just
the
found.
poorest. And all this
Hey,
would come
iron.
together during the second decade of the new millennium, as major Islamist groups such as Islamic State were expanding their presence across East Africa, including in Somalia, Kenya, and neighbouring Tanzania. An insurgent organisation emerged in Cabo Delgado, Ansar al-Sunnah, also known as Al-Shabaab, or the Youth. In October 2017, the group launched its first attack on government buildings, resulting in the deaths of several police officers. After that, it carried
Based?
out a series of further bombings,
Question mark?
kidnappings, and armed
Based
assaults,
question mark?
leading to numerous casualties. The following year, the group pledged its allegiance to the Islamic State, becoming part of the Islamic State Central Africa province
Based
ISCAP,
question mark?
that also covered
Killing
the
cops
Democratic Republic
based?
of the
Where's
Congo
Jack?
and Uganda. Although the government was
strong
initially
army.
determined to tackle the uprising on its own, things continued to deteriorate. But despite offers of help from the United States, Portugal, and France, it instead
A
turned
tribal
elsewhere.
village on an
After
oasis? I
hiring
should
the
have zoomed
Wagner
in
Group,
closer
the
before I
Kremlin-backed
grabbed it. I really
mercenary
wanted to see what it looked
organisation
like.
That
That was
later
weird.
gained notoriety
I didn't know that
in
could happen.
Ukraine and elsewhere in Africa. It then employed a South African security firm. However, neither could stop the attacks. By 2021, the situation was becoming increasingly desperate. With over
ready for more slop,
2,500
bud?
people killed in more than 700 recorded attacks, reports suggested that as many as 800,000 people had been
It
forced
does
into
have it.
fighting. Indeed, altogether,
Nice.
the UN estimated
I
that
looked
around
up the
1.3
Ethiopian
million people,
indigenous
or
religion.
half the province's population, needed some form
And
of
Civ actually
humanitarian
has it.
assistance.
Oh,
All the
speaking of
while,
which, how's
the
my
economic
religion going?
effects were
Oh
also
my god.
growing. as the US energy giant Exxon was forced to halt
Not
its
well,
activities
even though
in
I
the
built a
country.
holy site
The
early.
State Department
I even tried to
officially
rush religion,
designated
and I'm
Al
still way
Shabaab,
late to
or
it.
IS Mozambique, as it was also known, a terrorist organization. In the end, though, the crucial turning point came in March 2021. Seizing control of the port town of Palma, a key energy hub, the group also attacked a major new gas plant under construction by the French energy company Total. But even though government forces retook the town within a matter of weeks, the
grab
damage
this.
had been done. Soon afterwards, Total announced that it was suspending operations in the country. By this point, the insurgency was no longer just a problem for Mozambique. It was increasingly seen as a threat to regional stability. As a result, the 16-member Southern African Development Community, SADC, called a special summit to discuss the situation. Following a request from the Mozambique government, it announced the creation of the Standby Force Mission to the Republic of Mozambique to tackle the rebellion. At the same time, others also stepped in to help. Most notably, the European Union launched a 2-year military training mission to the country, made up of 300 troops, half of which was supplied by Portugal and commanded by a Portuguese.
Hey, guys. Maybe when you're doing a European training program, maybe not do the red hand thing so it looks like you got blood in your hands for the crisis.
Would be clever.
Portuguese officer, it would go on to provide counter-terrorism training. Finally, and crucially, nearby Rwanda also sent over 1,000 troops to fight the insurgency. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please do give it a like and perhaps subscribe.
God
to the
damn it,
channel
we need
if
these
you
guys
haven't already.
in the Congo, but we have to go over here. Just kidding, because Rwanda doesn't actually... They just fund it.
Thanks so much, and now back to the video.
Defeated.
This
An
influx
unmet
of outside
city-state has been
forces
defeated.
led to hopes that the uprising could finally be defeated.
That was quick.
And initial signs were in fact very positive.
The AI hates
The SADC
city-states.
mission
That's why I
helped
always
retake
put a lot in,
territory
because
from
they try to
insurgents,
take them.
contributing to the recapture of key towns.
And then that's one of the
Likewise,
reasons why I put
Rwanda
in the
became
expansion for
central.
the city-states, because it lets them start with walls. And,
Yeah,
and
I noticed
helps them
that.
stick around a little easier that way.
Hey, I found Christina. She's gonna be here somewhere.
To counterinsurgency efforts,
Weird
eventually supplying
white people
over
language.
4,000 troops. It also helped Mozambican forces secure towns and strategic sites, including gas installations. Meanwhile, the EU mission was also extended to provide ever greater advisory support. All this appeared to be working. Over several years, the insurgents lost ground in cities and towns and instead
Great, she
focused their
accepted my
efforts
delegation.
on
This is
rural
great.
districts. However, it wouldn't last.
I want to sell
After
I want to
struggling with
delegation.
funding
I
and
want to sell
internal
delegation.
problems, the SADC mission ended in 2024.
Bark, bark, bark,
This
bark,
was
bark.
followed
Gotta get 'em
by
in
the
before
Trump
they hate me for
administration's
no
decision
reason.
to cut overseas assistance, ending crucial programs that were helping the situation in the north. Coupled with broader international aid cuts, all this gave the insurgents a chance to regroup. And in late 2025, there was a dramatic spike in violence as attacks increased across Cabo Delgado and even pushed into neighbouring provinces. The effects have been disastrous. As well as more than 6,000 deaths, latest estimates suggest that over 1 million people have been displaced
what is
since
this?
the start of the violence almost
Honored
a
to meet
decade
you.
ago. So, can the
Deal
insurgency be
Yeah.
defeated? Ultimately, it
That
depends
reminds me.
on how the term
Who wants to
defeat
sell
is
me Diplo
defined.
favor?
Militarily, progress can certainly be made.
Oh, that's what I'm talking
with
about.
support from Rwandan troops
20
and
and
training from the
18
EU
for
mission,
1 gold
as
each.
well as earlier
Thank
backing
you,
from
thank
the
you,
SADC
thank you.
mission. Government forces retook major towns, secured key transport routes, and protected strategic
That's how you
gas installations.
invest in your future.
Nevertheless, the recent wave of
Okay.
attacks has shown just how fragile all this can be. For as long as the underlying grievances that fueled the uprising remain unresolved, the insurgents can regain ground when conditions shift in their favour. Meanwhile, they continue to recruit.
Now, Jack, ask yourself, why is John buying the Diplo favor. It's
Are you
kind
gonna sell
of
it to people?
worthless. Exactly. Later, they're gonna want to pay premium dollar, so I turn pennies into hundreds.
Indeed. Hey, I found another wonder.
The AI loves to buy Diplo favor, and you can still sell it to them pretty much all the time and still win a Diplo victory. It's crazy. I don't know what they do with all that Diplo favor.
Poverty, youth unemployment, perceived marginalisation, and disputes over resource revenues all need to be tackled. In this sense, long-term success hinges on far more than security operations, as important as they may be. It depends on improving governance, restoring public trust, and ensuring that gas revenues deliver tangible economic benefits to local communities. Ultimately, Mozambique's struggle underscores a common lesson in such cases. Without political and economic
London, why are you bringing a
reforms,
catapult
the
down
military
here?
may be able to contain the militants. However, they're unlikely to eliminate them. The government and its international partners succeeded in containing and repelling the militants, but as seen by the latest attacks, lasting stability will depend on their ability to translate this into real benefits.
Are you
If the
coming down here to
communities
do
in Cabo
cunty
Delgado
London
see
stuff?
the positive results of peace, the insurgency may slowly fade away. If not, though, the cycle of deadly violence in northern Mozambique could yet persist for many more years to come. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more.
Okay, did you add stuff? Did it work?
I have not added anything, but it did work. Oh my god. Okay.
To former Prince Andrew on Thursday. He was held in police custody for
Is it
11
stream
hours.
2026?
Look, you see this photo yet?
Yes, I have.
What'd
It's
you
stream
say?
2026, yeah?
Yeah.
I added one. Pretty
Just keep
funny
adding,
video.
and then we can see how the feature works.
Mm-hmm.
Fallout from the release of the Jeffrey Epstein Files. Andrew is the brother of King Charles and the son of the late Queen Elizabeth. The former prince is the first senior member of the royal family to be arrested in almost 400 years. Police are investigating whether he committed misconduct in public office by sharing confidential government documents with Jeffrey Epstein while serving as UK trade envoy, a breach of the Official Secrets Act.
Oh,
King
that's it?
Charles has said he will give his, quote,
So it's
full
not-
and
it's
wholehearted
not actually
support to
for-
the investigation, saying, quote, the law must take
the
its
rape.
course. Andrew's ties to Epstein have been known for years. Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who died last year in an apparent suicide,
where'd Jet go?
said she was forced to have sex with the prince
I'm doing
3
what you
times,
fucking wanted.
beginning when she was 17. On Thursday, Virginia's brother, Sky Roberts, and his wife, Amanda,
Oh my God.
responded to the arrest of the former prince.
Moving forward, we don't know, but we're hopeful.
Have a look at this.
I think we're very hopeful that this is the start of the domino effect. This is where the house of cards starts falling. And, kudos to the UK for taking the first step, for saying, you know what, we are going to arrest somebody who is held to one of the highest esteems out there, somebody who was a former prince. I mean, this hasn't been done before. And
Amazing.
So to know what we should expect, it's really naive to say that we do, but we won't stop. I mean,
Is this
Virginia
one
said
of
it so
these
clearly in her
solar
statements,
farms
and
that
I'll
China's
say it
built
again
on a
here today,
mountain,
like,
killing the
we won't
vegetation
stop until
underneath that's
justice
not
is
connected to
served.
anything?
We are trailing too far behind in justice, especially when we are sitting on the mountains of information that we have. Whether this administration likes it or not, it is sitting at your doorstep. You do not have a choice now, okay? The world is looking at us to do the right thing here, and if they can't do the right thing, they should resign.
That was Amanda Roberts and her husband, Sky Roberts, the brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. We go now to London, where we're joined by Carol Cadwalader, award-winning investigative journalist whose Substack is How to Survive the Broligarchy. She gained international recognition for her expose on the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal in 2018. Carol's also the co-founder of an independent news outlet called The Nerve, launched with 5 former
You got
Guardian
some
journalists.
nerve.
Carol, welcome back to Democracy Now! First,
Carol?
this, news of the last 24 hours that the former Prince Andrew, the brother of the king, was arrested on his 66th birthday. The picture of him as he was released after 11 hours, now under investigation with his homes being raided, is startling. It's stunning, to say the least, a deer caught in headlights. Explain the significance of this moment for British society when a senior royal has not been arrested in, what, over 400 years.
There's one of those classic Amy questions where she tells the entire story
like
with it.
a really significant moment in Britain, and almost a rupture, because the royals they've been sacrosanct in Britain. You know, they are treated with such reverence and respect by the British media. And I
check
think
my
in
Twitter
all
messages
honesty,
to make sure we're doing
we
a stream
didn't
tomorrow
see this coming because it just hasn't happened before, I think. So it was definitely a sort of incredible moment in Britain, and that image that you refer to, that is splashed across every single newspaper in Britain this morning, across the tabloids. And I think, you know, I think it's sort of indelible now. That photo it's going to be a sort of a moment in time, I think. But I think the thing that I would say is that this isn't just an incredible moment in Britain. It's an even more incredible moment in America, because, you know, we are the old country. We are the country with a monarchy, with absolute rule that you had to have a revolution to get away from. And yet here we are arresting a former, and only very recently former prince. And in America, you know, what are we seeing? We're seeing this sort of culture of complete impunity, where it appears the law is not equal, where there are people who are above it. So I think it's less a moment of reckoning for Britain, because we are doing the right thing. I mean, it's like, I think we're proud of it. It shows that we are equal before the law. I think in America, it's hugely embarrassing, it's significant, and it should be a wake-up call.
Now, interestingly, the former Prince, Andrew, was not arrested over assaulting this teenager, assaulting Virginia Giuffre. In her book, Nobody's Girl, and When She Was Alive, she talked about how he knew she was underage because someone said to her, do you know how old she is? What's your guess? And he said
we get
17.
a semi-decent religion.
For passing on information
Hopefully
that could
not all the good stuff was
benefit
chosen.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I know.
The same is the case, right?
I can
with Peter
probably hope
Mendelsohn,
that
who is the former
at least one
UK
person in the game
ambassador to Washington, D.C., very close to
didn't
the
make
Prime Minister,
choices that I
Starmer,
know are
leading
good.
to questions in British society.
Who am I?
The possibility of the toppling
Playing
of
as
Starmer for
the
not
Cree?
having Mandelson investigated properly. But he, too, was a trade envoy for Britain. And he, too, now that these emails have come out, is being investigated for passing on financial information, something that really increased Epstein's power over so many as he networked, both bringing in underage girls and women to be assaulted in the United States or in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but also just creating this network of people that gained financially from knowing Epstein.
Yeah, sorry, Amy. The you know, you're absolutely completely right there, and I think, I mean, it's the tragedy of it is the thing I think to really hang on to in this moment. As you say, the police.
I I have an
arrest
idea for a
and,
religion name.
Question Prince Andrew for the alleged
I
crimes
don't know if
which
it's
Virginia
too far.
Giuffre, told in that book, and that I mean it's heartrending really, because what if she had been believed? What if there had been accountability while she was still alive? So, I think the debt that we owe to Virginia Giuffre, her courage, her strength in telling this story, it is why we are here now. And it's just a terrible indictment that it wasn't because a woman's word was sufficient for this investigation to take place. It was, what on the surface of it are less
did you hear that the Board of Peace requires $1 billion payment?
Sort of the wheels of justice turning.
This is like the worst
Interestingly,
shit
as you're
left
talking,
over.
Carol, we're showing that famous photograph of Andrew, the man formerly known as Prince, with his arm around Virginia Giuffre, standing next to Ghislaine Maxwell. I think it was in Ghislaine Maxwell's apartment in London when she was first assaulted by the former prince, and you see a flash in the window reflected beyond them, because Epstein is taking this picture on Virginia's own camera. She asked for it incredibly prophetically, and this is what has taken him down. You also have here in the United States Les Wexner, who is the former head of Victoria's Secret, Limited, Elle brands, being questioned at his Ohio mansion by the House Oversight Committee. Interestingly, no Republican went for that questioning, even though when they put out the video yesterday,
work ethic
they
is
had, it's, I think there
work
was a-
ethic is the one that I commonly go for, because the AI will always choose chorale music first, which is Shrines and Temples Give Culture. They'll always go for that first. Then Feed the World is also one of the top 3. Fucking England got religious settlements and that. They went for that. So they're gonna fucking... Like, they already had an advantage by getting extra cities at the start. And then they got fucking religious settlements and Feed the World on top of it.
Picture
they're going to be a pain in the ass the
across
entire
the
game.
video, GOP oversight. I want to go to the clip. You can hear Wexner's lawyer, as he's being questioned by the Congress members, saying, "I'll effing kill you if you answer another question in more than 5 words."
This is a great clip.
It was just regularly done. Answer another question in 5 words, okay? Answer the question. Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic.
I mean, amazing that we can hear this over the mic, the lawyer warning him. But this goes to a bigger point, and it goes to the word part of the title of your Substack, the broligarchy. On the one hand, you have Andrew being arrested, and in this country, the man that bankrolled him, possibly to the tune of billions of dollars, how he had his mansion in New York, how he had his island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and his mansions now being investigated, the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, and using Ohio, the mansion of Les Wexner. He couldn't possibly, maybe, have had even this huge sex trafficking network that has led now to a sex trafficking investigation in as far as Latvia, and the former Prime Minister of Norway being investigated, 2 investigations in France being opened. But this Les Wexner, hearing this and having the U.S.
Do you see
Attorney
anything about the
General
voting?
saying there are no investigations, the case is closed, even though they haven't released another 3 million pages, and President Trump saying, "See, I've been exonerated."
I mean, I think, Amy, you're so completely right. And I think that
you're completely
if you
right.
Look at this story about Epstein.
Okay, voting.
And see that it's some part of something much, much bigger. If you don't connect it to the political moment that
now it's there.
America is in.
Okay, so now.
And that the absence of inquiry and leadership and an actual, accountability in any sense around this story. I wrote a piece and I said, it's the dog that doesn't bark. And if it doesn't bark now, it is not going to bark when the midterms.
Okay, I
the
didn't
midterm elections
see this.
come.
No.
And
I've had this monkey for about a
many
year.
people, I think, see
He lives on
is
my
going
bag
to be a sort of
because Uber doesn't pay me
authoritarian
enough to
assault on
advertise
them.
for them.
And
He blocks the
I
Uber
think you don't want to look
symbol on
back and
the
look back
bag.
at this moment and see that
His
there
name
is
is
this moment
Gerald.
in which Congress didn't act. In
If
which
you click
the
this
press
link,
didn't
it should
summon the
allow you to
necessary sort of
literally
fire and fury
vote what
and-
videos
and
you want to
realise
play.
that actually, it's a bellwether. It's a sign. It's this culture of
And
impunity.
we might do a
And
full
so I think that's my
Democratic
sort of
news
message from
now.
here
We'll
in
see how it
Britain,
works.
in this old class-ridden society that, as I say, you had to have a
And,
revolution to get away
so, like,
from.
instead of video
We
recommendations
are
on the
actually
Discord, we
able
could
in
probably
this
just
moment to show
have
that
anyone
there
with
is
video
accountability,
recommendations who are
to show that
associated with our
people
community
are
to just.
equal before the law, and you are not. You no
I'll give the
longer
collaboration link out for people.
can. Like America
After
is
we run
no
tests.
longer the land of the free. Your constitution is breaking down in real time. And I think Epstein is such a symbol of this. And I think in exactly the same way that these women were not believed, that it took these files to come out for suddenly people to go, oh, actually, it turns out that it was not
Actually.
true, that
Motherfucker,
it
already
went to
sending
a
missionaries
far,
over here.
far,
about you
bigger
fuck off?
scandal and story than we realised. I think it feels like a parallel moment in that you're not actually believing what they're telling you now, what this story
Shit, I
is
should've
telling you
leveled it
now.
up.
You're still in complete denial over it. And I think, I'm speaking here from, as I say, from this vantage point in London and saying this should be the moment when you realise that, it's this thing, the call is coming from inside the house, that actually you really need to step up now. And if you cannot realise that this huge, vast money laundering, international sex trafficking operation that involves every single institution in your country, it involves banks, it involves people who are part of the government, it involves people who are part of the press. It's everywhere, and I know it must feel kind of overwhelming because it's so pervasive, but I think really the thing which is missing, I suppose, is this sort of leadership in being able to signal this and call it out and to demand that the steps are taken now.
Finally, we just have 30 seconds, but you just republished the U.S. coup 1 year on. Explain why.
Because, well, a year ago I published this article and in which I put what I thought should have been the headline on the front pages of the New York Times, which was "It's a coup." And I did that because they're historians of authoritarianism. Tim Snyder, Ruth Ben-Ghiat, they were calling it out. They were saying that the overturning of the rule of law in this sort of blitzkrieg of executive orders that Trump was doing, they said this is a coup. And the thing which the vantage point that I came from in my work of looking at the way that data is used, it was the assault by Doge, the illegal assault by Doge on the US Treasury, in which they illegally captured and data harvested, the personal data of the entire US population. And then they went to do that across the US government. Now, in the age in which we live, knowledge is power and data is knowledge. And that power was being concentrated in, as I said, this totally illegal data gathering operation. And that for me is the foundation of a surveillance state. That is what we can see now coming into being. That is what is happening in Minnesota. And I think it's really important to mark these landmarks that we're a year on from that moment and nothing has got better, everything's got worse. This is now consolidating. And you're now in the final stretch. You now have, it's months now, not years, in terms of the midterm elections, really. Is that going to be a performative election in which there's going to be, it's going to look like democracy as it is in Hungary, as it is in Turkey? Or do you have a chance now to save your country? And I think it's really, really uncertain, but there is still time, but you have to recognize the moment that you're in. And I think there's a lot of people out there who still aren't.
Carol Cadwalader, I want to thank you for being with us, award-winning investigative journalist. We'll link
people
to
like
your
me.
Substack, How to Survive the Broligarchy, gained international
Hello.
recognition for expose on the Facebook
Hello,
Cambridge
hello.
Analytica data scandal in 2018.
Friend.
Co-founder of
We like to make
independent news
friends. We want to
outlet
be
The
friends.
Nerve,
Please
launched
protect
by
me from the
former Guardian
evil
journalist.
England.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to
She
the
is a
channel and
dick.
turn on notifications to make
And
sure you
scares
never
me
miss
because she has catapults close to me.
Ago, it looked like Iran and the US might finally be headed towards some sort of deal. On Tuesday, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and son-in-law Jared Kushner held a round of much-anticipated talks with
Send
their
in
Iranian
Jared!
counterparts in Geneva. Afterwards, both sides suggested that the meeting had gone relatively well. Iran's foreign minister said that they'd agreed upon, quote, a set of guiding principles, while US officials admitted that some progress had been made, and the two parties apparently agreed to another round of talks in
So
the near
basically,
future. However, in
anything
the past 48
that you
hours or
want to
so,
prioritize
mood
as
music
well,
has
if we
soured
do it with this
dramatically.
vote system.
The US has accelerated its military buildup
Because
in
like literally like currently only me and you can vote now. So if we want to prioritize something, you just upvote it and it'll kick it to the top of the playlist. So we won't have to search around playlists if we do that.
Okay.
We'll see. Hopefully that's how it will work.
Region. And on Wednesday, Axios published a report citing a number of sources inside the
Yeah,
White House, which claimed that Trump was leaning towards, quote, a massive weeks-long campaign that would look more like a full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela. In that report, a White House source is also quoted saying, the boss is getting fed up. I think there's a 90% chance we see kinetic action in the next few weeks. So in this video, we're going to explain why a US-Iran war suddenly looks really quite likely, and try our best to figure out how it might go down.
Peace, President, baby!
If you read George Orwell's 1984, you might remember the book's three powerful superstates, covering today's US, Russia, and China. In the latest issue of our magazine, we're considering how these Orwellian spheres of influence are taking shape, and whether we're entering a new age of empires. That's just one of the 72 pages in the magazine, because
Been
as
saying
always,
this for about
there's
6
more
months.
too long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description.
It's crazy how much of their videos are just branding.
It's like half the video.
There are two big reasons, well, apart from the fact that a whole load of well-informed reporters are talking about it, to think that further US strikes on Iran are now pretty inevitable. The first reason is the massive military buildup that we've seen over the past couple of days. Since Tuesday, the US has been hurriedly redeploying a whole load of assets from its bases in the US and Europe to Iran's near abroad, including hundreds of fighter jets, 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, and perhaps most notably, dozens of refueling tankers, which would suggest that Trump is prepping for a prolonged air campaign, not just a series of isolated
Holy
strikes.
shit.
The US has even sent the USS Gerald
A lot
R.
of
Ford,
Barbies.
the world's largest and most
This
advanced
Explorer
aircraft carrier,
is
and the same one that was
fucked.
used in the operation in Venezuela, towards the region, and it's due
Happens
to
to me a
arrive
lot.
there by the start of next week. It's really hard to overstate the magnitude of this mobilization. This is probably the largest US deployment in the region since the lead up to the US invasion of Iraq in 2003. Of course, there are also clear echoes here to what happened before the US's intervention in Venezuela. Then there was a massive naval buildup. Lots of people wish cast that it was just some elaborate bluff, and then it turned out not to be a bluff.
Yeah,
Something similar
that's a good
also
point.
happened around Russia's troop
That's a
buildup
really
around
good
Ukraine
point.
in 2021. Back then, there were lots of clever theories about how this could all just be an elaborate bluff.
But the thing is that they were continually doing kinetic action in Venezuela on those boats before the Maduro shit happened, and they're still doing kinetic things. I don't think it was ever really a bluff.
Well, it wasn't. The point we're trying to make is that build-ups of this magnitude almost always precede actual military action, not least because it becomes difficult to demobilize without losing face. So that's the first reason, the massive military build-up, which bodes ill given what happened in Venezuela last month. The second reason, though, is that, to put it bluntly, negotiations don't seem to be going anywhere. According to reports, negotiations are faltering over the issue of uranium enrichment. Trump and co. are demanding that Iran give up all domestic enrichment capabilities, on the grounds that any enrichment facilities could be used to produce weapons-grade, highly enriched uranium. While Iran insists on at least some enrichment capabilities, both because it doesn't want to be dependent on imported uranium and because Iran thinks it's entitled to domestic nuclear facilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which states that non-nuclear states have a right to the production and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes without discrimination. To make things even more difficult, the US has apparently tried to expand the scope of negotiations to include Iran's proxy network and its missile stockpiles, demanding that Iran withdraw all support from groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, and accept limits on the size and range of its ballistic missile program. Here, Trump is presumably thinking that given that the Iranian regime is in a weaker position than it was last year, he'll thus be able to squeeze more concessions out of them. But while it's probably true that the regime is weaker than it was, last year's war didn't go well for them, their regional proxies have been degraded, and they're currently in the midst of an acute economic crisis, this doesn't seem to have made them more willing to compromise. If anything, the opposite seems to have happened, because the regime just don't have the political space or capital to make...
Bruh. Remember when I just said that I've been buying that shit from the Congo? And then suddenly it's going to become really valuable and they're going to have none.
Yeah.
They are they're 34 potential gold per turn from them.
Epic.
Oh.
Embarrassing concessions. Now, you might argue that this is too pessimistic. After all, another round of negotiations is penciled in for next month, and only last week, Trump apparently told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's unsurprisingly quite keen on military action, to let him continue with his negotiations. However, history doesn't bode well here, and there are, once again, clear echoes of the past. In early June, the US and Iran were, as they are today, struggling to find a way around the familiar stumbling block of uranium enrichment. At the time, Trump insisted on continued negotiations, and on June 12th, he explicitly warned Netanyahu not to strike Iran. That led many people to conclude, as they have today, that the odds of US military action against Iran were pretty low, at least for the foreseeable future. But less than 2 weeks later, on June 22nd, the US was dropping bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities, and Trump was triumphantly bragging about their alleged obliteration. You get the point. Negotiations look unlikely to succeed, and recent history suggests that Trump's rhetorical commitment to continued dialogue doesn't preclude military action in the near future. So if the US does strike Iran, what might this actually look like? Well, no one knows for sure, but it's pretty clear that Trump's primary objective will be regime change in Iran, which is something that Trump has openly flirted with on a number of occasions in the recent past. This might either take the form of a massive bombing campaign designed to destabilize the state, or a more targeted attempt against the Ayatollah,
just to,
like
so
we
I
saw
could see if
against
it worked
Maduro
on
in
my
Venezuela.
end.
Either way, if
Oh,
Trump
no, I
succeeds,
voted it and then
that is a
back
big
down.
Oh, well, keep
he'll be
it
left
voted.
with a similar dilemma to
Pick
the one he
whatever's
faced in
next
Venezuela.
by putting
He
the
can
vote
either
in it.
try and replace the Ayatollah with a more pro-Western alternative, presumably Reza Pahlavi, the son of the last Shah, or
Cringe.
just let another regime insider step up and hope that they'll be more pliant. In Venezuela, Trump plumped for option 2. The leader of Venezuela's internationally recognized opposition, Maria Corina Machado, has apparently been sidelined, and the administration seems content with doing business with Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. Maybe something similar will happen in Iran, but it's worth noting that unlike in Venezuela, most of the Ayatollah's most obvious successors are at least as hardline as he is. Clearly, the current state of the world is plagued by uncertainty and risk. And just while you've been watching this video, your personal information may have been sold or published online without you even knowing about it. And you might just think, well, what's the harm in a few spam calls? But unfortunately, it's not that simple. It might be scary, but scams...
So let's take a look at this little house on the corner here. I mean, that looks fairly all right. Let's take a look at what it looks like now. Yep. You see, this is decolonization in action. 10 years is all it took to change this into this.
Uh-huh.
And to change that into this.
Okay. I can't wait for your justifications.
And to change this into that. This is the result of communism, corruption, and decolonization. This is, of course, my country, South Africa, and I would like this video to be a warning to the entire world.
Why are you
Deep within the corporate offices of a data broker, something is happening behind
Have you seen his
closed
ads?
doors.
Huh?
Have you seen his ads?
He's looking in your
His
window. That stalker, that one's you.
Oh,
He
his
got your
channel ads.
information from us. Yes, it is true.
What is his angle on this?
We don't care for your
Decolonization
safety.
bad because South Africa
Just money
dirty.
made from you. You cannot escape us. With data
I guess
broken
this
bros.
is return the
I'm going to be
Afrikaans
real here
to
for a
power
minute.
in South
Because
African
of my
videos.
criticism of the CCP, I've got hordes
Return
of stalkers
apartheid.
and paid trolls trying to constantly dox me and harass my family. I hate Serpent ZA. If it wasn't for Incogni constantly removing my address and personal details from the internet, I'd be in a lot of danger. Maybe you don't have the CCP after you, but there may be a nasty ex or disgruntled coworker, or quite frankly, someone you mistakenly cut off on the freeway.
Weird stock
You never
footage.
know who's trying to find out your personal details, and Incogni can help keep you safe by sending legal letters to data brokers and websites on your behalf, and getting your personal data removed.
Okay, skip.
If you still happen to find your
the
details
ad,
somewhere
please.
online,
You're
you can
controlling
also
it.
Oh, I'm
use
controlling it.
Incogni's custom removal
I thought
feature
because this
on
was the one you picked, somehow you were controlling it.
country in Africa that is responsible for the first heart transplant and advances in medical science like the MRI. A country that had nuclear weapons, the best infrastructure in Africa, the richest, the most gold and diamond reserves. So what made this country that was powerful and advanced and rich and first world turn into the rotting, hollowed corpse that it is today? Well, the easy answer and the quickest...
There's a really easy answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Systemic problems that once they were gone exposed themselves.
Corruption
Mm-hmm.
from the establishment party, because it effectively became a one-party state without a legitimate opposition.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even
I mean, yeah,
even,
no legitimate opposition does some shit.
You need legitimate opposition, like even inside your own party. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like look at the diversity in like the Democrats here compared to what the Republicans are in the federal legislative branches. You know.
Yeah.
This answer is the ANC took over the government.
He's already said too much. The ANC took over, blah, blah, blah. Corruption, one-party state.
Yeah.
And then the country went to shit. Simple. Now, of course, there's a lot of nuance.
Okay, so you can't just say that either. Like, you can't be like, that's the quick story. The ANC took over and the country fell apart. Because the issue is that hasn't until now, there hasn't been anyone to oppose the ANC.
Mm.
Okay?
Almost like that was a consequence of apartheid.
That's what I was literally about to say. Yes. Exactly right. Exactly right. It's like, you know, like, for a while, you know, it's funny nowadays, but it's like the Republican Party is the party of Lincoln, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The ANC was the party of Mandela. Like, you know, he was the
Yeah.
fucking, you know, Lincoln of that country.
Mm-hmm. And it just degraded way quicker.
Well, it's not because it's because it became a one-party state. if there was opposition inside the ANC,
Could have been different.
could have been different. The system stayed the same as the system that was set up before when you have something that substantial changing. You know? It's like the only, like, you could compare it to, like, post-slavery, right? Like, the ability for, like, people to get representation in the government at all to, like, challenge the, like, far right wackos for a while was, like, impossible.
Yes.
And so then you got really bad fucking laws post-slavery. You know, where they tried to basically make the institution of slavery
legal
across the board, basically. You know, with the disenfranchisement that had on people to just be what happens naturally. These motherfuckers, you get these fucking missionaries out of my shit, bro. We're going for a temple. I'm gonna fucking hit you with apostles so hard. You bitch.
There's a lot of complicated history. There's the whole apartheid.
Me and Sweden are going
There's
to be
the whole
fighting
white
over
minority being in charge of the entire country and running the entire country. There's colonization. All of these
Over
things,
homos.
of course. It's a big and convoluted history. And I'm not here to try and defend any of the bad actions of the past. But I'm also not here to defend any of the bad actions of the present. Because when you hand over stewardship to an incompetent and corrupt communist organization, well, of course your country's going to go to shit.
Hand
But
over.
let's stop talking about it and let's look
Is that
at
what
it.
we're calling it?
So I fired up my laptop. I've opened up Google Maps. Let's look at Street View of the aptly named Grootstraat.
Isn't this
or
the anti-China
Golden
guy?
Street.
Yeah.
This is Golden
Yeah.
Street. Let's see what it looks like.
That's why I put it
What
on.
we're going to do is I'm going to take a look, because in Google Maps it has this very interesting thing where you can click see more dates. And you can go all the way back as far as 2010 seems to be the first time they did this. So I'm going to click 2010. And I mean, that is 2010, Grootstraat, I should say. Sorry, that's how you say it in Afrikaans. And it doesn't look amazing. But compared to the most recent one, which is 2023.
Why does it sound Dutch?
I mean, it looks a hell of a lot
they're
better, I'll
because
tell
they're
you that much.
fuckheads.
Now we've got
I know.
look, razor wire all over everything. What date is this? This is 2013. So let's have a quick look. We went from kind of clean, kind of nice, bunch of people ambling around. That you expect that in Johannesburg. Now, by the way, guys, just for the record, I left South Africa finally in 2006. I went on my business trip to China in 2005. Late
Okay,
2005.
so you haven't been there for 20
Early
years.
2006 is
Cool.
when I left, and I never went back, except for one time for a visa.
Good to
run.
know.
And here's the thing. This is a few years after I left. Not that many. 4 years. And this is what it looked like. Let's take a look at 2013. I mean, obviously they tried to prevent people from destroying this castle-looking building, which I have no idea what that thing is, to be honest. Let's go to 2015. I mean, it's starting to look a little rougher, but it's still salvageable, maybe. 2017.
When's it getting destroyed?
Looks like the razor wire started to get stolen and trash just started to line up everywhere.
Razor wire on the street is wild.
Let's go to 2022. Yeah, looking pretty trashy and rough. And 2023 looks like.
I mean, all I
another
see
fence.
is government
Okay,
corruption.
All right.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Interesting.
like,
Now,
South
of course,
Africa has,
we're
like...
here to see what it looks like right now.
Like, I'm over this video because, like...
Yeah.
I think, I think I have already argued more than any horse shit where... Look, there's trash on the street in Google Maps. Like... This whole thing is him just looking at Google Maps going, yuck.
Yeah, and this is
Yucky.
essentially what like Chinese agents do to the US, pointing at like Skid Row and being like, look at all the homeless, and then showing their we don't have any homeless propaganda. Like, it's literally the same shit. It's just really funny that when it comes to South Africa, he does the same kind of shit, but doesn't realize that it's the same shit he criticizes when it comes to China. I'm finding a lot of hypocrisy exists when it comes to, like, groups and people that they might not necessarily like. Not these guys in general, but, like, analysts, period. Just sort of people who take a stance against a single place and don't do anything more. It's just kind of like, oh, well,
So
okay,
anyone
well,
who wasn't listening,
Huh?
The playlist from now on is going to be public. You can view the playlist we have, and you can literally upvote videos that you want in the playlist.
States strikes Iran, when is it likely to do so? You know, the news channel that I work for asked me to be on call this Saturday and
news
Sunday
channel that I work
because they
for.
think it could happen as early as the
Come on,
weekend.
bro.
So,
like, how do we, like, I think, like, I'm easier at predicting exactly what this guy will say than with Junk. You know? Because honestly, I think Junk he's been on this angry arc lately, and he's stopped saying, "Listen, guys. Look, guys, here's how it is." And, like, we don't need... Why is the full screen not fucking working? F for full screen. YouTube's broken.
Can we actually predict when a strike on Iran is likely to occur? I think we can. The U.S. has a heck of a lot of military...
this page.
If the United States strikes Iran, when is it likely to do so? You know, the new...
Soon.
A question for anyone who kisses boys in the chat. You think he's, like, in the closet gay or what?
news channel that I work for asked me to be on call
The news
this
channel that I work
Saturday,
for,
and
like, fucking always has to talk about how he's the greatest guy and has all these credentials every fucking time. Like, bro, he probably, bro, you tell me this is not one of those, I always keep a spare resume in my car type of guys. Okay? You tell me it's not. And it's more than one spare resume in his car. Let's be fucking clear,
He's got
too.
a few.
Yeah, at least 3 at all times. Or it never goes below 1. It goes up to 3 is really what I mean. It's a range.
Mm-hmm. You gotta have it.
Look at all my knickknacks. I'm a knickknacker. I get all the knickknacks.
Sunday because they think it could happen as early as the weekend. So, that being said, can we actually predict when a strike on Iran is likely to occur? I think we can. The U.S. has a heck of a lot of military hardware in the region, as well as the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group in the Arabian Sea, or as I like to call it whenever an aircraft carrier is there, the Sea of America. Then we have another aircraft carrier on the way, the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is either in the Mediterranean right now or transiting the Suez Canal as we speak. It costs $6.5 million a day to operate an aircraft carrier strike group.
That's absurd.
You don't just deploy one for the lulz, much less 2.
Hey, how come Grenadiers didn't use grenades?
I don't know. You're telling the story.
I thought you would know.
I got no idea.
The first thing we have to think about here is the phase of the moon. Moon phase creates or reduces illumination. During a new moon, the night sky tends to be darker. During a full moon, the night sky tends to be lighter. And if you're firing cruise missiles or doing a helicopter insertion or flying the danger Dorito, you want less illumination on the ground. So I took a look at 20 major air operations since 1980, and I researched the moon phase on the night of the operation. And by the way, that spreadsheet is
are you telling me he's a witch now?
RyanPep.substack.com. Membership.
You a damn witch!
You get a lot of resources like spreadsheets and PowerPoints.
Hi, it's me,
What
Ryan
I
McDuck.
found
I'm
is
a
that
witch
of
now.
the 20 major airstrike operations since 1980, 8 of them happen during conditions of less than 25% illumination, meaning new moon, a waning crescent, or
New moon, my favorite Twilight book.
But the operation that captured Nicolas Maduro happened during a full moon. In fact, not just a full moon, but the wolf moon, which means the moon was brighter than average. So,
and also it means that the werewolves are out, so make sure you have spare wolfsbane.
And let's say the target's moving.
Now, I bet you're wondering, can werewolves have access to hypersonic missiles? Well, most people don't know what hypersonic missiles are. Let me tell you, in boring detail for 5 minutes, what two type of things that people say hypersonic missiles are, because I'm Ryan Macbeth. Here's my resume. By the way, Israel has never done anything wrong.
Oh, man.
Fix and you suddenly have good weather, you might go no matter what the moon phase is. So, can we use
South Africa's perceived corruption is the same as Cuba, Hungary, Tanzania, and Trinidad.
Access to hypersonic missiles. Well, most people don't know what hypersonic missiles are.
And let's say the target's moving.
Now, I bet you're wondering, can werewolves have access to hypersonic missiles? Well, most people don't know what hypersonic missiles are. Let me tell you, in boring detail for 5 minutes, what two type of things that people say hypersonic missiles are, because I'm Ryan Macbeth. Here's my resume. By the way, Israel has never done anything wrong.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
I got it.
That's a
Perfect
clip. That's a
Perfect
postable clip. That's a postable ass clip. You closed the wrong one.
Huh? No, I'm just making sure.
Amazing.
I caption it. Oh, it's E. Okay. I caption it Ryan Macbeth on werewolves.
And let's say the target's moving.
Now, I bet you're wondering. Leave that in there. Why not? Fuck it. Who cares at this point? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. I'm not sharing. Got too focused on doing the other thing. Oopsie daisy.
Start to get potholes everywhere. Let's go back to...
If the United States strikes Iran, so can we use other metrics other than moon phase to kind of predict when a strike might occur? Well, the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group is in the Mediterranean right now. We're maybe transiting the Suez Canal. Transiting the Suez Canal is going to take 12 to 16 hours, and then you have to transit the Red Sea. Crossing the Red Sea is going to take 2-3 days, maybe another 2-3 days to get to the Arabian Sea. So the Gerald R. Ford strike group is going to be within striking distance of Iran by Wednesday the 25th.
Impact Gemini
Friday the 27th.
A lot.
Around this time, the moon will be in the waning gibbous phase, which is 90% illumination.
A gibbon?
So let's look
a
at
monkey?
the weather. Now, Iran is
Technically,
big.
they
It is
are a
roughly the
lesser
size of
ape,
Alaska.
actually.
And
Let me
since none of
explain
my
to you
viewers
why
are
all the
America
Givens are lesser apes.
yet, this is what Iran looks like on Europe. So the weather will be a little different depending
You
on the
see,
target.
you
in
and me
Iran.
and chimpanzees,
Now, I
we are
don't
what's called
exactly
great
know
apes.
what targets in Iran may be struck, but we can make some educated guesses, and I'll get to that. But first, let's rule out what we probably wouldn't target. Iran kind of has two armies. There's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, correct, which has about
This is actually
125
good. Great to say this. Always point out, Iran actually has 2 armies. But also they have 3 armies because Iraq kinda literally helped another basically version of Hezbollah, just a state institutionalized foreign-backed terrorist group into a major branch of a government. Great job, United States.
1,000 personnel.
That will
And
stop
there's the
Saddam from
Artesh,
coming again.
Which is the defensive Iranian army that all male Iranians are conscripted into. They have about 300,000 or so personnel in their ground forces. So think of the IRGC as the religious army and the Artesh as the state army. The IRGC has a budget of about $6 billion a year. The Artesh has a budget of
It's
2.
more than just the PMF. So there's several groups and institutions, but the thing is that like some of the militias in the south and stuff, they still pretty much fall under like everything kind of falls under the branch of the PMF, but like there's militias directly associated with political parties, like the Sadirists, of course, but like the main party has militias associated with them, and that's primarily what people would say is the PMF, even though it's specific branches of the PMF, because technically those clashes that we saw in Iraq up maybe 2-3 years ago between the Sadirist and Maliki forces, it was 2 factions of the PMF fighting each other. But there literally is Iraqi Hezbollah. There's all these different groups throughout Iraq that still hold a lot of power that are established by Iran. And, you know, it's like the U.S. really was like, we are leaving, goodbye. Like, there's such little... But it's slowly filtering out. Like, the even with a slanted, unfair government, well... Like, I say that the elections are free, they're just not fair. Because it's stacked in the favor of the Shias. But, I mean, that last Iraqi election was looking really good. Generally, like, getting away from the more extreme partisan people who actually are more standard politicians instead of being loyal to other states. You know, obviously all leaders are going to be loyal to states in a certain way, but, you know... Hopefully they benefit their main country the most.
It's fucking... I got an ERA score. It says, the bureaucrats of Sweden are piqued by our boldness in settling Axum so near its own city. And it's like, bitch, I'd planned this city out for fucking 40 turns. Fuck you. Fucking put that shit right on a wonder. Get fucked.
$7.3 billion a year. So the Artesh is a larger force, but the IRGC has a larger budget. There's a little more to it than that, and I'll probably do a subsequent video on it. But if we're talking good guys and bad guys here, generally the IRGC is on the side of the regime. The Artesh is also on the side of the regime, but it's composed of guys who mainly just want to do their service and get on with their lives. There's also some animosity because the IRGC basically gets all the funding. Yeah, and they don't tend, the Artesh doesn't tend to be true
I forgot what I was doing,
like
and I
the
was doing
IRGC.
something critical that needed to
Now,
happen.
Firearms are legal to own in Iran, but they're highly restricted. They're mainly in the hands of hunters and farmers. So I don't really see a sort of popular armed uprising. However, I could see the Artesh
Iraqi
performing
forces
a
are part of the
rebellion
IRGC.
if they see...
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. They're technically a third military that Iran has. Like, there's a lot of influence in militaries inside and militia groups inside Iraq they could push. And that's, you know, well, like when we're going to see retaliation strikes, probably going to come from Iraq-based. Wouldn't be surprising if it came from Iraq specifically, where those strikes came from.
Every time I try and close, like, leave a game to go to the main menu, it crashes.
England is just a cunt, okay? They're on deity. I got too busy making fun of Ryan Macbeth. That is no, so I would say that they have these little IRGC cells where they will they'll call themselves like different groups and stuff. Like we covered it in our post-war Iraq article, the group they were going by at the time. But like they're basically IRGC agents and cells that are protected by the local militias and institutions and things like that. And that's where you'll see, you know, like drones or shelling type like attacks that come. Nowadays, shelling would be rare because we're talking about mortar shelling, obviously. You know, there's not really targets that they're going to mortar.
Yeah.
At this point. But, you know, they did use drones inside Iraq against Kurds.
Yes.
Stuff like that. Specifically the Iranian drone, and then Iran goes, don't know how they got it!
Must have been smuggled. They stole it from us.
They do it, so... they do it because Iran has set up a literal cult of personality where they have this attitude that they are like the protectors of the Shia faith and stuff. So like the people who are in with Iran are just completely like the Ayatollah is like whatever he says goes basically. It's literally a cult. How they've really made Shia Islam
group
into a high control group. So that's the issue. Is that basically that Iran is looking out for Shias. And they are Shia supremacists, basically, who want Shia dominates in Iraq. You know, that was a big part of these groups and why ISIS formed to begin with. Huh?
Does it tell you what turn we're going into?
I put it like 3 or 4 back.
Okay.
You can hit enter.
The government weakened, or the IRGC weakened. And since every male must serve in the Artesh, I could easily see armories getting thrown open and rifles getting handed out to Iranian males who've recently mustered out of service and want to fight the government. One advantage of conscription is that every male knows how to use a gun. One disadvantage of conscription is that every male knows how to use a gun. So if any kind of U.S. strikes occur, I think they are likely to be performed on IRGC installations, not Artesh installations.
I agree.
Thanks,
so
genius.
here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that
I
we
agree.
target at least.
Well, of course it is. It's the IRGC that's the problem. They're going to attack the regular army. They want the regular army to overthrow the state.
Well, I mean,
of course,
look
hitting
at
the
that's kind of
IRGC
like
is the
that was kind
tactical
of like the
decision.
issue with Saddam is that he kept splitting his armies up because he was paranoid. It allowed them to leverage these armies against each other.
From humble
Yeah.
beginnings, you have shown
Like that's what I
remarkable
reckon
growth.
is happening here, is they're trying to
Leave
get the
your
regular
bronze for
army to
iron,
overthrow the state.
and rule with horse and sword.
Yeah, basically,
The sky
it's
above
just
begins to
basically
reveal
that.
its
But
secrets,
at the end of the day,
collection of
it's a
heaven
thing
that
where
uplifts our hearts and guides us to foreign shores.
they
Poundmaker, you bear
wanna
the fate
just-
of the Cree without complaint.
it's
None doubt the
it's
skill
a
of your
supremacy
warriors,
thing.
but they
It
rely
has to
upon
do with
your
them
wisdom.
because
Striking
Shias
your enemies
are
does no
technically the
good
minority
if you
globally when
cannot
it comes to
protect
the
your
Muslim
homes.
world. It's easy to
As the
feed
world
this
changes in
supremacy type,
unexpected
we're
ways,
oppressed type
your
things.
alliances will
And
bind you to a
basically,
lasting future.
if you
Those who
side
stand
with
alone
Iran, you'll
die
always make sure that the Shias will be okay, because look what happened under Saddam.
Yeah.
It's very easy to buy into it.
Well, cult shit.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like more and more people are specifically like realizing that, that's going to get them nowhere. Even like the satirist era is basically done.
Okay.
That's
That's a shame. I kind of wanted
to
to see him do more.
Well, that's the thing is like he would just protest the elections because of how they're structured, and so basically continually pulled his group out of elections out of like protest. But like maybe it had influence, like bringing shame to the other branch that is loyal to Iran.
Maybe.
That he's like, what's the point? These people aren't taking anything seriously. Like, are we gonna have a government or not? Like maybe it was institutional for people to vote for semi-regular, normal politicians better than
IRGC installations in Tehran,
before
Shiraz,
politicians
Kashit,
and parties.
Ifshistan, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Tabriz, and Qom.
Ifshahan?
As well as
Qom?
any remaining nuclear sites and
How can you not read Ifshahan?
And I'm sure there's a few cities I'm missing here, but this isn't a 2-hour briefing in any way. I'm a Horn of Africa guy.
You're certainly
General
fucking
Anderson,
trying
next
to
time you
make
wanna
it
get
one.
After Al-Shabaab, you got my number. So what is the weather like in those particular Iranian cities? What you don't want is cloud cover if you're using laser-guided bombs, although they have no effect on GPS-guided bombs. So if you're striking buildings and things like that, you can use a GPS-guided bomb, but if you're going after, let's say, Iranian trucks or technicals, if you're doing some sort of close air support, that's when you might use laser-guided bombs or optically or laser-guided missiles, and cloud cover could make a difference in that. So for the next 10 days, the weather in Tehran will be generally good, with it being sunny on the 25th through the 27th. Shiraz is also sunny, so is Kashit, so is Eshtafan. Tabriz is partially clouded with rain. Qom is sunny, so is Natanz. Fordo, which is the nuclear site, is sunny, followed by a little cloudy on Friday, and Isfahan is sunny. So yeah, I think if the United States is going to attack Iran, that window from the 25th to the 27th probably provides the best recent
This is actually
opportunity. You have a
good
second
info.
aircraft carrier on station and generally good weather. That second aircraft
Sure, okay,
carrier is a
how about
heck
we
of a lot of
don't-
firepower combined with generally
That'd be
good
cool.
weather. That kind of makes that 25th and 27th window fairly likely. Now here's another factor, Ramadan. The Islamic holiday and holiest month of the Muslim calendar started on February 18th. And this is a holiday where observant Muslims fast from sundown to sunup. They also refrain from drinking water, smoking cigarettes, vaping, or having sex during daylight hours. And they take this super seriously. In fact, a Turkish-American basketball player, Enes Kanter Freedom, famously fasted during the NBA playoffs. And while Enes Kanter Freedom had an entire team of nutritionists helping him with special meals, in general, hunger and thirst lead to bad decisions and poor reaction times. Now, there are exceptions with fasting during Ramadan. Travel is one, so...
Weird.
Bro, all right. this video could have already been over, but now we're going into, because it's also Ramadan, they'll be hungry, and therefore their reaction time will be slower. Like, are you a fucking serial killer, bro? Who thinks about this type of shit? It says, I need to include this information in my video.
Pregnancy, so sickness or advanced age, but combat generally isn't an exception, although the Prophet Muhammad instructed his soldiers to break the fast during the Battle of Badr. So all that being said, the next new moon is on March 18th, Ramadan is over on March 19th. So if the U.S. wants to maintain that decision advantage when it comes to hunger and thirst, maintaining that strike window between the 25th of February and the 27th of February, but striking before March 19th, that actually might be the best option. So I think the two possible windows will be February 25th to February 27th, and maybe sometime in mid-March. All the data is available at ryanfett.substack.com. By the way, you can grab my Department of the Boat People shirt at bunkerbranding.com.
I won't be. Boy, oh boy.
America's chief adversary. The U.S.-China relationship affects our national security and pocketbooks. The world's two most advanced militaries, largest economies, and now China's increasingly authoritarian leadership is purging its most senior military officials while portraying itself as more reliable than the U.S. What's next for Beijing and Washington? Tonight on Compass.
No, this is great. Xi just purged all military combat experience from his leadership. All of it. It's gone. He's too concerned about maintaining power that he's compromising his army.
The Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, Camilla and George Smith, the Dorney Koppel Foundation, the Gruber Family Foundation, and Cap and Margaret Ann Eschenroder.
Gruber?
Additional support
like
was provided by Friends of the News Hour.
Rockefeller. Marx.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
I haven't paid a cent.
Once again, from the David M. Rubenstein studio at
does
WETA
even
in
live
Washington,
here.
moderator Nick Schifrin.
Hello and welcome to Compass Points. The U.S. and China are in a
Come.
new era of confrontation.
Hey, he started graying a
and
bit. He
no
looks
other
great.
relationship can help determine everything from the prices we pay, the apps we use. and the
Embrace it,
future of
brother.
our
Die the
lives.
rest.
Today, Xi Jinping has concentrated power to a degree not seen in China in a half-century. He's more authoritarian, purging his most senior military officials as President Trump ditches talk of great power competition to emphasize a grand U.S.-China deal. So, what's the future of the relationship, and how much do we really understand about Xi Jinping's decisions and motivations? To help answer those questions, I'm joined by Kurt Campbell, the chairman and co-founder of the Asia Group and former Deputy Secretary of State. Randall Shriver is the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security during the first Trump term and now is chairman of the Institute for Indo-Pacific Security. Yun Sun is the director of the China program at the Stimson Center. And Michael Swain is the senior research fellow in the East Asia program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you very much, all of you.
Lamel.
Welcome to Compass Points. Really appreciate your being here. Where I want to start is with something that even for China is an unprecedented announcement, and that is the firing of the equivalent of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest ranking officer in the Chinese military. You see him there, General Zhang Yuxia was fired. It's been said there's been nothing like this purge in the People's Liberation Army since the 1970s. Kurt Campbell, how much do we know about why this might have happened? And what does this say about how Xi Jinping
Why do these guys
runs the
all
army
look
and the country?
so angry?
The truth is we know very little about the inner workings of how President Xi and the party makes decisions on really anything at the very top, but particularly military affairs. I think there have been theories of the case about why he has moved against some senior military people in the CMC, but also among the senior military elite more generally. Some have believed it is about going against corruption and efficiency. military leaders who are not prepared for really getting China fighting ready. I think there is more a belief that this time that there may be political motivations behind it. The CMC had gained
Chinese
some,
military,
yeah,
the chief military body
right,
that oversees.
had gained some more profile. I think there is a view that President Xi doesn't want any personalities or groups that are larger than him, and I think there were probably some dimensions here that motivated him.
And you explain that a little bit more. What about the politics here? What about Xi Jinping's plans to run for another term? How does that play into this?
Absolutely. When we look at the senior leadership in the Chinese government or in the PLA, it's very rare that people are removed for professional reasons. So professional disagreements, policy disagreements are usually not a cause. And the most important factor that has led to the purges of previous leaders that we have seen is politics. China is looking at the 21st Party Congress in 2027. And the essential questions that will be raised and answered during this party congress is whether Xi Jinping is going to stay on for a fourth term. And if he is going to, which three positions or which ones of the three positions he will
Why
retain
wouldn't he?
among the party, the government,
He's
and the military.
already
So we know that there
killed
have
the
been
constitutional
elite oppositions or
requirements to
resistance
leave
the
office.
concept that Xi Jinping
Why
will
would
stay
he
on
leave?
For the full three
He's
positions for another
centered
5
the
years.
entire party
So
around
thinking
himself.
about the
Why would he
intra-party
leave?
Politics
I mean,
that
the
are
question
He
ongoing
literally
in
won
China today.
if
I think it raises a lot of
with a
questions as to whether
100
this
votes
purge
to
is related.
0.
Randy Shriver, this
He
is
got
really
elected
hard, but
after
how could
changing the
this affect
constitution to
Chinese
take a third
military
term. He got
abilities, readiness, planning,
100%
including,
votes.
of course, possibly to be ready to invade Taiwan?
Yeah. Well, first
That
of
doesn't
all,
happen.
I do lean more in the direction.
The Chinese
of this
Communist
politically
Party is meant to
motivated,
have
and I think if you
factions
look at
which
the broader
battle over
set of
leadership,
purges,
and it
3 defense
changes.
ministers,
Those
9 flag
factions
officers,
are
this
gone.
definitely looks as though it's motivated to
The
secure
previous
Xi Jinping's
leadership, gone.
position. I don't think there's any question that he
The
stays
friends
on
of those
further.
leaders,
Particularly, I
gone.
think he sealed the deal with how he treated his
Xi
predecessors,
Jinping's
right? So
people,
I think he knows what
gone.
was in store for him if he gave up all his titles.
He's
So
forging
maybe some mix of titles, but there's no doubt
loyalty.
in my mind he remains
He's
supremely.
purging
I think on the military,
disloyal subjects.
You know, it was once said, you go to war with the army you have. So the PLA is certainly.
Quoting Donald Rumsfeld there.
Yeah, well, yeah. The PLA has certainly been the beneficiary of a lot of investment, better training, not to our quality yet, and certainly an operational environment with a tempo that they're getting a lot of experience. But look, when you relieve so many people and it's so unpredictable, a military leadership that is already known for caution and not risk taking, they're going to get even more risk averse. So. I think on the margins,
I disagree.
This diminishes readiness.
I fundamentally
it's a hard
disagree.
Thing to measure, but
I think he's purging them because they're too careful.
A leader is going to be imaginative or entrepreneurial.
They
on
don't
the
want to
battlefield,
act
and we know that
because
that's
they
necessary
realize.
to prevail in
But
modern
Xi Jinping
warfare, so.
The
wants
US
to.
intelligence community,
This
of
is
course,
my
they
opinion
publicly
anyway.
has said that Xi Jinping
He
has
wants
asked
to.
the People's Liberation Army
So
of
he
PLA
needs
to be
people
ready
who will
to
act when
invade
he
Taiwan
says
by
act.
next year, not necessarily to
People
make
who
that
will
decision,
jump
just
when
to
he
be
says
ready.
jump.
Michael Swain, I want you to answer a fundamental question. Do you believe right now it is in U.S. interests to be willing, if it comes to that, to go to war over Taiwan, even as soon as next year?
No. I don't think it's ultimately in the U.S. interest to go to a war, which would be a major war, unlike anything we've seen since the Korean War with China over Taiwan. I don't think Taiwan meets the bar as a vital enough U.S. interest, either strategically or in terms of overall U.S. credibility with formal American allies, which Taiwan is not, or in terms even of a moral argument.
Hey,
Even though
dickhead.
the defense
Why?
of a democracy
Would that
with
be
close
Nixon
ties to the United
and
States
the
is an important
diplomatic
issue for the
imperialist
United
policy
States.
of the one
It
China
doesn't rise
policy?
to the level of going
Was
to war,
Taiwan
where
diplomatically
you're gonna end up
tied to the
killing
United States
many, many
for years
people,
until
many
they decided to open up China for capital?
Well, no matter what Michael thinks,
Bet
or I
you that
might
has
think,
nothing
there
to do
is
with
a
it.
law that says we must maintain the capacity to
Vietnam,
resist force. So it's actually a
Philippines,
legal requirement
Japan,
to be prepared to defend
Malaysia,
Taiwan.
Be prepared to defend
Singapore, none of them want China to do this. Those aren't good enough allies. Australia doesn't want China to do this. Indonesia doesn't want China to do this. Only China wants to invade Taiwan. Is that not good enough?
Agricultural products. We all know the semiconductor story. We know the geography.
So what? We're
around
just
other things of interest to us, like
abandoning
treaty
everything?
allies,
Fuck it.
like the
Pull
South
out of
China
Ukraine
Sea,
too.
out to
Let
the
Russia
Second Island
take
chain.
Ukraine and
I mean,
Europe.
you pull
Fuck
this
it.
thread a
Who gives a
little
shit? We're
further
just doing
and
imperial
none of our
spheres of
defense
influence now.
commitments,
Who gives a
rise to the
fuck?
level of importance where we
America
look.
isn't
Nobody wants
hasn't
war with
proposed
China.
themselves as
I
the
think given our
fucking
legal
world
obligations
police
and
for
our
70
interests,
fucking
we need
years,
to be
but
prepared
now
for
you
purposes
decide,
of
oh,
defense,
now it's too
which
much.
is what our policy says
Fuck
right
you.
now. You're shaking your head.
I would agree with that. And look, the way that you ask the question is so bald and provocative, and I understand that's what you're trying to do here. But I do believe it is in American strategic interest to concentrate our diplomacy on and our defense capabilities to deter conflict and to make a broader argument and a
When
more
has that ever
persuasive case
been the
for
United
maintenance of
States
peace and
MO?
stability. And the truth is, we
Ever.
have been able to do that for now.
We want to
60
prevent
or
war,
70 years in a
invasion.
very complex environment. If you just,
Ooh,
but I would just say
President
one
of
thing,
Peace,
like,
invasion.
relations are incredibly complicated.
President of
It's been
Peace,
very difficult.
strike group
One
on
of the
Iran.
greatest achievements has been the maintenance of peace and stability, even though
This
it's
is
been hard.
this
and
is some
probably not
state
to China's favor.
horse shit.
That is something that we should not just jettison quickly.
I just think that the problem is that the
You know what
conditions
I
under which
see
we
from
first
this?
established
Pause
relations
it for a
with Taiwan
second.
and China back in
You know, all
1970
I
have
see
changed.
from this piece by PBS is the American state backtracking on its promises. And further proof that the United States
Wow,
has
not the
degraded
United
in its
States
international
backtracking on its
diplomacy.
promises. How could they? When does that happen?
And it's just, and what China should do is, if they do and when they do invade, is go, where are you, bitch? You said you'd stop us. And really, like, make it a point that the US is not what it says. This is such a good opportunity for China to really harp on the fact that not only is America not what they promised, but they're so not what they promised that they have a literal fucking Nazi in charge. Which, you know, it doesn't matter because people are gonna be like, oh, China's communist. They don't look at their actions, just look at the words. Right? Oh, well, they have the hungry hammer and they say that they're communist, so they can't possibly be fascist. Can't possibly at all have the political behavior of fascism because you call yourself communist. That's definitely not a thing. But, you know, there's no hypocrisy there because China doesn't admit the hypocrisy. Hypocrisy only exists when you admit that you're a hypocrite. China never does. China's not a hypocrite. There's no hypocrisy in Chinese actions. It's anti-imperialism. They've already got the propaganda base of people already primed to do this shit. All they have to do is put the feelers out and make the little information agents say their little pieces, and then bam, you've got a narrative shit-talking the United States for abandoning Taiwan and its promises to defend the area from Chinese imperialism. Yeah, America's not a part of AUKUS literally designing submarines to counter Chinese influence. Yeah, cool. We should continue paying Pillar 1 of AUKUS to the United States though, right? We should continue paying those billions of dollars to American shipbuilding capabilities while America continues to say, hey, we're not going to actually help you, fuck you. Cool. We should definitely be choosing empires to partner with. This is going to end up well for literally everybody in this area. Alright, you can continue the video. I'm done my rant. Who did not work.
radically. The Chinese military today has a much greater capability, never had any
Get
real
that grabby
capability in
graph
the
outta
1970s
here.
to be able to take Taiwan. So we could easily say, we're going to build up our defense capabilities, we're going to possibly defend Taiwan. We weren't obligated to, but possibly. Chinese have got far, far better capabilities now, and they're continuing to build those capabilities. And from the analysis I've looked at, in relative terms, the United States is losing in that competition. So the question really becomes, can you have enough deterrence there to really stop the Chinese from considering using force or coercion? Plus, do you have, because military deterrence alone will not avoid a war if our diplomatic and our political messaging and the actions and messaging of our close allies like Japan undermine the very notion of the one China policy, which is the basis of our policy towards China and Taiwan, and for China, peaceful unification.
I've started this debate, which we could have for hours, frankly. I want to bring in President Trump's belief on this, because he has said he's confident that Xi Jinping would
it's
not
actually
invade Taiwan.
fucking
while
crazy
President
to me,
Elise
right?
is in office. So take a
That
listen to
America
President Trump
can
on
be
60
like,
Minutes
we are
talking
this
about Xi
super,
Jinping,
super,
and
super
then
strong
what
nation
Taiwan's
that does all
foreign
these things,
minister
and we act
said
in
to
our
me
own
in
interests and all of this. But when it comes to Taiwan, we do exactly what China wants.
Openly said at meetings, we would never do anything while President
Pathetic,
Trump is president.
cuck behavior.
Because they know the consequences.
President Trump has said repeatedly that Xi Jinping has promised not to invade Taiwan during Trump's term. Has the U.S. ever communicated that to Taipei formally?
We don't make any speculation on that. We don't base our defense idea, concept on any empty promise.
See, the Taiwanese
Empty
get
promise. Yoon, is it an empty promise that Xi Jinping has made, apparently, to President Trump?
If you look at the track record of what Xi Jinping has done to U.S. president, remember back in 2015 when he visited Washington and he looked at President Obama in the eyes and promised China was not going to militarize the South China Sea. And he went back to China and did exactly that. So, I mean, at this level, I would take his words with at least with a question mark.
A very big grain of salt.
Just a technical point. He did not promise to not militarize the South China Sea. He said he had no intention.
Yeah.
This guy
no intention of doing
is
that,
100% bought and paid for.
All right, well, let me move to the April visit, because this is what's going to get to whether there's any concessions and how far Xi Jinping goes. So I recently asked a senior U.S. official what concessions Xi Jinping will get out of President Trump, perhaps.
It's crazy to me that Americans are treating China like an ally.
You're asking me about the concessions they're going to get. What are the concessions we're going to get? But the
You're
question
doing
is
so good,
Beijing
bro.
willing to make any concessions
doing
on
great.
trade, which is what we believe the president will be
Oh, another good
prioritizing,
one.
if the president makes
We're not
any
even having to
concessions
force
on
it in
Taiwan.
from the side. We're going in from the
if you
front
look
where it
at
goes down smooth.
how this is shaping up, what
Oh,
we're
good job,
seeing
buddy.
from the United States, President Trump's interested in some very short-term things. Wants major increases in agricultural purchases.
Look at you go.
In
maybe Boeing engines.
Well, yeah, we'll get to, but those states are very important with respect to upcoming elections. He'd
Okay,
like
come on.
possibly to sell more Boeing planes. I think that would be good. There's a big debate inside the administration about accepting Chinese investment in the United
Pause it.
States. I think the president is more inclined to go.
Okay.
You're doing great, buddy.
Why the fuck would China buy Boeing? One, after Boeings are falling from the sky. Two, China has created the third in the world jumbo jet manufacturer. Why the fuck would they buy Boeing? Honestly,
You buy out your competition?
the Chinese planes are probably better than Boeing at this point. Nobody should be buying Boeing jumbo jets until they prove that their corruption
awesome.
and
You're
cost
doing
cutting
so good.
is gone. Because hundreds of people have died because of corporate neglect, focusing fucking profits over creating aircraft. Boeing should be crushed. Boeing needs to be erased. It needs to be shuttered And every single person who was involved needs to be blacklisted from government and commercial contracts for the entirety of their lives. Unacceptable. Hundreds of people fucking died. And because most of them were Africans, nobody gave a fuck.
Sorry, I fucked up.
So, like, having the Boeing point come up is moronic.
Good
It
job.
really is. Like, and on top of that, agricultural purchases. Why would they buy shit from America? Oh, agricultural purchases. Buy our John Deere stuff, which you can't repair. Great. Cool. Doesn't China make those 5G AI tractors that drive themselves, but not really? Just use those. There is absolutely zero benefit for China to buy anything from the United States. And it would be remiss of them to do so in any way. China has such a massive card to play here. America really has nothing. They're so out of position. Donald Trump has destroyed any chance of America using diplomacy to stop shit. And now, the UN Security Council, all it's going to do is protect the imperial interests. UK and France, they're not really doing anything. Yeah, they want to protect their investment in New Caledonia or whatever the fuck it's called. That island off the coast of Australia that's French for some fucking reason. You know, they want to protect that. You know, I'm sure the UN Security Council will vote to protect their interests. You know, China wants to invade Taiwan. Well, America's going to veto, but it doesn't fucking matter. Because they're all just protecting their interests. America's not going to step in. Russia will probably support them. You know, China supports Russia invading Ukraine. Russia supports Taiwan invasion for China. America is stuck here holding the bag. Donald Trump is the single worst thing to happen to the state of the American country for a long time. Like, this is 40 years of shit being built up that he's destroyed in a year. Nothing good is coming from this. Nothing.
Good job.
So, like, I don't know. Is the game loading for you?
No, it says it's waiting on you.
I've pressed the turn.
1 second. I'm almost done here. It said 1 second.
I literally can't do anything.
Okay, just 1 second. You did such a good job.
It's honestly impressive how much America has fucked up everything in such a short amount of time. And we saw it coming too. We knew as soon as Project 2025 came out that this was going to be devastating for every aspect of the United States. And they did it anyway. Why? Because Donald Trump doubled his wealth. That's why. It's got nothing to do with anything but personal fucking enrichment. And he's just getting away with it. Robbing you cunts fucking blind. And what are you guys doing about it? Where's the sabotage? Where is it? Like, how are people not at the point where, okay, sabotage? I don't understand. Like, clearly, direct fighting with the cops is not going to work.
Does it say it's waiting on me for you?
It says nothing. It just says, please wait.
Is it dinging when I do this?
Nope.
Are you in the game?
Yes. Everything else is normal. I can click. I can do everything. Except for move the turn.
Does Shift Enter work?
Nope.
Okay.
It says other players are taking their turn.
Yeah. Weird. Did it pause?
No.
It doesn't say it's paused by me.
No.
Something ain't right. I'm not much of a detective, but some things aren't adding up here for me.
Give me a second.
Let me tell you. Alright, I'm gonna hit play and then give Bishi more antibiotics.
Mm-hmm.
Go in that direction, and I
resetting
give
the
him
game.
credit for this. He's very focused on trying to end fentanyl coming into the United States. A series of administrations has been focused on that. What China wants, I think, in exchange, they're going to say, hey, look, if we're going to buy all this stuff, you got to lift some of these tariffs. We can't operate like that. Second, they're going to say, look, all these technology restrictions put in place in the Biden administration, you've lifted many of them, but you've got to lift all of them. And I think we have indications many people on the technology side around President Trump are probably inclined to go in that direction. Third, I think the Chinese are going to say we'd like some adjustments on your Taiwan policy. And that might be with respect to how the president talks about Taiwan, what our views about independence are. We would go from not supporting to opposing. I think if you look at the balance of that, what's on offer and what the Chinese would ask, I don't think that's a particularly good deal.
Randy, how do you rate the president's trade policies, tariffs? It's been such a focus of his combined national economic security. You dealt with this during the first Trump administration. The bottom line, have the tariffs been effective at getting China to lower trade barriers?
Well, I guess I'm a bit of a throwback Republican. I prefer more free trade and less industrial policy, less tariffs. But I do think we've landed at a spot where what they're calling a trade truce from the Busan meeting between President Xi and President Trump, where we've got a temporary landing spot for tariffs. We've agreed not to impose the additional tariffs on fentanyl. We've agreed to halt the correcting measures that were associated with the 301 investigation on Chinese shipbuilding.
301 U.S. Trade Representative investigation.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
So we're sort of at this truce part. So really the important thing is where we go forward from here. And I think Kurt is right in terms of laying out what the Chinese want. They'll go in with a maximalist position on a lot of these things, as they often do. But the playbook is generally we'll get from them some agreement to buy things. Mm-hmm. Some agreement on process. Yeah, we'll create a dialogue on fentanyl or whatever it may be. And then we go into a period of dashed expectations. The Chinese rarely live up to these things. And so the hope is that the meeting itself provides some ballast and gives us a little bit of space and brings tensions down. But I think we're in a period of long-term strategic competition defined by the fundamentals and the structural issues associated with our relationship, and it's going to require deft management well beyond this meeting.
Yeah, but Nick, one thing I would just simply say, if you ask right now, who is the dominant sort of action officer for China policy inside the U.S. government, it's President Trump.
He's the China desk officer.
And if you ask who are his key advisors that really understand China or Asia, there are no Randy Shrivers in this administration. They really do not have a very deep reservoir of people that they consult. So you've rarely seen this much confidence in the ability to manage a relationship.
China's just doing everything that they can to play Trump,
experience, I would argue that the policy-making apparatus that we've been used to for decades has obviously moved much toward a policy-maker apparatus with President Trump, not only on China, but much of the world. Sorry, Michael. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I think the interesting question really is whether, and I agree with what Randy and Kurt have been saying, whether or not Taiwan really does come up in this meeting. I think Trump would rather just not even talk about it, more or less. But in Busan, they never talked about it. But in this meeting, I think it's possible that Xi Jinping could very well say, okay, all kinds of things we're willing to do. We'd like you to do some things too on trade. But, you know, there's a few small things here that are really important to us because of what's going on Taiwan, because it's so destabilizing, because it's undermining our interest and your interests. So you need to say something that's much more clear to the Taiwan, to the DPP, to the splitus on Taiwan, as they call it.
The current government and
Head of the current government, Democratic Progressive Party. Correct.
Right.
Like, you need to oppose Taiwan independence, which is not the position of the United States. So you need to really push back on the DPP.
We know how, oh, sorry.
I was going to say their goal is to return to some form of co-management. They want the U.S. at the highest levels locked into a process where China and the United States are co-managing Taiwan. And I've heard some troubling things from a senior official, who I won't name, has said, do not support independence, oppose independence. It's the same thing.
Right, exactly.
Well, it's not the same thing.
But the hard thing that we don't really talk about very much is that it is absolutely clear President Trump has an unusual attraction to authoritarians. In the leaders that animate him are President Trump, Kim Jong-un, and President Xi. And to the extent he has a global philosophy, he's indicated that really big powers should have a little bit more sway over their immediate neighbors. You see that playing out a little bit in Ukraine. And so I do think the Chinese are going to try to pressure him to indicate, look, you got to change adjust U.S. policy. And I think it may go even beyond what Michael's indicating here.
One of the main friction points has been over technology and chips. Randy, during your administration, during the first Trump administration, there was the creation of these, what we call export controls, believing that American technology was being funneled into the Chinese military in order to make the Chinese military better. Kurt, as you know, you continued that effort. But recently, in the last year, President Trump has allowed some of the more advanced NVIDIA chips, the more advanced semiconductors, to be sent to China, not the most advanced, but still, he has removed the language of great power competition, and this is a real shift. So, Ewan, is President Trump, you think, more interested in selling chips to China or trade with China than he is holding the line, as they did in both administrations, on national
You better be eating over there.
I think President Trump has made his agenda very clear. Is to address the trade imbalance with China. And if you want to address the trade imbalance with China, a key question is what the U.S. is willing to sell to China that can boost our export to China, right? And I'm afraid if that is our priority, then selling some semiconductor chips to China will be inevitable.
Because we're more advanced on semiconductors.
That's our comparative advantage. That's what we can sell because, well, it will require a lot of soybeans to make up a fraction of the trade imbalance that we currently have with China. So as long as trade imbalance is going to be the national priority, I'm afraid that this door is going to be pushed open.
Michael, does this concern you, these sales?
Yes, it concerns me because I don't think there's a good enough yet definition, certainly within this administration, of what constitutes a national security-related high-tech product to sell to China and what doesn't. And I think the absence of that means that you get all kinds of vagaries about selling this chip, selling that chip, and you just really don't know where you are ultimately. And if you have a broad-based, you know, like restriction, well, there's two sides. If you have a broad-based restriction on chips, then it looks like you're trying to contain China's development.
Something
it's nothing to do with the military. The Chinese see it as containment. But then if you have something that's very, very selective, you can influence, I think, China's military development, but only temporarily.
Strange.
Most people that I know, I'm not an expert in the tech area, but most of the guys I talk to and the ladies who are involved in that say, anything we do is a delay issue. It's not a reversal, it's not a stop.
I respect
I've
Michael.
discovered something very
I think there are
strange.
clear areas, certain kinds of AI chips, certain kinds of lithography for semiconductor design, that there is bipartisan agreement that these are areas of strategic advantage. I think what is missing here, though, Nick, is a theory of people in the Trump administration about why to sell these chips. Their idea, if you can sell them, then you can addict the Chinese to our technology stack.
Get them in the stack.
But that is a fundamental misunderstanding of where Xi Jinping is. When he came to power, he made clear tech supremacy is his ultimate goal. And so the idea that we're somehow going to get China to just buy U.S. chips for the next 20 years. That's a mistaken understanding of Chinese strategy.
I also want to make a comment on, just slowing or thwarting them. There are particular areas of convergence. For
I got a
example,
major
quantum
story
with
that
AI, that if China gets first mover advantage,
is apparently
it
breaking.
is extremely consequential. So
Another
even if it's
5th gen
just slowing them, I
cinematic
would take
universe
that.
update.
Let me save the biggest proverbial explosion for last, and that is nuclear weapons. And I'm going to bring up a bar graph. I'm not afraid of bar graphs on television, even though it's pretty rare, to show the number of nuclear warheads by country. Russia, 5,459. United States, over 5,200. China, 600. Now, that alone is actually a lot higher than they used to be just a few years ago. China has long maintained what it calls the minimal deterrent, but the Department of Defense says they're accelerating. They're going to have over 1,000 by 2030, and they're racing to parity, especially 1550. That's what the U.S. And Russia deploy. And what we saw recently from Christopher Yu, the Assistant Secretary of State, he recently described China's nuclear growth as, quote, beyond breathtaking. We have not seen an expansion like
Ah! Okay, we're about to learn this.
Firstly, and above all else, I know combat, and more specifically,
where's the answer to
be
the
given
question?
some of the most difficult and important tasks in the army. And if they're going to be the lads at the front of the charge, well, wouldn't it make sense for them to carry those grenades? I mean, think about it the way that you might use a grenadier unit in a video game. Your troops are already fighting at close range, and you can't seem to outflank the enemy without them countering with their own reserves. It's becoming a real slugfest. You need to find a way to break through the enemy lines. You don't quite have enough artillery to make it happen, and you're not about to make the rookie mistake of charging your cavalry directly into the enemy's front. So what are you supposed to do? Aha, well, you're already so close to the enemy, such close range, and you have your grenadiers. Perfect! As we learned in that previous video, these lads are the best of their regiments. They're courageous and they're strong. You push them through the fire just a little bit closer, and as they're advancing, you can give them supporting fire with the regular infantry unit. And then, when they've run forward a good distance, they can hurl overhead those deadly charges, those iron balls which fall like a hail among the enemy ranks and explode with terrifying force. Those they don't kill outright, they'd wound or concuss. And meanwhile, the shock of it all will disrupt the enemy formations, tearing great big holes in their lines, providing an excellent opportunity for a follow-up with the bayonet. And then, all you need to do is roll up the enemy's flanks, and you have won the day. In an era of linear warfare, when men are fighting shoulder to shoulder, and when scattering or disrupting those very tight formations opens them up to things like cavalry charges, bayonet charges, or even just concentrated volley firing, well, it seems like grenades would be among the best weapons at any army's disposal. And yet, this video is all about why that scenario, the one I just described, really wasn't all that common an occurrence. Why is that? Well, before I answer that, just a quick second of your time, if I may, to shill out my Patreon page.
I'm going
Did
to
you know
murder
that for
you.
as little as a
Just answer the question.
Thank you. So the first and the biggest problem that anyone hoping to use these weapons would face would be one of range. You see, unlike the bombardiers of the First World War fighting in those very close-knit, windy, topsy-turvy trenches, soldiers in the 18th century are often fighting in open fields, or at least relatively open areas when compared to later time periods, of course. Soldiers are moving around in these large blocks, in these large formations, again, marching as one, shoulder to shoulder, and the opportunity in the 18th century to do things like go prone or use cover were limited. I mean, it happened, but compared to later time periods, things like the First World War, when grenades really came back into use, it's a lot more limited when compared to all of that. And in the 18th century, if you want to use these heavy iron grenades, well, you have to get close. Very close. Like, I can't imagine a group of grenadiers being able to reliably get more than, say, 30 to 50 yards on the things anywhere near consistently. And maybe one or two guys can, but as an entire unit, it's going to be tough to get a lot further than probably around that distance. But oh, you may say, come on, Brandon, everyone knows that muskets are insanely inaccurate. The enemy would probably be hard-pressed to hit you at that distance anyways if there's a battle going on, so why does range matter? Well, muskets are probably far more accurate than you're thinking. I'll link a fantastic article on it down below if you want to read more, and maybe I'll do a video on something related in future. But suffice to say for now that it's really not terribly unreasonable to start hitting your targets even out to 300 yards, and that's even with military smoothbore muskets. Now, most battles are really going to start in earnest between like 100 and 200 yards, maybe a little more, but by the time you're getting like closer than 100 yards, yikes, you're going to be able to hit your marks pretty consistently. That is very close range. That's like, you better start, you better give off one volley and then charge with the bayonets kind of range, because it's very, very close. You can begin these battles out to 200 yards pretty well, pretty effectively. And meanwhile, if those grenadiers have to get within that, say 30 to 50 yards to actually throw those grenades, I mean, having to cross 150, 200 yard distance while you're actively being fired on, that's going to test the nerves of anyone, even of a grenadier, even of an expert soldier, especially if they're facing a well-trained enemy that's really getting those volleys off on you. And consider as well that if a grenadier is close enough to actually see the target they're throwing their grenades at, and, close enough to throw the grenade very well, well,
after wasting a lot of time, the answer is the reason why the grenadiers don't use grenades is because too far. The end. Thank you.
Attacks Iran in the coming days, this is what it'll look like. We should expect a week of continuous strikes, no U.S. boots on the ground, and a desperate Iranian regime launching ballistic missiles at Israel and American bases in the region. Under this scenario, U.S. casualties are likely. So today we're going to get into how a U.S. possible Iranian responses. Now we know that President Trump is close to giving the go-ahead, with CBS News reporting yesterday, quote, top national security officials have told President Trump the military is ready for potential strikes on Iran as soon as Saturday, but the timeline for any action is likely to extend beyond the weekend. We have also heard reporting recently that the United States is waiting for mid-March, another date that's been thrown out there as when the United States would have the necessary assets in theater. CBS says Mr. Trump has not yet made a decision on whether or not to strike. They say the conversations have been described as fluid and ongoing as the White House weighs the risks of escalation and the political and military consequences of restraint. Now, in trying to assess what the U.S. strike or what a U.S. operation might look like, we have to go based off of what the U.S. has in theater right now, which is a sizable naval and land-based air armada, minimal ground forces. Some of this was laid out in a piece earlier today by CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where they say the naval armada in the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean, with 2 carriers and 14 surface warships, is the largest in the region since 5 carrier battle groups assembled at the outset of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003. The current force level is comparable to that used in Operation Desert Fox, which entailed 4 days of long-range strikes. With today's force, the United States could launch 50 to 100 Tomahawk and other long-range missiles against the Iranian Revolutionary Guards and other security forces or facilities supporting Iran's nuclear program. Such an operation would align with the president's stated rationales for using military force, supporting demonstrators, and preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Couple keynotes there. Operation Desert Fox was 1998 when the United States carried out strikes against Saddam and his regime in Iraq for failing to allow weapons inspectors to access sites across the country. That actually might be a very good comparison here. For one, based off of the size of or the number of the assets we have in the region, you're looking at say 4 to 7 days worth of strikes. But
every
also,
now and then we'll say, hey, we haven't heard from so-and-so in a while. Let's see if they have any new videos, okay?
It still says game is paused.
That's because I repaused it somehow. Anyway. You remember the racist puppet?
Yes.
Okay. You notice anything different about the racist puppet channel?
There's not as many videos.
Yeah. And their name is Very Peaceful Puppets now. And we probably hadn't seen them since about 3 months ago, huh?
They got banned, you reckon?
Oh, yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Look, it was made November 2025. 219 subscribers.
Shock surprise.
They got a Hassan dog shocking video.
Of course they do.
So, there you go. Oh, subscribing not available while using permissions. Hang on. Subscribe. There you go. A brand new subscriber, Racist Puppet Channel, and if you look into it, maybe you'll realize why you're being subscribed to by us. Anyway.
Hilarious. Did that just stumble up on your algorithm?
I was
or
just
did you
thinking
look
about
for
the
that?
Racist Puppet Channel. And, like, you know, because it was some of the most overt racism
it was
that we were able to
absurd.
find.
Yeah, it was insane.
So, you know, it's like you ask yourself, how much worse can it get than a net?
Yeah.
That was a wild channel. It probably
The
still
goal
is.
of those strikes in Operation Desert Fox was not the overthrow of the Saddam Hussein regime. It was not
Bro, over
setting
here
the
going,
stage
"Blah,
for
blah,
a
blah, blah,
ground
blah,
invasion. This was
fucking Porky Pig."
1998. It was to force Iraq to make certain decisions. That seems very similar to the approach the Trump administration is following right now with Iran. Now, I would add in one aspect here that they did not
Nobody
mention,
wants
in terms
stinking
of targets.
Anglicanism
ballistic
in
missile launch
here.
and storage locations are likely
All
to be
right.
included in that first or
So
second
why
wave
don't
of
you
attacks.
just
We saw
go
Israel
back
go after these pretty
where
effectively
you
during
came
the 12-day
from?
war. It did kind of limit and relatively neuter Iran's ability to respond as they would have liked.
Honky.
Of course, we know Iran did still get a number of ballistic missiles launched and did inflict damage on Israel. But I would expect those ballistic missile launch sites and storage locations to be included in the first or second wave of U.S. strikes. CSIS continues by saying the
My
U.S.
game
forces
has yet
lack
to be
special
unpaused.
operations and ground units needed to conduct raids or operations ashore. Snatching the Iranian
I can't
leadership,
do anything.
therefore, is
I
not
know,
a
I
realistic
literally can't
option,
do anything.
particularly given the distance of likely launch points to Tehran. And to that end, I thought it would actually be worthwhile pulling up a map to give you an idea of how challenging it would be
I'm gonna leave
to
the
get
game
any
again
of these
and come
ground
back.
forces into Iran. Two key components here. First off, I saw somebody recently say,
Don't
how do we
pause it,
know
just
that
don't
there are
go
not
next turn.
you know,
Yeah, yeah.
mass brigades and U.S.
I'll
Army
just keep
divisions
doing.
getting ready to roll into Iran? Because we can't keep that secret, right? The soldiers can, but you just can't move thousands, tens of thousands of troops halfway around the world without a lot of people noticing and, to be honest, like
Got an
friends and
apple
family
skin
members
stuck in my teeth.
talking about it. So we can move special operations forces, we can move pilots, we can move air crews, we can move small elements around the world relatively quietly, but an entire, I mean, a battalion even, 1,000 troops, let alone a brigade, 4,000 or 5,000.
full of goo.
You're just not really moving that without the without people noticing, and you would need significantly more than that to carry out any sort of reasonable ground operations into Iran. So we should not expect right now that there is any significant U.S. troop buildup ready to push into Iran on the ground. When it comes to our special operations
says
forces,
Persian and then
incredibly capable. Right?
underneath
and they
it,
can
Arabian
go just
Gulf.
about anywhere in the world at the drop of a hat. It is dangerous, but possible for us to insert U.S. special operators just about
Apple
any
Maps or
place in the
Google?
world at any time. Getting them out is the challenge.
I think it's
so
Google
when
Maps.
you look at Iran,
Google kowtows.
there's not exactly a lot of
I think
great
it's Gulf
launch
of
points
America
to get
or
into,
Gulf of
say,
Trump or whatever the
Tehran
fuck
if
you
you're going
called it.
after some of the IRGC leadership.
On Google
You
Maps
argue
as
maybe
well.
they're coming from Iraq. That is a significant haul. I mean, we'll go if we go west here, looking at the distance, you've got 300 miles. It's a long ways over airspace that is pretty heavily contested. If they come from the Gulf, off of U.S. ships down there, you're talking about over 400 miles. It's a long way, and it's not just a matter of getting the people in there, but providing the support, the close air support, the overhead cover while they're there, and then getting them out. So boots on the ground right now, to me at least, and I think CSIS agrees with this as well, seems unlikely at this stage. They say the available forces are also insufficient for regime change beyond limited targeted strikes. It is unlikely that the United States will attack Iranian leaders given concerns about retaliation and legitimacy. I'm a bit mixed on that one for a couple different reasons. We know that the U.S. is tied in pretty closely with Israel right now about the objectives related to Iran, and it does seem like everything coming out of Israel is focused on regime change and doing away with the Iranian regime. Israel, of course, had no qualms targeting senior IRGC officials during the 12-day war. They certainly know where a lot of them are. And the United States, I mean, it was like a month ago, we went into Venezuela and grabbed Maduro out of his bed in the middle of the night. I'm not sure that's drastically different than killing or capturing. Again, capturing, I think, is low on the radar, senior officials within the Iranian regime. So I'm not too certain that the U.S. is overly concerned about that. CSIS says, finally, there are not enough forces for an extended multi-week air campaign. That would require a substantial logistical buildup, which is possible, but would take additional time. We might be seeing that. Again, the forces surging into the region have not stopped. They've been continuous for quite a while now. The New York Times just published an article showing some new satellite imagery where they're able to note a number of U.S. aircraft massing in Jordan. They say, quote, imagery captured on Friday shows more than 60 attack aircraft parked at the base, roughly tripling the number of jets that are normally there. And at least 68 cargo planes had landed at the base since Sunday, according to flight tracking data. More fighter jets could be parked under the shelters. They added that soldiers also installed new air defense assets to protect the base from incoming Iranian missiles. And this is where it's worth mentioning that U.S. casualties are likely if we carry out a sizable attack against Iran. We are very effective at intercepting munitions, but that's not a 100% thing at all, not by a long shot. I mean, if we look at how the 12-day war played out, Israel knew that Iran was getting ready to launch these ballistic missiles. They launched them. The United States, France, the UK, maybe even others helped intercept some of the drones that were coming into Israeli territory. And still, we saw some munitions get through and strike home. So
it won't even load
US
into
has
the fucking
a lot
lobby.
of bases across the region. Now, when you add in our warships, they're there as well, and congested, very crowded airfields throughout the Middle East. Yes, they are well defended, but it's not perfect.
Big broken.
And if Iran were to mass
Big
fires on any
bada
one of these
boom.
locations, realistically, we would expect that some of their
Big
munitions are able to
bada
get
boom.
through. And again, this goes
Bada
into how
boom.
Iran views this. In the 12-day war, it was very symbolic. They launched a couple missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar after giving us notice, and there were no casualties. We'd largely evacuated the base. Like, there was nobody there. If Iran views this as an existential threat, that this is it, and they actually need to inflict casualties to get the United States to back off, they have the means of doing so. All right, so there is a risk to U.S. personnel here, no doubt. Now, to that end, we are seeing Iran start to stack air defense assets throughout Tehran, again, showing up on satellite imagery. Not great for the Iranian regime when you can spot this stuff from above, nonetheless. When we're talking about the Iranian air defense, it's hard to put like a number on this or a grade, but big picture, the Iranian air defense is much more capable than Venezuela, for instance, but not anywhere near as capable as Russia. So in terms of quantity and quality, I'd put them in the middle between those two, and I understand that's a pretty wide gap. In terms of recent experience, we know that Israel is able to pretty freely operate F-15, so non-stealth aircraft, over portions of western and central Iran about 72 hours into that 12-day war. Now, Israel did still lose some drones over Tehran and central Iran up until the last couple days. So Iran does have capabilities to shoot down some aircraft, no doubt. Now, U.S.
finally got
F-35s
that
and
fucking
F-22s
apple
are
skin.
probably fine.
Oof.
Like, I don't want to say they're not at risk, but limited risk to those platforms. Anything else that the U.S. decides to put into Iranian airspace does come with risk. We could expect their use closer to the shores, maybe staying out of central Iran. But, something like a helicopter that we saw in Venezuela, put aside the distance that it would need to travel to get into some place.
I think if they do strike, one of the main things that they're actually going to be doing is evaluating Iran's response and how well they can respond and how well their countermeasures work. A lot of the countermeasures they're using, we have a lot of data on now, and what they're able to do because of Syria and Ukraine. Mostly Ukraine, obviously. But obviously Iran has its own domestic capabilities. So, who knows? But if because it probably won't be one day either. So if the first run shows no response, they'll probably really just fucking go for it, knowing that Iran isn't going to be able to do shit. And then you'll see the strikes happen on U.S. bases in the region, not successful Iranian countermeasures. We'll see.
It's like Tehran, that would be far too much of a risk, I would think, at this early phase of the operation. Now, to help deal with these air defense assets, the United States does appear to be sending some of their new electronic warfare targeting pods to the region. According to some reporting by the War Zone, they said F-16s heading to the Middle East are equipped with Angry Kitten electronic warfare pods. It's a devastating name there, isn't it? They say a group of Block 52 F-16 Vipers belonging to the South Carolina Air National Guard was recently spotted heading across the Atlantic as part of a huge buildup of U.S. forces ahead of potential strikes on Iran. Each of the Vipers was notably seen carrying an Angry Kitten pod, a new electronic warfare system that helps defend against anti-air threats that may now be headed for its first use in real combat. These particular F-16s are primarily tasked with the Wild Weasel mission and are optimized for neutralizing enemy air defenses, something that would be crucial in any future operation aimed at the regime in Tehran. The Wild Weasel mission is insane, what these guys do. So it's the suppression and the destruction of enemy air defense. So it's kind of opening a path so you can put more aircraft in and more effects on target. So generally what they do is they attract enemy radars or enemy
these
missile
missions
systems.
are fucking
they lock
crazy.
onto their aircraft. And then they fire
Like
an
their job is
anti-radiation
dodging
missile
missiles.
that, again,
it's fucking
seen
insane.
that one where the guy fucking dodges like 10 missiles in Iraq.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that may have been these guys. I wouldn't be surprised. But this is one of the crazier Air Force jobs in the U.S. Military. It's just oh, by the way, your job is maybe you die. Maybe you die, guaranteed. It's like a 50-50 chance.
I mean, we'll see with these Angry Kittens.
And it's such a vital job for the U.S. Air capabilities as well. If it fucks up, they're fucked. They would have to pull out their air assets. So it will be interesting to see Iran's response if they have a response. It definitely will be interesting. If nothing else.
It hones in on the source of that radar to source of the radar to destroy it. It's wild, right? It reminds me a little bit of like a Western shootout where the guys turn and draw, right? They have to be seen in order to fire that missile. So the Wild Weasel mission is insane. Looks like some of those guys are heading over there now. On top of that, of course, we know the USS Gerald R. Ford was spotted passing through the Strait of Gibraltar just yesterday, February 20th. It's expected to be in position off the coast of Israel by February 22nd or 23rd, so in the next 24 to 48 hours, and this adds a dual carrier strike group presence to the region alongside the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, one of the challenges that we're facing in this continued buildup is that we don't necessarily have the support of our allies to use their airspace or, at times, even their airfields. A notable one that's popped up in the last couple days is the United
rights
States
to use our airspace and airfields to launch fucking airstrikes on Iran either.
The Diego Garcia airfield or even one of their airfields in the UK.
It's insane.
For offensive strikes.
Like, imagine being a leader of a country and America's like, hey, we're bombing cunts.
British Prime
I'd be
Minister
like,
Keir
fuck
Starmer
you,
has
go
blocked a
around.
request from U.S. President Donald Trump to
Go
allow
around.
U.S. forces to use UK air bases during any preemptive strike on Iran, saying it could break international law, according to multiple reports in British media.
Australia
citing
didn't give
government
a
sources.
fuck.
According to the Times of London, which first reported the split over airbase access, Starmer has denied the use of RAF Fairfold in England and Diego Garcia, the British overseas territory in the Indian Ocean, for any strike on Iran. The Times reported that Britain is concerned that allowing the U.S. to use the bases would be a breach of international law, which makes no distinction between the state carrying out the attack and those in support if the latter have knowledge of the circumstances of the intentionally wrong act. The Diego Garcia
all
one
those
is pretty
countries
significant here, going back to the map.
giving weapons to
Middle of the
Israel.
ocean, so I didn't mark this
Weapon
one,
spots to
before we got
Israel.
going, but this is Diego Garcia. Red spot on the map. So we've got Iran up here. The reason Diego Garcia is important is it can serve as a forward staging base for some of our heavy long-range bombers, B-52s, B-2s, things like that. We staged aircraft here in the lead up to Operation Midnight Hammer. This was the airfield where we were counting, like, oh, look, there's a build-up. There's new stealth bombers at this location. And then while everyone was watching Diego Garcia, the actual B-2s took off from Missouri and flew across and carried out the strikes. But if we were, so we can hit Iran without using Diego Garcia, but if we're talking about a long-term sustained campaign, even 4 to 7 days, it would be incredibly useful to be able to use territories like this, airfields like this, as well as, RAF Fairfold in
Yeah, I bet it would.
Now, when turning to the Iranian response,
Tough shit.
what we could expect from that, there's a good write-up in the Middle East Institute talking about how Iran is viewing this buildup and the possibility of war with the United States and Israel. They say rather than wait for a U.S. strike, Iranian commanders now hint that Tehran may widen or regionalize the conflict the moment it begins, or even preempt it altogether. If cornered and forced to choose between
Honestly,
war and surrender,
smart decision
Iran
by
would opt for a
by
form
Iran.
of controlled chaos, one that places U.S. bases, Gulf oil installations, and regional shipping within immediate reach of missile and drone fire. The aim is not to defeat the United States, but to raise
Make
the
'em hurt.
costs of continuation so sharply that Washington hesitates before a
Couldn't
second round.
agree
We've talked about this
more.
in recent videos. Iran cannot, and they know this, they cannot stand toe-to-toe with the United States in a conventional
Mhm.
military sense. They're not stupid. They know that that is not a fight they're going to win. So we should not expect them to try to do that. They're not going to be putting aircraft up to try to shoot down our F-22s. They're not going to try to
What aircraft?
destroy the U.S. Navy that's over in the Middle East and wipe all of our bases off the map across
Those
the region.
F-14s are
They're
gone.
going to try to make
They're no
this
longer there.
long enough that the
Israel
United
made
States
sure of that.
public does not support it and says, wait a minute, what exactly are we doing there anyways? And this is where I think there's a real argument that Iran may want to inflict real casualties on the U.S. military early on and force that decision. You can see that playing out here.
That
What's
would
the
be
number?
clever.
5, 10, 15, 50?
That would be
Americans are
incredibly
killed
smart.
in an Iranian missile strike? Does the United States
especially
double
when they
down
could
and say,
control
now
the
we've gotta go
information
all
coming out
in,
of the
send
left
over more
against
troops
Trump
in
about
the
it?
Iranian regime?
Yep.
Or are
They
there
have
calls
so
in the
much
United
control
States
over
to say,
information.
what are we
There's
even doing
nothing
here,
that
guys?
America's going to be able
It's
to
not
do.
worth it. Bring everybody home.
The information narratives are going to be
If
off
you're
the
Iran
chain.
and you're talking about, gambling,
It's going to be instant
that their,
as well.
their regime could be over. You can
It'll
see
be
how they might
before
roll
we
those
even
dice.
hear the strikes
Yeah,
happen.
because
They say
ju-
Iran's
like they're
leaders appear
already
to bel-
selecting targets, they already have pre-planned any type of campaign like that.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm talking about
Yeah.
Iran. Like Iran will.
No,
have
I'm saying
narratives.
that Iran has pre-staged these narratives.
Yes.
They know what they're going to run already.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be before we even hear about the strikes in the news. It's going to be from the networks. It's going to be coming out hard. So we need to be paying attention. I am going to refrain from talking on the strikes. I'm just going to be observing. I'm just going to be watching and seeing what people say. Because it's going to be very interesting.
Why do I even open to climate change?
Believe that the conditions today differ fundamentally from earlier crises. In the past, Tehran issued maximalist threats while acting with caution. Today, however, the regime's survival is being seriously questioned in ways it has not for decades. Senior officials frame the confrontation as existential. This is why Iran's emerging doctrine seems to accept far greater risk. It cannot deter a strike, but it can raise the price of any continued conflict to a level that forces the United States to think harder before escalating. And one of the notes here that I've seen a lot referenced recently is the 12-day war. We presented that as a major U.S. victory. Israel presented that as a major Israeli victory. But a lot of reporting suggests that inside of Iran, they viewed that as an indication that the way to stick with and kind of hold out is to punch back and to not give up and to not negotiate early. A lot of Iranian hardliners viewed that interaction, those interactions, as Iran holding firm, not backing down, and eventually, I mean, they look at President Trump declaring victory and walking away as a bit of an Iranian victory.
Of course they do. That's called cope.
So a lesson learned from that is do not give up easily, do not negotiate, punch back.
Cope. When in
They say
doubt,
for Tehran,
double down on the cope.
The threat is not merely incoming missiles, but an American-Israeli strategy that blends external attack with internal fragmentation. In that scenario, deterrence becomes more complicated, and retaliation may not be enough to restore balance. It is the scenario in which attacks on regional oil infrastructure and even the U.S. homeland, with cyber strikes, drones, or terrorist operations, would become plausible. This is again, whole different scenario we're talking about here. It's one thing to say we're carrying out limited strikes, 4 to 7 days, to try to pressure the Iranian regime into a worse negotiating position for them, very similar to Operation Desert Fox. I don't know how well we'll be able to articulate that beforehand. There's so much nervousness, so much instability inside of the Iranian regime right now. They're so fragile in so many ways. I mean, there's student protests kicking off today, again, inside of Iran, right? So if the Iranian regime views this as a bid to try to topple them once and for all, it's not out of the question that they lash out with whatever they have to try to force the United States to actually leave
Holy shit, I'm finally
the
in.
region. I think that's the risk involved here, as it looks like the United States
let's see if
continues
it's still
forward
broken.
with the military option
we're good.
in Iran. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll
My
see y'all
stuff
next
is
time.
still here. I gotta remember what the fuck I was doing.
It's great responsibility, and you have the power to sign up for extratug.com for exclusive perks and videos. Check it out. Am I still up?
People talking about people talking. And then there's me, a person talking about people talking about people talking. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Longtime Tuglets, also known as Tuggalos, they evolve like Pokemon, would point out the fact that I made a video about podcasts about 2 years earlier. And I was already burned out on podcasts back then. And I was burned out about making content back then. And it's been 2 years. I am spiraling. But don't worry, this isn't gonna be a retread of one of my old angry rants, even though I'm a hack. I'm not that big of a hack, though. This is more of a eulogy, because podcasts are dead. Wave goodbye to last podcast on the left. It's goodbye. It's gone forever. Goodbye. Sure, there are still tons of PCs out there. I just tried to abbreviate podcast, and that made it more confusing. In fact, since the last video I made, Spotify has added at least 2 million more podcasts, bringing the total number of pods on their platform to over 7 million. Hey gang, that's too many f***ing podcasts. Can I just say that? But when the Golden Globes decided to give out an award for Best Podcast and then gave it to television star Amy Poehler, it seemed pretty clear that the medium was dead. Now, to be clear, I love Amy Poehler, like straight up, and her podcast is pretty good. But it's kind of shitty to give someone this established award for being so established already. Now, to be clear, the Golden Globes are not a great barometer of good art. Case in point, they gave Ricky Gervais the Best Stand-Up Comedy Performance Award, totally ignoring fresh voices like Robbie Hoffman, Gerard Carmichael, or Sarah Squirm. So it's not like I'm going to sit here holding my breath for the Doughboys or my brother and me to win an award for something.
Yeah,
but
well,
even so, when a major
fucking
award
shows are for
category,
rich assholes to pat each other on the back.
Format. And I guess that means
Who gives a
that
shit
now
about
it's all
fucking
about
award
celebrities
shows?
interviewing
Give
other
yourself an
celebrities on
award.
camera.
Who
Seriously,
cares?
That's all it is now. That's literally all it is. We're podcasts.
Fuck it, we'll
originally
give
in audio
ourselves some
format. Why
awards
is every
eventually.
why is every podcast a goddamn TV show now? And I'm part of the problem. If there's a podcast and it doesn't have a visual element, I'm not into it. How did we get here as an audience with podcasts? Let's get into the video.
But first, let's do an ad.
I'm gonna keep it a clean Washington with you, gang. Did you think that joke was over? Did you think we were gonna stop? It's not even a joke. It just keeps
Communism.
coming up. And this is not a bit. Like this is genuinely a really big part of podcasting.
Okay, did you hit
Isn't that
next
crazy? You can't kill the Soviets. I can't believe this doesn't come up in other videos that I watch. Like when f***ing Defunctland makes something,
Okay,
I'm
now
surprised.
it did.
He did talk about the Soviets
Because
once.
it was saying
just all
waiting
goes
on
back
me,
to the
so I didn't
Soviets.
want to
Anyway, moving
advance,
on.
'cause
But while
it
the
might break.
USSR was on its way out in 1989, citizens still faced plenty of state censorship. Dissenting voices were pushed underground, forced to spread art and information through independent publication like zines. You know, zines. One of those things that your most talentless and insufferable friends force you to buy before they go back to DJing. And also, Tyler, if you're watching, I'm not talking about you. It was about another cadet DePaul. I know you did that, both of those things, but I liked your zines. Now I'm making a video for one person. I'm so good at YouTube. Anyway, one of these Soviet zines, Hooray Boom Boom, decided to create an audio companion to their publication called The Illusion of Independent Radio. Which, might I say, both of those names are hard as hell. That was great naming conventions by the Soviets. It was part art project, part radio broadcast, featuring independent punk and new wave music, scary stories, and political gossip. But since there was no way they could do this over airwaves, they recorded the show on reel-to-reel tape in a home studio, duplicated the tapes, and distributed it through friends and a small subscription service. Aw man, they pioneered independent content creation, but they also pioneered subscriptions to independent content creation? That sucks. Extra Tug, $4 a month. Now obviously this predates the widespread adoption of the internet and streaming platforms we use for podcasts today, but the illusion of independent radio was the prototype, unknowingly creating a blueprint for podcasts. It was incredibly niche and independently produced. So in a very weird way, we have the Soviet Union to thank for the Joe Rogan Experience and the Office Girls podcast. Is that what that's called? Office Ladies. If you like The Office that much, I don't know. Get your bag, ladies. I don't care. Of course, podcasting as we know it today stems from the growth of the internet itself. The number of internet users ballooned by over 200 million between 1995 and 1999, mostly due to porn. You tell a fella he can watch all the porn he wants for a monthly subscription and he's gonna, and privately in his own home, we're gonna buy that. Experiments in internet radio shows led to early online stations like internet talk radio. Now, as unimaginative as the name was, we have to give it flowers because the programming itself was actually way f***ing worse. This shit sucked. It provided live streaming audio from the House and the Senate floors along with national press club luncheons and interviews with key members of the fledgling internet community. So basically, it was a worse version of C-SPAN. I don't know if you've ever tuned into C-SPAN, but it is an audio and visual depiction of hell.
Thanks for holding. You're on with Michael Gordon of the New York Times.
Penises everywhere.
All right.
But as boring as it was, internet talk radio became an example of how audio programs could exist on the web. And at the same time, personal web pages and blogs were growing exponentially. And inspired by the potential of early internet radio, hosts began adding audio to their sites, originally referred to as audio blogs. And I don't know if you know this, but the early internet loved the word blog so much. Everything had to be a spin-off of the word blog. I don't know what blog means. I know what it means, like in terms of like it's a post on the internet, but why do they call it blogs? I hate the term vlog. It is terrible. Fittingly, just like the illusion of independent radio, podcasts became an outgrowth of independent publishing. But instead of zines, we had GeoCities. Remember GeoCities? I talked about it in my video about the early internet. Go watch that one. That video is probably better than this one. I'm gonna be honest. That was one of my favorite videos I ever made. But there's just one problem about audio blogs. They were the definition of not accessible. Not non-accessible? hard to access. In order to keep up with the daily slop of your favorite blogger, you had to visit the actual site for updates or downloads. But in 2000, really simple syndication, also known as RSS, began incorporating audio into its easily accessible feeds. This inclusion was partially inspired by a request from the 80s MTV VJ Adam Curry. My god, do I also hate the term VJ. It sounds like a sex thing. I know it's a video DJ because that's what MTV was, but just call him a video DJ, honestly. But Adam Curry in 2004 would also create what many consider to be the first version of a modern podcast, Daily Source Code. But podcasts took their first major step into the mainstream in June of 2005 when Apple, we love Apple, added podcast support to iTunes. And in just 2 days, the company reported over
these
a
forces
million
coming
podcast
for me?
subscriptions. I was joking about we love
Are
Apple.
you
I
trying
hate
to
Apple, but you
attack
can't
me?
overstate just how important iTunes was for podcasts. Just imagine the difficulty of old folks trying to use FaceTime on their current iPhones. And now imagine how much harder it would be explaining RSS feed podcatching aggregators to Meemaw. Imagine explaining that to Meemaw. I can't even explain what I just said. All of that was confusing to me.
Editor jump scare. I felt like the section could use a little more nuance, especially from someone who was maybe actively online during the early 2000s, someone from like Generation X or something like that, but I guess I just don't know anyone from Generation X who was actively online in the early 2000s. Wait. Yes, I do. My dad. I know you had this soapbox at one point about the fact that podcasts are called podcasts. It's sort of like if we started calling hamburgers Big Macs and we just colloquially, sat home for dinner, like you're cooking on the grill a Big Mac, but it's not a Big Mac, it's a burger. So
yeah, but
I don't know if that
there's so many products like
rings true at all.
Yeah, or
Kleenex.
could I have a Kleenex?
Right, yeah, yes. Yeah, exactly.
What did I say?
Yeah, no, that is true. But really, I think a lot of it started with iPods. There was basically kind of a simple mechanism to subscribe to a content creator, and that every time they put a new, show up, you would basically be able to get that on your iPod. And so that it was like a podcast. And that's really how it started. But basically then it over time, it just basically, I feel like, became anything that was an interview, or anything that was basically just a show, really, if you will, a talk show.
But Apple helped lower the barriers to entry by creating an
Yeah,
easy
see,
to
this is
navigate
why we don't call
directory
it a
that enabled
podcast.
listeners to discover and
'Cause it's not a
subscribe to new
podcast.
podcasts in one place. Around the same time, hosting platforms like Libsyn started popping up everywhere, allowing more and more amateurs to start distributing and making their own little podcasts. And at least to me, this is the secret source of podcasting. It's the secret sauce of all content creation. The early podcast ecosystem gave low-level comedians, failed entertainers, and bored artists a place to get weird. I mean, sure, you had heavy hitters like This American Life, boring dork shit to a non-book reader like me, but you also had normies creating truly insane podcasts. Like, for instance, the main Jimmy Pitts, I've talked about him before, the main writer on my channel, he created a podcast where every episode broke down a pop culture reference within the Bare Naked Ladies song 1 week. Jimmy.
Amazing.
Where did you think that was going to go? Did you think that was going to be a success? And I kind of want to hear the podcast because I didn't realize how many fucking pop culture references were in one.
I would
week,
watch
but I
the
can't find
fuck
it
out of
anymore.
that. That's
Where is
great.
it, Jimmy? It doesn't come up in Google. Jimmy, send me a link. But with iTunes standardizing podcasts, the 2010s really became the golden age of the format. In 2009 alone, wildly popular and influential comedy pods like The Adam Carolla Show, WTF with Mark Maron, The Joe Rogan Experience, and Comedy Bang Bang all debuted. But the format wasn't just all chuckles. The BBC and NPR both had political hard-hitting stuff that they were making on podcasts. Jesse Thorne brought a youthful take on public radio aesthetic to his show Bullseye, and even eventually created the Maximum Fun Network, which is responsible for creating My Brother and Me, which is the only podcast I really listen to nowadays. Throw a heater to the big boy. You guys get that reference, right? We all listen to My Brother and Me. And for the jocks, eternal Boston homer Bill Simmons started his podcast, The BS Report, which would eventually become the flagship show, The Ringer. Now, personally, I would never ever listen to a sports podcast. I don't know why people do that. I watched the game. I saw everything. Why do I have to have you explain to me what's going on? I don't understand sports radio. I don't understand people talking about sports. It confuses the shit out of me. Maybe I'm just not a big sports guy. And radio, which was a dinosaur in the media landscape,
Hilarious.
pretty much since TV was invented, was getting a second life thanks to the internet-centric model that allowed us to download shows a la carte. Podcasts allowed us to curate our listening to niche interests instead of digesting the broad spectrum
It's all
of what was
streams
available.
now. It's all about the stream.
A long time ago, in early 2000s,
some things that kind of just helped kick off, consuming a lot of content online was like shows like Dignation. There was a site, dig.com, and it was like a user-generated site where people would submit articles and the community would vote on what basically made the homepage. It was kind of a precursor to Reddit. Reddit was kind of close on its heels in a similar way. But one of the founders of Dig, his name's Kevin Rose, Tech TV or something like that. He was like actually on television, but then he kicked off this user-generated website that was popular, and then kind of along with that, they did a weekly podcast, a weekly show. Him and a co-host. They basically talked about all the most popular stories on Dig that week, and it was hugely popular. Like with their community, it was kind of like this awesome flywheel between the site and people posting content to the site and engaging with it there. And then the founders kind of like doing this hip, fun, cool talk show, quote unquote, if you will, on a weekly basis, talking about it. But then also at the same time, kind of a very user-gen, cutting edge. There was ads and stuff in it, and so it felt corporate in that regard. But then at the same time, everyone knew this is something new, and so it kind of had a freshness and a newness to it in that regard. You could kind of see, even at its genesis at the beginning, that in the pursuit of credibility and to try to make it palatable to audiences, there kind of always was, I feel like, an embrace or a trend towards, we need to try to make this like content people consume on television, even though it's
always a
not
mystery.
that.
But you may have noticed that there was one thing missing in the early podcast community, and that was women. Or maybe you didn't notice. That's a little sexist of you, not very liberal. Get them. Get this non-lib. But the lack of ladies wasn't that big of a surprise, seeing as at this point, most of podcasting was just dudes laughing about aliens or something. In 2008, 25% less women listened to podcasts than men. But that was all about to change due to women's freakish love of murder. Oh, is that sexist for me to say? Oh man, that women love true crime. Get me. I'm not a lib. In October of 2014, This American Life producers debuted a new true crime podcast called Serial. It focused on the 1999 murder of an 18-year-old Baltimore high schooler. And for all of its original reporting and research, the podcast kind of ends without solving anything. So, that seems like it should have been a failure, except for the fact that it was wildly popular. Turns out people don't need solid answers to enjoy a piece of media. Just look at any Christopher Nolan movies. Serial topped the iTunes charts worldwide
dog
and
shit.
became the
I
fastest
agree.
podcast
Christopher
ever
Nolan,
to
dog
reach 5
shit.
million downloads.
It's dog
this was
shit.
thanks to excellent production.
It's just nonsense. It's just fucking nonsense. Like at least, what's the space one?
Space one?
The Nolan space one. Interstellar, right? Like at least that had a point where it's like, oh, love transcends time and space. It's like the new dimension is love, you know? Like,
sure.
I rather have it be something really fucking stupid like that, but the movie is like, Interstellar's fine because like it doesn't get lost in Nolanism. Like it's like you go down to the planet, there's gravity, they go back up, he's old. They don't they just move on. They just keeps going, you know? It doesn't matter. And then you get to the end and you're like, what the fuck? Now we're back this is time travel? Okay. But then you look at something like Inception, they're constantly like making up rules how dreams work, and I'm like, why? Why? Why is this movie a thing? Now we're 3 stages down. This is the time dilation, 3 stages down. Also, watch out, I suddenly bring trains into dreams.
Sure, why not? Nothing matters.
I don't know.
It's cinema. Absolute cinema.
That sanded some of the rough freewheeling edges off
Nolan
the podcast
is like,
format and gave it
honestly, Nolan is in like the class where Michael Bay would be if Michael Bay thought that he was like
the best filmmaker ever.
Yeah, and like trying to actually do something instead of just being like, people pay for it, fuck it. If it looks cool, fuck it. Like Michael Bay is a fucking worker. He made executives so much money. You know, and you know what else he did? He helped revitalize American cars. with the Transformers movies.
You make a good point.
Like, remember when people cried because Optimus wasn't the right truck anymore? Does that count as race swapping?
I think so.
Like, the Transformers movie's also nonsense. I think the most nonsense ever, though, is the Saw movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it gets to a point where, like, one of them, I remember the end of it, and it's just, like, and then, like, he, like, lowers himself in, like, an ice coffin or something while the person's trapped in the room. I don't know what the fuck was happening. Just, like, why? Because. And it's, like, it's just, like, the James Wan twist, but the James Wan twist is what made Saw that, so they're like, let's continue doing that. So it's, like, a weird thing that is a signature of a specific type of director, and then they try to copy it, and then copy it, and then copy it, and then copy it, and then copy it, and it gets so wacky.
That's when the
first and second Saws are genuinely really good movies.
Mm.
The only thing about the second Saw that you're going to hear me criticize is that they're using sarin gas being pumped into the house, and they have a timer of when the gas will kill them. Now! The gas will kill you now!
Immediately.
Like, Jigsaw, what you're looking for is this thing called carbon dioxide, and you just fucking pump CO2 in through the vents. And eventually, the CO2 will pollute, and they'll slowly die. But nerve agent is scary. So that's why we're going to use that one.
Gets everywhere.
To storytelling while utilizing binge-worthy cliffhangers. Now, Serial didn't reinvent the wheel here. There's been true crime things around like Dateline since forever, but it did show the genre's potential in the podcast format. And oh boy, did it show potential, because millions of eggs were placed into one bloody basket. After its success, tons of true crime podcasts started popping up all over the web. According to the site Podchaser, there were about 100 true crime podcasts in 2015, the year following Serial's release, and there are around 1,400 today. Now, some of that growth is likely due to people owning smartphones nowadays and other factors, but there's no doubt that some of it stems from Serial's success as a proof of concept. Not only were there several spin-offs of the show Serial, but tons of true crime podcasts came in its wake. Shows like 2016's My Favorite Murder, 2017 Crime Junkies, and 2018 Morbid have constantly topped podcast charts. And we're not just talking true crime charts, we're talking all of podcast charts. We love hearing about a lady getting stabbed. I don't know why. According to Pew Research data, 24% of America's top-ranked podcasts are now true crime. And since 2015, the share of female podcast listeners has tripled from 15 to 45%, with nearly 160 million people listening to podcasts every month. And I didn't do any research onto why women love true crime podcasts. It's a real thing. I don't think that's sexist to say, but it confuses me deeply. So if you're a woman who listens to true crime podcasts, let me know in the comment section down below. It does scare me, and I want to know.
First of all, do you have iron?
I do not.
You don't have iron?
Nope. I'm making it now.
Got it. England's just about to invade me, and I kind of,
I'll give it to you when I have it.
Well, no, I'm gonna need,
Ooh, they longbowmen, nice. Man, she really coming for you, huh?
Yeah, like, she's got a pretty big army, so I'm probably, what if she got 600?
Whoa, my god.
I'm probably gonna need, because I also need to counter her faith push towards me right now. And she's going to be hitting me with longbowmen, so I can't really effectively counter with archers.
You need cav.
Yeah, I do have some ponies.
I have horses. You want horses?
Well, I have a stable.
Okay. I'll give you horses.
Let me see.
Send delegation. Yes. Make deal. Have horses.
But I got something.
Yeah.
Here, I
Have
got
horses.
something for you. This is a fucking great deal I'm giving you, bro. Give me all those horses. Give me 30. You can keep 3.
Send it.
Oh, here, hang on.
Yeah, you can click on the horse and type 30.
Boom. Yeah, I like to click.
Only
I'm a
29?
click master.
Why can't you take 30?
I'm full.
Oh.
That would be max out my pony potential.
Okay, I had to send it back to you because I changed it.
Oh no.
It's like we're bartering.
Why'd you change it?
I just tried to put it to 30.
Oh. Now we have ponies.
Make them calves. Oh look, more iron. I guess I'll go make another iron mine. While I'm here, I'm going to put one of these silly little churches that Ethiopia has right here. It gets bonuses from adjacent mountains and hills. And I have a spot that is surrounded by mountains and hills. So it's going to get like 8 faith or some shit. It's going to be pretty big.
Man.
Play the video.
I know, I'm just
Now,
dealing with a
hundreds
lot
of
right
millions
now.
of listeners and millions of podcasts to choose from, it was only a matter of time before this little thing became big business. It's hard not to laugh when you hear the annual revenue of the global podcast industry is about $7 billion. I mean, for the most part, this is just people sitting on couches using USB microphones. They are just printing money out of thin air.
It's true,
I
it
gotta
is
do my
USB
podcast.
microphones.
I made 3 episodes back when I made the first podcast video about this. And people seem to like it. I thought it was a hack move. I thought it was lazy, but people seem to like it. Maybe I'll just do that again. Tug Talks. Expect a new episode of Tug Talks. I need to make money, guys. Not only that, though, but sponsorships on podcasts over the years have been absolute jokes. Who remembers the era of podcasts when every sponsorship was MeUndies, Manscaped, or Magic Spoon? Then the host will speed read the ad copy, probably butcher it, and
still
then
is.
fake their way through a supposed personal testimony. All the while, most of
That's
us are
still what
just
it
hitting the
is.
skip 15 seconds until it's over. But somehow, this makes people filthy rich. And when it comes to normies becoming filthy rich, that's when the big industries get involved. From 2019 to 2022, Spotify spent an estimated $1 billion buying out podcast studios like The Ringer and Gimlet, and individual shows like The Joe Rogan Experience and Call Her Daddy. The podcast gold rush meant that a lot of serious companies now have their penises in the game. And if you've invested billions of dollars into the game, you're gonna expect a little bit of money back, or a lot of bit of money back. So these major companies started courting major celebrity hosts. Uh-oh, downfall imminent. Name recognition helped the show stand out in a crowded market and drove more advertisers to their networks. With major media companies involved, the DIY era of niche personality-driven podcasts faded away. And in its place, thank God, we got podcasts from every celebrity imaginable. Oh, I love it so much. And look, I know our culture is obsessed with celebrities, but celebrities are not generally interesting people. They're the
No,
exact
they're fucking
opposite of that.
dickheads.
Nothing about being pretty or rich makes you interesting. In fact, it does the exact
couldn't
opposite.
agree
If you didn't
more.
grow up fat, short, pimply-faced, or poor, there's a good chance you just don't have a personality. I'm gonna straight up say that. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Beautiful people suck. I am wholly racist to 8s and above, except for my girlfriend, who's a 10. She's so hot. But actors don't have anything to say. Their whole job is saying things other people have written for them, and that's the opposite of holding a conversation. These people are boring, but that
That's
doesn't
true.
stop them from
That's
podcasting
why
for
our
some
show
reason.
is
Does
fucking
Rob
great.
Lowe need a show? Or Lance Bass from NSYNC? Or goddamn
Look,
Alex
man,
Baldwin?
Rob Lowe
The
is a
list
funny
goes
dude.
on and on. Obviously, I've made a good case about how podcasts are past their prime. I think we can all see that. The hosts are getting worse and worse, and the ideas are getting staler and staler. And with millions to choose from, you might be hard-pressed to find one that's right for you.
Sean
There's just
Ryan.
too much content. Oh my god, can we pick a piece of content. I don't know how you found this video. How did you even come across me? It's a hard competitive world out there. Well, I'm turning the table today, Tuglets, or Tuggalos. We're gonna fly through some podcast recommendations until the wax melts out of our ears and your brain explodes. So get ready for the Pod is Dead speed round. Pod is Dead. That's a good joke, Jimmy. That's nice.
That
Up
is
first,
funny.
we have Chrissy Salem Metal Mascara. Pretty fun one. Chrissy Salem was the bassist for the glam metal band Diamond Rex back in the late 80s. And now he hosts a YouTube
Why do
video
I
podcast
care?
where he riffs on positivity while dressed in full metal drag. Music blares in the background as he basically filters self-help grind set ethos through a Motley Crue prism. I'm pretty sure he records this in his basement, and there is a bubble machine. So I'm having fun. Are you having fun? Up next, we have MD
Sure.
Foodie Boys. If you don't know about MD Foodie Boys, this is a legitimate recommendation. I've never had more fun listening to a podcast in my life. 4 middle schoolers, that's correct, wanted to start a podcast, but with little to no life experience, the only thing they could talk about was snacks. And thus, MD Foodie Boys was born. And
That
it
is
God-tier
hilarious.
entertainment. It's been parodied several times by SNL, so these kids have already peaked, and they haven't even reached high school. Truly, I really hope nothing bad ever happens to these broccoli-headed boys. I wish them the best of luck. There is something so pure about saying you have, quote, taste buds like a god because you figured out the flavor of the mystery airhead. But truly, they're so young, I can't imagine they get out of this unscathed. One of them is going to become a far-right influencer. It's just gonna happen. So until that day, I wish you the best of luck. We have Hooked on Freddy. Do you like podcasts about relationships or true crime? Then you gotta listen to Hooked on Freddy. It's an 8-part true crime docuseries about a British man accused of sexually assaulting a dolphin. That is a true story. And there's a podcast about it. And then we have
British
Wrestling with
moment.
Freddy, which is not the same thing. Remember Freddie Prinze Jr., the guy from I Know
Oh
What You Did
my
Last
God.
Summer, or whatever that movie was, and I Still Know What You Did Last Summer,
It's
and
Scooby-Doo.
and Scooby-Doo
He's
2.
Fred.
Well, turns out he loves professional wrestling, and he can't wait to tell you about it. iHeartMedia,
Amazing.
you've done it again. The actual surprising part here is that Freddie is actually a previous WWE wrestler, which I did not know. All that being said, though, this is definitely a Wrestling for
What?
podcast, so no behind the scenes on the Scooby-Doo movies, which is why I originally
Amazing.
tuned in. Then we have Girls in Low Places. The only thing worse than mainstream country might be listening to people who sincerely love mainstream country talking about that. But you know what? Throw a little British accent in there and really f everyone's heads up. Girls in Low Places is a British country music podcast full of piss and vinegar, which, as it turns out, is actually
hate
the
this.
national food of England, piss and vinegar. It's really off-putting to hear the accent and realize these girls probably get jiggy to that courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue song by Toby Keith. But I guess that's also the color of their flag, so they could kind of like mentally do some gymnastics. But all that being said, it is very, it's just like, it's a mind f. It's interesting to listen to. And then we have Ice-T's Daily Game. Oh my god, it's unfortunately only lasted a year. I'll say that. But that is still hundreds of episodes for your listening pleasure. And trust me, you are going to want to have listening pleasure with this. These digestible 4-minute episodes are basically Ice-T pretending like he's a life coach. He takes an inspirational life quote or saying, which is already the definition of self-explanatory, then he explains it to you. Yum, yum, yum in my ear tummy. I love the episode Shut Up, which has the description in
That
this
is
episode.
awesome.
Ice explains why sometimes
That is
you
the
should
most
keep your
Ice-T
to
shit
yourself.
I've ever
You've done
heard.
it again, Ice-T. God, nothing you do is wrong. Now, you might be wondering at this point how, with so many podcasts available for listening, that I could say that the medium is dying. But I think Mark Maron's retirement in 2025 is pretty telling. He was part of the first wave of intimate, personality-driven podcasts, so when he announced he was stepping away from the game due to burnout, it felt pretty symbolic. Whether you like his show or not, you have to admit that recording 1,600 episodes is a pretty big feat, not just for the sheer amount of work, but because it means you've built a relationship with your audience. It takes more than a great concept to have a great podcast. You have to have a person, you have to be good at podcasting. It's kind of like that old saying that many people vote for a president based on who they'd rather have a beer with. Hosts are in your ears. You drive to work with them. You go to bed with them. You take a shower with them. Overall, it's pretty intimate. Most people who are interested in listening to a celebrity shit out of their mouth just because that person is famous are fickle people to begin with. They'll jump ship eventually just to get the next shiniest celebrity's take on fucking ramen or something. To sponsors, podcast networks, and streaming platforms, that's gonna mean a lot of failed shows and wasted money. And instead of taking the time to hire interesting people who actually have something to say, they'll just talk the whole thing up to being a fad and probably move on, which in some ways, they kinda already have. Cutbacks and layoffs are happening widely across the industry. In the last several years, Amazon, iHeartMedia, and TuneIn have already laid off lots of people from their podcast divisions. And now, as if creating a show
Hell
and
yeah.
promoting it isn't enough, you have to
From
have a
one
video
of
element,
these
like I
fucking
said earlier.
improvements.
This is laughable to me because it is the direct opposite
I
of
got
what
such
a
a good
podcast
spawn
should be,
for
but once again, I know I'm part of the problem. I would like the video part. The audio format was
so
easier to
stressed out.
digest and invited casual listening. But now, because of virality is so dependent upon social media clicks, you need a clippable content.
Oh my
to
God,
post to
I've got a
TikTok or
river
Instagram. And not only that,
with a
if you
mountain
post the video to a
adjacent on the
short
other
form,
side.
more monetization,
I
more
said I'm
ads,
stressed
more
out.
money. And you might not think this is a big deal. You can just listen to the
All right,
audio
I'm
version of the show
accumulating
like you always have.
iron
But in
now.
many ways, this pivot to a video means that the focus of the show will be visual. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, it could mean a lot of dead air for your podcast. Whew. Jimmy. Ooh, Jimmy, what a good little line there. Holy shit. Jimmy's a good writer. Did you guys notice? Not only that, though, but it just feeds into this sick cycle of having sexy people with nothing to say podcasts. You think I'm joking? Then f***ing explain this show Coffee and Cleavage. Who's tuning in to listen to that? You can't hear boobs. And this all comes around to something I've talked about on this channel several times, N-shitification. Basically, this is the term for high-quality services that attract users, and then they are degraded to the point where they only maximize short-term profits for companies or investors. And this is exactly what's happening to podcasts. And even more telling, as they pivot to video and become just way shittier versions of talk shows themselves are getting the axe left and right. So we've basically destroyed what made podcasts great, allowing them to pivot conveniently to a format that we've...
The most annoying thing about what Britain is doing is that they're wasting my faith by also fronting this charge with a religious push. Like, you
It's kind of interesting.
motherfucker. Like,
It's
I
kind of
could have
smart.
still gotten the monumentality boost and dumped that faith into settlers and fucking had way more cities than them very, very quickly.
And yet, she
already
played the
let die
smart game.
once. And you think I'm overreacting?
You might wanna
then
build some
Netflix and
walls.
Spotify just had that big
Oh,
deal
I'm
where they're
working
doing the
on it.
video format things. It's literally talk shows again. You can go on Netflix and watch your podcast.
It's gonna-
Last
she's gonna
podcast
declare
on the
war
left is
next
on
turn,
Netflix now.
I
Okay,
think.
but after that long rant, you know what? I'm a big.
She's got a
hypocrite.
catapult
Genuinely,
right
at the
here.
end of the video,
I'm
well,
gonna
that's always how it
denounce her
turns out. Like
immediately.
I said, I have my own podcast. I haven't touched it, but I have my own podcast. This show is also on Spotify because Spotify wants videos on their platform. God, I'm
And
a
once
big
she
part of the
declares
problem, and I
war,
said
just
yes,
give me
and it's
all
on
your
there. But I
gold.
also have my own podcast on the platform called Tug Talks. Every once in a while, someone says, "Bring back the podcast,"
If you
and I'll
don't, we
fucking do
lose.
it. Like I said, I'm a sellout.
I need gold.
You're not.
I don't have enough to give you.
Well, I get 100 per turn.
I'll just do it, and it's part of the
You
problem
do.
because I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm interesting.
Okay,
I'm not
well, I
beautiful.
get
like I'm doing it
4.
because I already have fame.
So
straight up,
you can go
I'm
fuck
not like
yourself.
a good. I'm not.
I
a
mean,
good
I'll
talker.
give you
I'll
stuff
do
for
it.
it.
I'll do it if you guys want. I'm here for the money. I'm just gonna
I
sell
actually
out.
just
I'll answer
traded
your
my
questions.
caviar
I'll,
for
I'll
10
make, I'm
gold
not
per
gonna.
turn.
I don't. I'm too lazy to do
I
the
already
video
gave you
thing. But if I
caviar
need to
for
do the video
ponies.
thing, I'll fucking do it. I'm a
Yeah, I
hypocrite.
gave you a lot
I don't
of
give a
ponies.
shit. Open those mouths, baby birds. Here it comes, right into your mouth. New videos every Saturday and sometimes Wednesday. Like, comment, and subscribe. The extra tug, $4 a month. Get a couple videos, a bunch of videos actually, like 4
They
to 6
are
every month.
kind of pushing
Yeah,
the
4 to
missionaries
6.
past
You get name at
me
the end of the video.
instead
Talk
of
about dirty
focusing
shit.
I
on
noticed
We made a
the
whole
city,
video about
which is
kinks.
interesting.
Yikes! It wasn't the light ones. So if you want to check that out, yeah.
Trying to spread it
Have a good
deep.
one. I gotta kind of stand here while these names go. But I guess
Okay, find the ISIS bride videos.
Thumbs up.
Okay, I will.
Thumbs up. 7 up. Thumbs up. 7 up.
Okay, those have all been upped.
Hang on. There is one thing I wanted to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell this guy's name? I think he... Nope. Does credit... Okay. Hopefully if I search it, it'll still come up. Thank you. Okay. I want to see if he has a video on this.
It was Iowa State. The body cam was wild. Actually looked like a scene from Weapons. Oh, here we go. Raw video. UI body cam shows Frat's 2024 hazing incident.
That's what I want to
What are we out here for? Noise complaint or something? Oh no, that's a fire truck.
That's okay. Fire's here.
Alcohol poisoning? If it was alcohol poisoning, I feel like I don't think they would have got suited up. Okay, so probably not alcohol poisoning. Looking like a fire, maybe. Oh wow. What?
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Anyone?
as advertised. That does feel like something straight out of Weapons, huh? This was 2024, so they certainly weren't doing the Black Beetle challenge either. Oh wow. Now that is interesting, isn't it? They're in low power mode.
Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Oh my god.
Police and firefighters responded to the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity house after a fire alarm went off.
Ah, okay. This is where we left off in the other footage. Okay. Yeah, so I guess all the dudes down there were rubbing together too fast and set off the smoke alarm.
Do you like my Do you like my tack? Right above your city.
Hey, pardon me, Cody. We're going downstairs.
Is that what you're putting there?
Yeah, it's very obviously the barbarians.
Oh,
Did you
the
already kill them?
firefighters were the first ones to see it.
What's going on?
While downstairs checking the fire alarm,
There is on my
officers
screen.
stumble upon a fraternity hazing situation.
Sam Hell's. Yeah, I'll definitely need one.
What in the Sam hell?
Alright, who's in charge?
That'd be Cody.
Looks like we have quite a bit of hazing. So I'm gonna ask again, who's in charge?
We can talk upstairs.
No, we're gonna talk right here. Who's in charge?
A couple of us are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well, we need to find someone who's in charge, because this is ridiculous. Hey, this stops here, guys. This is a police
What
department.
is happening?
Oh wait, so they weren't shirtless initially. Whoa, what? Were they making mud pies and having a food fight? So they weren't shirtless initially. What did they take their shirts off after the officers like went upstairs? When did that happen?
They're covered in
That's
shit.
interesting. They're covered in blood. Where? Oh, I guess like here, maybe.
Stops
see there's-
here.
People are
Who's in
blindfolded.
charge?
They're upstairs.
Who said that?
How about we stop?
You're excommunicado.
Everyone take their blindfold.
What frat is this? Alpha Delta Phi. You're out of here, bud. Someone tell Cody.
Clear the room and get out of here, but no one's moving.
That,
We
I will
keep
tell
telling
you
them to
something.
move, and they don't.
That's commitment.
Nobody moves.
Dude, look.
There is a chance.
I respect it. The only authority is the frat. Fuck you.
The cops are like blown away because they've never seen anything like it.
I respect the commitment to the game.
I'm just
That's
saying,
very
like-
funny.
I don't know if this shit's legal. You know what I mean?
No, I'm pretty sure hazing is not legal. Like, the frat got in trouble for it in South Carolina when I was there.
I don't know anything about this shit.
I'm really reaching, but imagine. I just keep calling everyone here Cody, but imagine like whoever's in charge here said like knew that the with the fire alarm going off and everything.
You got that,
police
oh
would
shit,
arrive,
an
and
adult
he
is
told
talking to me
all of
tone.
the
Yeah.
all the
He's so
freshmen here.
scared.
There's gonna be cops coming. They're not real cops. If you break, you're out. What do you think the odds are of that? I feel like there's a good chance, right? Like they're testing you. Cosplay police. Yeah, like you know how like bachelorette parties order this stripper dressed as a police officer? Maybe it's one of those things. I say that,
I'm
and
surprised.
I don't know if
It
that
is.
actually happens in the real world or just in movies.
I'm
I don't know
surprised,
if they
really.
order a police stripper man,
Man, she
but
plundered one of my trade
it's
routes.
probably
That bitch.
possible.
This bitch.
Apparently they're taking this pretty serious.
I guess.
You in charge?
You said.
Still haven't found out who's in charge?
No one asked for house dad.
Where's he at?
Summit. Working at Summit.
Summit. That's cool.
So,
So,
you have
obviously,
some coming here? Is there
yeah,
anything I
lieutenant's
can do?
coming.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Definitely figure out why you wouldn't let me pass you initially.
Questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one of those things.
I
We've
would
been there a
probably
million times.
Colin, your house dad or whoever to get him here, since ultimately he's probably in charge, right? Unless someone else is in charge.
I don't have his numbers.
Yeah.
Which probably should be that. Yeah. So you guys gonna have a fire alarm guy set off and just run?
It's manual.
Does his voice normally sound like that, or
This one in the hallway here.
did he lose his voice from like screaming all day? I wonder if he always sounds like that.
Now I got set off on this.
She has so many fucking missionaries too.
Upstairs. I can tell you it was this one. Who's that? Really? Yeah. How long are they supposed to stay? All night. You guys had to do this too, huh? No. I don't know what this is.
I'm as confused as you guys. Why'd you cops put all these dudes in my basement?
It's not that dumb.
I can't believe you planted these people.
He's a living. He lives upstairs.
Oh, so you do live here?
Yeah.
Well, your buddy here saying different.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
They said the same
Don't
thing.
talk to cops.
Who's in charge of the house?
Don't you understand? Get the fuck out.
Okay, we need him now. Who's that Summit? Okay, can we get in contact with him?
I don't know.
Here's the deal. From what I'm being told, this
I don't know what Summit is. Does that mean he's like off the grid or something? What Summit? We can't get House Papa on the phone? Dude's on Everest. Oh yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's why he's unreachable. I get it.
That would make sense.
Probably just a town nearby. Yeah, no,
It's
that
probably
makes
a
sense.
street in the town.
is like
Fucking
shutting
doofuses.
down chapter type stuff. I need to start talking now. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's fine. I need to talk to people. You call Summit. Can I call Summit? Yep. I'm not calling Summit. I have no contact with Summit.
Who is Summit?
Nobody in here.
Jesus,
has
like the
any way to
elusive
contact
man.
The guy that's in charge of this house.
They were ghost hunting. Yeah, they were checking for paranormal phenomenon. Hazing is illegal in some states. Oh, really?
She
Wait, like
declared
just full
war on
stop,
me anyway.
even like no matter what it is,
Yeah,
any
'cause
kind of
we're in
hazing
a-
is
we're on
illegal
a
in some
team.
states. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, it's also illegal in Florida. Didn't know that either. I thought it was only like the really dangerous hazing rituals that were like illegal.
Condemn the
I didn't know it was the whole
heretics.
thing, yeah.
Condemn the
According
heretics.
to StopHazing.org, 44 out of 50 states have anti-hazing laws in place. I actually didn't know, full stop, there were so, like, it was so common to have hazing itself just be outlawed. Literally kills people. Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's read tons of stories about hazing leading to deaths. I know. I just didn't know it was illegal. I thought it was only, like, those chapters that did that shit getting shut down and those people getting arrested and stuff. I didn't know they just outlawed the entire idea of hazing.
What's his name? Eric. Eric, you don't know his last name?
Potter.
I got a buddy named Eric.
A couple different code
That
violations.
guy can do anything.
So what's going on in here? You don't know? You're just blocking the door so we can't see you live here. How does nobody live here then? Just hanging out? You tell me. No, you tell me.
You go to University of Iowa? Yeah. You do? What's your major?
Business.
Business? What's your name?
Oh, business. Big business. Hey guys, when did you
Is anyone in here that needs medical
when did you all take your shirts off? When did that happen?
Is anyone here that is against their will?
Guys, I just took a peek in here a second ago. You guys had shirts
Anyone here who
on.
is not participating in this? I.e. a leader?
Is there anyone with any sort of physical injury?
Oh.
Huh?
It's almost like this.
That's awesome.
This is like a found footage horror movie, bro. You know
It
what
really
I mean?
is. Why are they like this?
It's just water.
Fun juice.
I'm not sure if some are. You? Come here.
Serena.
Amazing.
Nope. You're going to stand right over there.
Why?
Because I'm telling you to.
It's my house.
It's your house. You're responsible for everything that happened today. So, okay. Check in right there. Get up against the wall. Come over here.
It's like he's picking a kickball team. Which one of you can run 2 bases the fastest?
Milliken.
I'm putting together a
Take
team.
these two, ask some questions about what's going on their arms. So, are you responsible for the house?
Interesting. That's really
No.
interesting.
Okay, who's the house dad?
Did you hear what he said? So, like,
Their
he
arms.
picked them out specifically because he saw marks on them.
Mm.
That's funny. Well, not funny. Interesting.
It is interesting. Hmm. I'm
I
not
just
that
told you
far
he works
from
at
you,
and Summit. We'll call
but
him.
not close
Go
enough
there.
that I
What
can
is
send
his
stuff
name?
to help.
Eric, I told you. Why are you asking me?
Because it sounds like you're responsible for the house.
No.
Sounds like you have some idea of what's going on.
Didn't he just say it's his
You're not very
house?
forthcoming with everything.
Did I mishear him?
House dad, who are you 30 years
Two we're trying to get a hold of.
Okay, go call him. Please.
Stay right there.
Stay here. I'll let me.
You guys got IDs on you?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at them. Any. Because you gotta see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
How can you? I would just laugh.
No one-
I couldn't.
Celebration or what?
I would just laugh.
Brotherhood.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet.
Unreal. I would just be like, "What are you guys doing?" Really, like, what are you guys doing?
Well, none of these guys broke, so they're gonna be like legends now.
That's true. None of them. They all answered in unity. Hilarious. Instant pledges. No more hazing.
Where are you guys going now?
Oh, we're going to the house next door. There's like 7,000 other dudes in that basement, so we're gonna go join them.
Back down here.
We're gonna form like a giant like Megazord together. We're gonna fucking huddle on top of
Why-
each other.
why they all
like
look like
Voltron or
this?
something.
I don't know.
That looks like blood, is it? Shining your light. Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
Want to taste it?
No.
Okay.
Why we're asking questions?
I don't know. Get the wrong guy.
He sounds like a Muppets character right now. Again, I don't know if that's what like his normal voice or something, or maybe he smoked too much or screamed too much. I'm not sure, but it is fucking incredible. This whole video is like, if I saw it in a movie, I think it's like way over the top, like too ridiculous to be real.
I was gonna ask those guys questions, and then he told them all to start heading out.
What's up?
I was gonna ask those two guys questions, but then they all started falling out.
They left.
No, I stopped them, but he was.
Misunderstood. Did you pull these guys out?
No, I went to go talk to those guys, and then they started coming out.
Why did we come out?
They're like weeping angels, man, but like opposite. So when you
That's what
don't
I'm
look at
saying.
them, they
They
start
are literally
changing
like the
position, taking their
mannequins
shirts
that
off,
move
and,
when you
and
look
walking
away.
very slowly. You gotta keep eyes on him if you want him to stay, man. It's like he's never played Five Nights at Freddy's.
This is
Yeah, we
genuinely
had
funny.
at the frats where I went to university, there was hazing, which is why I didn't know it was illegal. It wasn't exactly like a well-kept secret or anything, but it was nothing extreme from what I remember. It was like really trivial shit.
I'm a little frustrated, but
Yeah, I'm a bit peeved if you can believe it.
what's going on tonight?
It's their lead up to initiation.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the deal with what are we doing in the basement?
They're
It's a brotherhood ritual.
where they're blindfolded
Okay.
and get messed with.
Okay. And then on top of that, we find this hazing event. We want to speak to somebody.
Well. In all fairness, officer, we don't know if it's a hazing event. This could have been a LAN party. I'm pretty sure I saw a computer somewhere over there. They could have been all huddled around watching fucking Worms Armageddon with their shirts off, covered in mud. It's we can't rule out that possibility.
The University of Iowa is going to see this.
Okay.
And with the stuff going around across the country, students dying from hazing events, I'm not saying it's to that level. I'm not saying any, but the university has a very,
that does happen all the
strict
time.
policy.
That is very
on
true.
hazing. If I can't talk to people, and if people aren't going to cooperate with me,
So you interjecting yourself into that conversation, what good is that?
They don't need to talk to the cops. I don't even
Why are
speak to
you
right
deciding who they need to talk to, though?
I'm just saying, they're my buddies. They're my
He's like the Lorax. He speaks for the trees, brother. I mean, he's trying to do them a solid and be the fall guy here, but he's not very good at it. He's actually pretty terrible at it. I think this was his attempt to like fall on the sword, but I don't know why he thought he was equipped to handle that responsibility when he couldn't really get words out well.
I would like to have a word here. Okay. And if there's anything actually happening, you can call me again. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
Well, no, thank you, Cody.
So I didn't catch your name.
So this is Lieutenant Travis Tyrell.
Travis.
122, we'll take you. What'd you say your name was?
Joseph.
All right. Joseph?
All right, Cody, well, we're going to be on our way now. Thank you for everything. I hope the rest of Rush Week goes well. Godspeed to you.
Unfortunately for you, at this point, you're being placed under arrest. You can put your hands behind your back.
Well...
Joseph was arrested for interference with official acts in connection with the hazing incident. Those charges would be dropped a year later. The Alpha Delta Phi fraternity was suspended through 2029 for hazing.
Oof. Oh, so they gave us the aftermath on it.
Great video, right?
Whole year is crazy.
This group of 34 Australians, comprising 11 women and 23 children, have been largely hidden from public view for years, living in the dangerous camps for Islamic State families in Syria. But their attempt to leave the Al Roj camp on Monday local time has thrust them back into the spotlight. And most of the women have actually spoken to the ABC over the last 5 or 6 years while they've been stranded in Syria. The ABC has been able to confirm they are part of this group now trying to get back to Australia after viewing a handwritten list of their names inside Al Roj. They include Nesreen Zahab, who spoke to Four Corners in 2019 when she claimed she was trying to help Syrian refugees in Turkey, only to find herself over the border in Syria. She's now in her early 30s and was spotted in Al Roj by our crews on Wednesday. Amina Zahab is also in the group. She's Nesreen's aunt and the mother of Islamic State fighter Mohammed Zahab, who was killed in an airstrike in 2018. Mohammed's sister, Amina's daughter Sumaya, is also in the group. In early 2025, the ABC spoke to Kirsty Ross Emil and Zainab Ahmed in the Al Roj camp as they pleaded for help from the government to get home. They are also part of this group of 34, and it's believed some of the Australians who travelled to Syria to help bring this group out are relatives of Zainab. The full list of the women's identities is available on our website. Only one of those individuals has been subject to a temporary exclusion order, which is a power the government has to ban someone over the age of 14 from travelling to Australia for up to 2 years at a time. It's not clear which of the 11 women is the subject of that order. But when the ABC met these women in Syria back in 2019, a number of them were aware that Parliament at that time had just passed these laws, bringing into force these exclusion orders. It's also not clear what that order relating to one member of this group of 34 will mean for the travel plans for the rest of the group, whether or not it will delay their attempts to leave Al Roj once more. Although the federal opposition leader Angus Taylor is demanding the government issue more temporary exclusion orders.
Your capital?
He says it's a test of leadership for the Prime Minister, even though the government says the advice from the nation's intelligence agencies has not yet called for such orders to be enforced on the other women. Passports have been issued to this group of 34. That is a legal obligation the Australian government has towards its citizens. But even despite that, the federal opposition is criticising that move, again accusing the government of providing material support in this repatriation mission. That's despite Prime Minister Anthony Albanese saying he has nothing but contempt for the women in this cohort and he will be doing nothing to help them or their children get back to Australia.
Very cool. Fuck our responsibilities, right? You let them get trafficked and fucking propagandized to go join ISIS, and now you want to leave them there. Very cool. Yeah, because there's enough issues in Syria.
The Prime Minister has declared that he has nothing but contempt for the Australians stuck in Syria. Let's get more from political reporter Stephanie Boris. So, Steph, hi there. The Prime Minister has ramped up his rhetoric around criticising the Australian women currently in Syria. What's he said?
Well, the Prime Minister today is insisting his government will do nothing to help repatriate this group of women and children that are trying to leave Syria. Today, really increasing his language, his strong language about his desire to do essentially nothing. We know that these women and children are trying to leave Syria to get back to Australia. Now, the opposition is drawing a link between the issuing of passports and saying that is a form of help from the Australian government, that these people are being given passports. It is interesting to watch and listen to the responses we're hearing from the government. When we've asked them, have passports been issued, they're not saying a simple yes. The explanation they're giving is that it is Australian law, there are legal obligations, that passports must be issued if an Australian citizen is asking. So you can see there that there is a little bit of obviously concern from the government side that they don't want the community thinking that the Australian government is helping in getting these people home. The government wanting to point out that it's just a matter of protocol that these passports have to be issued.
Need more horses?
That said, the opposition is arguing there's a piece of legislation where in extreme circumstances a passport could be denied. But the key word there, Roz, is extreme, and whether the threshold can be met in this circumstance doesn't seem to be the case.
Enough where
the Prime
I can
Minister
get
was
mines
on ABC
down.
Radio earlier today, very much trying to make the point that his government has no intention of helping out in a practical sense of getting these women and children out of the camp and back to Australia.
The government
I don't think I have anywhere I can
for the repatriation
Wait, is it just mines in general, so I can just build it on
these
hills?
people, or any support whatsoever. I have nothing but contempt for these people.
Hold on, Prime Minister. Some of these are children, Australian children, 23 children. You have contempt for them?
I have contempt for their parents who have put these children in that situation.
But you don't want to help the children.
Steph, one of the Australians
Fuck
has
those
been
kids,
temporarily
right?
banned from coming back. Could there be more added to that list?
Yeah, so just one at the moment, Roz. Of course, more could be added,
I'm
but
going
the
straight for
threshold
men-at-arms,
appears to
and
be
I'm
incredibly
jumping
high
swordsman.
to meet for the government
Yeah,
to
I'm
be able
trying
to
to
enforce that.
if I get these
the reason I
mines
say
down
that,
really
from what we've
quick-
been able to ascertain, the number of temporary exclusion orders that have been issued under this government and the previous coalition government appears to be very small. Under
Then I'll
10 have been
cut
issued
the
in all
tech
that
time
time
in
when we've
half.
seen people
And
from
I'll be able to get those
Syria and
man-at-arms out
Iraq
sooner.
come back to Australia. So the argument's been made today by the Shadow Home Affairs Minister John O'Donoghue, and maybe the laws need to change, they need to toughen. He's gone so far as to suggest Parliament should be recalled to fix this so more of these women can be temporarily banned from coming back to Australia.
I cannot for the life of me understand how one of these so-called ISIS brides somehow warrants the application of an exclusion order, but the others who travelled to the same location for the same reason to support the same death cult don't warrant a TEO. Makes no sense. So if we need to lower a threshold or alter the test for making these tests applicable, these exclusion orders
Alright, I'm
applicable,
gonna try and
then let's do that. It is
wield
on the
my
government who last night on
grace with
7:30,
other
the Minister
people
for
to
Home
put
Affairs says,
pressure
well, we're
on
just
her.
applying the laws that John Howard introduced. If his contention is these laws don't go far enough or enable him to protect this country well enough, we're ready to go back to Parliament to change laws that alter things and protect us properly.
Oh, we can't do anything
Rosa,
now?
It must be noted
Change
this
the law so we
isn't
can.
a new issue. Men, women,
We're government.
and children
Fuck
with
it.
links
Just make
to
it legal.
ISIS did come home to Australia under the former coalition government as well. We've had confirmation from the federal police today.
Which
in
government
terms of
let
how
them get
many have
groomed
been
and
charged,
propagandized into
because
joining
they
ISIS?
essentially broke the
Oh,
law
it was the
by
coalition?
going to countries
Cool.
where there are deemed terrorist organisation activity
Bro, look at how
occurring.
low my
That
fucking
figure is
score
about
is.
10, nine
Dog shit game.
men and 1 woman. We know
Yeah,
that
not
the
doing too
woman
well.
did plead guilty at the time, but she was let off with a good behaviour bond. We're not quite sure how many convictions occurred from those other men that were charged,
those
but it gives you an
early
indication
barbarians
as to
really-
just how hard it is for,
Yeah, that's what happens with
for
me.
charges
Every
to be
fucking
laid,
game.
given we
Yeah.
know that dozens of people have already come back to Australia from Syria
But-
and Iraq.
to then get on the back of that, to then immediately be hit with an invasion by a DDAI with fucking longbowmen.
Yeah. It's pretty rough.
Longbowman is one of the hardest units to defend against. Longbow rushes are
Welcome to
insane.
the program. Hi, David. So on the passports, was it possible to deny passports to these women and children?
Under Australian law, if you're a citizen and you apply for a passport, you get a passport. I've heard the opposition claim, oh, there's this clause or that clause. Anything would have to be under ASIO advice. Of course, if our intelligence agencies said that different parts of the Passports Act had been activated, then we would respond to that if they had intelligence to that effect. But the claims from the opposition that somehow the standard right for any citizen to have a passport has been suspended here is just plain wrong, and they know that.
Well, the Passport Act is pretty clear that a passport can be denied if someone might prejudice the security of Australia. So are you saying there was no advice from ASIO that any of these people prejudiced the security of Australia?
There's been no advice from ASIO that the Passports Act provisions have been activated. There has been advice for one of the people.
I'm talking to the AI.
Has come to me that the threshold for a temporary exclusion order has been activated, and I have acted on that and issued the temporary exclusion order.
You love
One of my concerns with how the opposition have handled this is they've effectively said the minister should be able to make it up. Michaelia Cash did a long media release saying, oh, this is all the minister needs to do, as though somehow in a national security portfolio you should ignore your national security, intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Anyone who has that sort of view is not fit to handle the nation's security.
Okay, well, a couple of things you've just said there. Just to be clear, the one person who's been issued a temporary exclusion order, there was ASIO advice to do that, you've said, but there was no ASIO advice that there was any problem giving a passport. Can you just explain to people why, if there's no advice that this person presents a security threat to Australia, they get a passport, there is then advice saying they should get a temporary exclusion order. Why give the passport and then slap the ban on?
You're dealing with different legal thresholds.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give you chapter and verse of every provision, but ASIO is an agency that is very conscious of the specifics of its legislative responsibilities.
So they're fine with giving the passport, but then there's a lower threshold that's been hit.
A different threshold, yes.
Okay. So that might confuse people. It's a level of risk, but not the highest level of risk posed by this person.
Well, the threshold for a temporary exclusion order is by definition a lower threshold, because it's not a permanent decision. It's something that's very much time limited. Right. A minister, even when a temporary exclusion order is in place, if someone seeks a permit, is obliged to do it. You can put conditions around that permit, but the concept of a permit itself is something that you're then legally obliged to
Got a lot of
provide.
ponies.
So even though a temporary exclusion order officially lasts for 2 years,
I know, I got
if
them all
someone seeks
out
a
this
permit
turn.
during that time, and you'd presume they will, the longest you can keep someone out under the permit is 12 months.
Okay, I understand that. Were this entire group of 34 interviewed at any stage by any Australian official before deciding to give them passports?
Oh, look, I'm not going to go through anything that our intelligence agencies do. We certainly had people on the ground in the camps way back in 2022 when there was a repatriation being organised for a very limited group of people. So there have been times when there have been Australian officials on the ground, but it's quite some time since that's been the case.
Okay, back then in 2022, were they all interviewed?
As I say, I'm not going to go through everything that our intelligence agencies do, but I can put it in these terms. The cohort is not consistent. There are very different people within that cohort with different histories and different states of mind, if I put it in those terms. They are quite different, but our agencies have been following them and following them for a long time. The fact that one person has been pulled out for saying that person meets the threshold for a temporary exclusion order is because, quite specifically, of what we know about that individual.
Okay, but appreciate they're all a little different in their level of risk.
Well, more than a little different.
Yeah, okay. But none of them, by the sounds of it, have been interviewed prior to issuing them passports. Now, issuing them passports is...
Well, it depends what you say by prior. Like in 2022, we had people on the ground there. So the process.
But were they
This
interviewed? You're not
missionary,
able to
if
say.
this missionary
Well,
stays right here,
If you've got people on
this
the
calf I'm
ground,
about to
and that's
push,
when DNA checks were done and things like
condemned
that, then obviously
heretic.
people
It's
would go
coming.
inside.
You're going to be
So the
burned at the
Australian
stake.
community
I'm just not going to go. I'm not going to go through
Just like all
specifically
English
what certain
people should be.
agencies do, but I can give the complete confidence to the Australian community. We know the different individuals. We know the state of mind and the effective ideology of different individuals. They are not a coherent cohort, and that is why the person where a temporary exclusion order has been issued is in a different category to other members of that group.
And just because, again, this has been a question during the week, why just that one? You're saying that she presents a higher level of risk than the rest.
That's right. That's right. That's,
Will any more
that's
be
how you meet. That's how you meet the threshold. We never stop collecting information on people.
So more could be issued.
We never stop collecting information on people.
Creepy.
If the agencies decide it's in the interest of public safety, given what we continue to find out, for any
near
additional
England, huh?
orders to be issued, they'd
Let's
be
go
issued
over here.
straight away. Yeah, unlike
Leventa?
my opponents, I take the advice of these
how much
agencies
you got in
really
there? 10 in
seriously.
Leventa? Go fuck
These are
yourself,
people
lady.
who have dedicated their entire professional lives to keeping Australians safe. Their advice matters. The moment their advice came to me on this one person, I worked through it and the temporary exclusion order was issued.
Why can't they go and interview them? I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like they're monitoring their communications and collecting what information they can. Wouldn't it be better to sit down with each of them before giving them a passport to come home?
Well, at the moment, we're not sending officials in there.
But why not? Because if there's a risk of them coming back and they do pose any sort of risk, wouldn't it be better to send a...
I think I've just gone through the extent to which we have knowledge of these individuals.
But not,
and
not interviewing them. Like, why not interview them?
Well, we had people there on the ground earlier. We have continued to track these individuals the whole way through. I appreciate the line of questioning, but I think your presumption there is that you're saying there's a gap in our information, and what I'm telling you is our information is very strong. Okay. That's how you can single one person out from the others.
And on the point of issuing these temporary exclusion orders on ASIO advice, doesn't the Act also give you the power to do that without ASIO's advice?
Well, you need to remember that under the Act, it has to be based on fact, because anything the Minister does is then reviewed by a retired judge. Now, it's not just any retired judge. They've got to be retired High Court, Federal Court,
supposed to
or
say
State
that.
or
It's not
Territory
politically
Supreme Court.
correct.
If you've just made it up, which is
I was
what the
thinking
Shadow
the
Attorney
same
General
thing.
has suggested that I do, then it'll go to a retired judge. They'll say, well, clearly this isn't based on intelligence.
Bro, again?
In either of the two meanings of the word, and it'd be thrown out.
So neither you nor ASIO has concluded that the 33 who didn't get a temporary exclusion
meet the threshold.
Meet the threshold and therefore pose a threat to Australia?
That's right. I mean, if at any point the agencies decide that a further brief should come to me, I would deal with that immediately. And I think the record shows how seriously I take the advice of those agencies. Right now,
sitting here,
nothing further has been presented to me.
They don't pose a threat to Australia?
On the information that we have, the
Where'd
best
that little
way
missionary
to
run
protect
to?
Australians has not involved any further temporary exclusion orders.
They don't pose a threat to Australia?
That's right. You need to make sure you've got the best way of protecting Australians. That's what our agencies do.
Are you actively trying to stop them coming back then?
Oh, we don't want them to come back.
No, but are you actively trying to stop them?
We're actively making sure we do nothing to help them. Nothing to help them at all.
But
the only reason they are in...
stop them is the question?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing to stop them coming
Well, you can't... other than a temporary exclusion order, there isn't a legislative power to be able to stop an Australian citizen from entering Australia. So effectively that question goes to, are we breaking the law? And the answer is no.
Why were passports issued now? Because they've been there 7 years. Presumably they've been keen to get home for 7 years. Why now?
Well, applications get made, they take time going through the bureaucracy, they take time going through a whole range of different checks, including security checks. It gets to the point where the bureaucracy decide that by law
Christina's
they have
paying
to
big
issue,
money for Diplo
and
favour.
they make decisions under law for any application.
Just so you're
from
aware.
Oh
Australia.
yeah. I just sold her a bunch.
Passports.
I don't.
She's
have
always
that
paying
information.
the most for Diplo favour.
Oh really?
How it's turned out.
Yeah.
They applied
She
at
loves
some point,
Diplo favour.
and it's taken this long, and now they get the...
This is bureaucrats in the government doing their
She
job.
was specifically built
So
around
over the last
the
7 years, that just took a long
Like-
time, and here we are now. They've got
that said, she's
I'm not going
like
to go through the different
a
processes
great
that
diplomacy
processes that
type
happen in
civ.
terms of other agencies.
Like,
that
there
are
are
part of this
ones that are
process.
better than her.
I'm not going to go through that. You understand exactly why I'm not going to go
But-
through that.
Well, that's
what
what
I
I'm
can
interested
assure
in.
you.
I also
what I can
think
assure
she,
you- What I can assure you is the
her
process
Great
has
Works
happened
auto
as a
sort.
bureaucratic process
You don't have to
of
feed them.
officials obeying the
Interesting.
law and doing what they are obliged to do by law, with nothing coming from any ministerial level encouraging that process along.
So the bureaucrats and our intelligence agencies coming to the view that now's the time to give them a passport.
Well, the different processes and checks that they had to make are complete.
Why frame
and
it like
once all
that?
of that's complete by law, they have to issue.
And is part of this to do with the situation on the ground
Jackass.
in northern Syria?
I don't see how that would be relevant to their consideration under the Passports Act.
One element would be that the Kurdish and Syrian authorities are planning to shut down that
Yeah, but I don't
camp.
see how that would be relevant to consideration under the Passports Act. Under the Passports Act, they have specific things they have to take into account. I don't see how that would be relevant.
Okay, so the situation on the ground is not relevant.
Well, I don't see. It's not the act that I manage, but I don't see how it would be relevant.
Or to your act when it comes to any security issue here.
No, well, for temporary exclusion orders, it's relevant to the extent that if somebody can't come to Australia, an exclusion order is pretty irrelevant.
Christina gives theming
So,
bonuses
for
to
me,
all
once it
buildings
was
that
clear
fill all
that
their
people
Great Works
were
slots.
starting to move,
Damn.
it was at
Provided
that
they have
point
at least 2
that
slots.
the whole system gets activated and say, okay, do we now need to consider a
So she's
temporary
actually really
exclusion
good for
order?
culture.
What happens if the camp does close?
Interesting.
As well. Then
Well,
she gets the
people
open air
will be in an
museums.
intolerable position entirely
which are a
through
tile
actions they
improvement.
themselves took, entirely through
I believe.
shocking decisions
And they have great
that
works.
those parents made.
Has there been any contact between the Australian government and
I think
Kurdish
they're just
or
a big
Syrian
culture
authorities
tourism
about this
thing.
cohort?
Okay.
There's been, or certainly nothing from Home Affairs. There, I don't. It's nothing that I'm involved with. I don't know the answer. Beyond that, I've seen.
You don't know if
I've
Foreign
seen-
Affairs or any of the agencies have been.
Well, there would be different reasons why Foreign Affairs would engage with the Kurdish authorities in different ways in terms of Foreign Affairs
So
relations.
this report in the Australian yesterday that the local authorities there were warned by Australia that the women and children were terrorists and would not be accepted in Australia. Is that accurate?
Well, what I can say is that is largely a similar view to things that have been said publicly. So I know it made the
Cool. So the Australian
sort of
government
newsflash,
to the Kurdish
in terms of
authorities
the front
Are
page
said
they
of the
terrorists?
paper.
they are our
Are they
citizens. We
This
failed
is
to
a
protect
very
them
mixed group.
from
Certainly
propaganda
everybody who went there.
by ISIS. Go fuck yourself. Cool. The Kurds should probably consider Australia an enemy, to be honest. Like, that's pathetic. Not only did the Kurds stop ISIS, but you are now leaving people who our government let get propagandized, let leave for the purpose of joining ISIS through your beautiful little passport system that you keep talking about. And your decision is, fuck you. Deal with it. Would you rather them put a bullet in their head? Is that
Yeah.
more... Is that a
That's
better
what they
option
wanted.
for you?
That's what they wanted.
I guess the democratic systems in Kurdistan were just too democratic for you, huh? What a shame.
I don't know if
Unfucking real.
democracy has anything to do with heads and bullets.
Well, it's giving ISIS members trials. Or at least they were trying to. So, you know, it's something.
Play.
Went there at a time where
There we go.
everyone in the world knew exactly what ISIS was.
No, but right now,
Oh my
are you
god.
suggesting they're terrorists? Because if
They're-
you-
they are already
I'm
sending
not
man at arms
suggesting-
at me.
I'm not suggesting
Okay.
that.
Jesus Christ.
What I'm saying, because you've got language issues in that person wasn't reading from an email or anything like that. So But in terms of the general concept of the article was about Australia not wanting people back, like that's what that article was about.
There was no war.
You don't need an email. You can Google that. You can find that anywhere. You can listen to the Prime Minister any day of the week for it to be clear that we do not want the individuals in Australia. Legally, you can't stop a citizen from entering your country. Legally, if a citizen applies for a passport and the authorities don't think thresholds are reached to be able to block it, then a passport gets issued.
So there was no message to the Syrians or Kurds, don't let these people go?
Well, I've answered that with as much detail as I'm able to give you, David.
Okay, but I'm still a little confused. Was there any message?
Well, no, I've told you that embassies will. I haven't gone through every email of the embassies, okay. So you're asking a question where I've already told you I don't have the answer to that.
Okay. Do any of them have dual citizenship?
There'll be. Look, if I start with this, the majority of them are born in Australia. So overwhelmingly, this is a cohort that's born in Australia. Immigration is a small part of the story of these individuals. Whether the countries they were from would still recognise that citizenship or not is something that I don't know. The one person who I've had a temporary exclusion order over is somebody who's been here for a long time. She arrived when John Howard was Prime Minister, received a citizenship when John Howard was Prime Minister, and went there when Tony Abbott was Prime Minister. Given the country, and I won't give the country that she came from, but given the country that she came from in those circumstances, I'm not sure that they would actually recognise that citizenship.
Okay, but she may have dual citizenship by the sound.
I'm pretty
It'd be a de
confident they
jure.
would recognise that citizenship.
Okay.
It's definitely Afghanistan.
Iran?
David.
You're not going to say.
It's definitely
seriously.
Afghanistan.
The reason
like where I'm giving you as much as I can, but we are talking
It's
about
100%
some pretty
Afghanistan.
serious national security information that we're talking about.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is if it's a dual citizen, there is a provision. I know it's been changed by the High Court, but is there still a provision to strip Australian
Does the Taliban even recognize
there is, but it's
Afghan
not an
citizenship?
entirely effective provision.
So that won't apply here.
Well, can I just tell you what happens with that provision?
Yeah.
Because we had one where there was part of the cancellation that had to happen under me, and effectively people are now given notice of the attempt to cancel their citizenship, and we've had one instance where someone just went off and renounced the other, at which point...
That's fucking funny!
So those provisions and that entire line of argument that was advanced under the previous government has really...
That's amazing.
Look, I want to ask you, the US has long urged countries like Australia that it should take its citizens back from these camps on security grounds. And your predecessor, Claire O'Neill, made a similar point a few years ago when 4 women and 13 children were brought home in 2022. Here's what she said. The question for us is the safest thing for these 13 children to grow up in a squalid camp where they're subjected to radical ideologies every single day and then return to Australia at some point when they're an adult? Or is it safer for us to bring them here so they can live a life around Australian values? Minister, what's changed since then?
Like the fucking spokesperson for the Taliban immediately abandoned all of that when they were like, you want to go to college here?
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
That dude is now getting his PhD in Europe because we kicked him out and didn't let him complete his PhD here.
True. Yeah, that did happen.
So, I'm just saying.
Well, the government's position
there's a reason
on the
why,
remaining cohort... And
there's a reason why the meme of Al-Qaeda hating lawns is important. Is that, like, Qutubism, it, like, rejects everything in the West because all our luxuries, right?
Yeah.
Distract from ultimate radicalism. So, anything that enriches someone's life, basically, to these people is a potential person who's not living under their fucking Islamic law.
This is not a cohesive group of people.
Crackpots.
For the remaining cohort, the government's position has been what it is now for a very long time. Do not forget that one of the not-for-profit groups took the government to court to try to get us to do a repatriation. We fought it and we won. Our position that we
Call
would
that
not
winning?
repatriate these individuals is a long-standing position.
So they're a different group, is what you're saying, to that earlier group.
Well, they're by definition
All right, after
different.
this,
And
I
the
gotta
government's
go.
position that the government's position that
Like
we would
after
not
this video's done.
repatriate has been a position for a very long time.
Are we at
Look,
6?
I want to
Yeah,
show you,
we're
these
at
are the images of the Al Roj camp we're talking about. These were taken just in the past week. I mean, and we know the security situation in that region of Syria is deteriorating. What's going to happen to these Australian kids if they're left there?
That's in the hands of their parents. This entire
Doesn't the
situation.
government have any obligation?
These cunts.
Well, we are not the people who are holding them there. They're being held there by Kurdish authorities. They're being not allowed over a border by Syrian authorities.
Dude, you
They
could
went
literally
there
go,
against what
give
the
me
Australian
our
government
citizens,
wanted.
and they would
The
have to
government at
give
the
them
time
to
was the
you.
coalition.
You
They didn't
fucking
have
cunt.
an attempt to stop their passports at the
You
critical
know
moment,
for a
which could
fucking
have caused
fact
the real
that you can do
protection
that.
That we all now wish had happened.
Syria
And
is literally
that
on
is
the
why
world
they are
stage
there.
now.
This is not a
Assad isn't there
situation
anymore.
Where you're showing me images
Shut
where
up,
someone
Siri.
is there because Australia has put them there. That is not the case.
Beyond this 34, are there other Australians still caught up in any of these camps in Syria?
Well, there have been reports, let me put it in that way, about some of the men who were fighters. And some of the men who were fighters, let's remember that some of them returned under the previous government. So returned in the exact same way that we're talking here. And if you were there as a fighter and you returned, the question that you asked earlier about with respect to terrorism, and under the coalition government, they came in with our agencies watching people
right
as
now,
they arrived. Some of the men have now been transferred. It's been reported that Australian men would be among that group.
To
and
Iraq,
they've been
to a prison in
transferred. I beg your pardon?
To Iraq?
To Iraq.
And is that correct, that about 13 have gone from a Syrian jail to Iraq?
Once again, we are not confirming the Australians within that group, which is why
This
I've
guy's
framed
such a
it
fucking
as there
cunt.
have been reports of.
But you know.
Yeah, of course, there is a lot that you know in these portfolios, David.
Why is that? Why can't you say that?
Because I leave it for our intelligence agencies to determine if they think it's in the national interest for different information to be made public.
Okay.
When there's things that have been speculated on and it's relevant to the inquiry you've just made, I give you an answer.
Look, I want to move off that issue just briefly. Parliament...
There's one thing that you haven't touched, which is the front page of today's paper, which I just do need to say that report...
Just to tell us which report you're talking about.
There's a report on the front page of today's Sunday Telegraph. In that report, it makes a claim that we are conducting a repatriation. We are not. It claims we have been meeting with the states for the purposes of a repatriation. We have not. Our authorities meet with the state authorities to make sure that we are prepared if there is any chance of there being a heightened risk to national security. As soon as the conditions of the camp started to deteriorate and there was a possibility that some people would be getting out, which has happened, some without passports, I might add, who've then turned up to an embassy, at which point you have to give them a passport as well, that the national security teams, the joint counter-terrorism teams, meet as they did under the previous government, as they do now, as is essential for public safety.
Good to clear that up. Parliament passed your new laws to ban hate groups last month. I just wanted to check what's happened since then. Is there progress on banning a particular group yet?
Okay, so there were two groups that had largely been spoken about before that. There were the neo-Nazis and Hizb ut-Tahrir. The neo-Nazis disbanded before the legislation went through. Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is an organisation I've been fighting since my first term in Parliament, back in the days when the Liberal government was rolling out the red carpet for them at the embassy and giving them speaking tour visas in Australia. ASIO have now provided the advice that that organisation meets the threshold that ASIO requires for them to be able to be banned.
Right.
So the next stage is the department now prepares brief for a minister. That brief is the second threshold that has to be determined, and then after that, presuming that that's determined, then the Leader of the Opposition is advised and the Attorney-General has to sign off on it.
Okay, so that could happen.
But the first stage on the process of a prohibited group listing happening for Hizb ut-Tahrir is now complete. The ASIO advice is in.
Okay.
And this is the first time we've been able to ban, potentially, a group which falls short of a terrorist listing. It says you don't have to be
They fucking
specifically calling
used
for
all their
violence,
units to
but you do
get my
have
city
be
to
acting
no
in a
health
way
and
that
then moved their
increases the
one
risk
man-at-arms
of
to the
communal
front and just
violence or
walked him
politically
right in.
motivated violence.
And man,
and
he
just
has a
finally,
sliver of
we've gone long
health.
here,
My
but,
city
I
has a
appreciate you
sliver of
sticking with us,
health.
Tony Burke, final one. Pauline Hanson's comment.
Anything
on
could happen
Muslims
here.
On Lakemba as
He'll
well,
take
sits
it.
in your electorate.
Huh?
The federal police are now examining what
I
she
have a
said
galley
about
and an
Muslims
archer
in
in there.
particular. What's your view on
maybe.
this? The senator says
And,
the government's trying to put her back in jail.
Defender
for the
perk
record.
from
Is
the
that
general.
What's happening here?
I was back in Lakemba on
Or not the
Friday
general,
night
whatever, governor.
for the Lakemba night market during Ramadan. And a whole lot of people remembered the last time Pauline Hanson went to Lakemba. She turned up with a TV crew from one of the commercial stations, expecting to be greeted with anger from people. They showed her hospitality. They were really glad she was there. Some of the women gave her a hug. Really blew her mind. And yeah, I presume, and afterwards, the security guard she turned up with stayed in the area and went down and had a kebab.
Kebab.
I think what is happening here is part of
This
Pauline
woman
Hanson
just
frustration with Lakemba is it
came
didn't get
out
what
with
she
a
wanted.
statement that
This
said
is a
there are.
generous community. There's a
I'm
whole lot of
quoting her.
hospitality there, and
There
group
are
of
no
people who
good
are used
Muslims,
to, who,
is what
sadly,
she said.
are becoming used to being demonised. But let me say this: it's not just the cruelty of it. There's a national
Rolling the
security
dice.
angle here as well. We've had a big national discussion about when anti-Semitism becomes normalised, it is more likely you get anti-Semitic violence,
England's big-ass
as
army
we saw
making
in
the
Brisbane
turn
over
take
the
forever 'cause they have to
last
fucking
night.
move 100
That is
units.
the same for any form of bigotry, including Islamophobia. And I just say to people, don't pretend you care about national security and then make it harder for our agencies and more likely that violence will occur.
Tony Burke, we'll have to leave it there, but thank you for joining me back this morning.
Bro really be chirping. Good timing, because the turn's about to end. Oh, bye, city. Guess what I need now? I need iron. Uh-oh. It's not good. Quickly make archer. Whoa.
I just pillaged my own market. I'm crazy.
That's what I do. That's what I do when my shit gets taken. I make all my money back because it's only turn.
Heretic! Burn!
I love that it reduces religion in the city too. That's great. And food. Food. Great. Food. Food. Great. And I have to send my archer to my city.
Christina, no, I'm not giving you the iron that I need. Christina, come here. Come here right now. Why can't I even tell you to enter the war? Christina, what's happening with you right now? You don't even know England. Of course you don't. Mansa Musa. Today's the day, right? Join this war. Come on. I know you want to join this war. You want to join, huh? Okay. Congo,
no?
Congo, my guy. Today's the day, right? We're ready to join? Nope, okay.
not good. You got gold?
No. Huh?
You got gold?
Do you have gold?
Hmm.
You have gold. A little.
Okay.
The thing is, most of my units are really, really hurt. They're on their last legs.
Okay.
So I'm gonna lose a bunch. And
Yeah,
he's got
really.
this one man at arms.
So you're losing a bunch in a really quick succession.
Probably.
That's fun. Okay.
But I don't see a wave behind this wave.
So if you got walls up, how far are you off walls?
Well, this first city had walls. They were pretty much already destroying it by the time I got walls up. So I think I only got 3 defense shots from the city.
Okay.
But like their army was much higher, you know? Mine was only at like 80 when this started.
Hers was 600.
Yeah.
It was a big number. Are you next turn?
And if she doesn't keep this city, which she can't,
It's
it's gonna
go back
cost
here.
her. But she's so far ahead that I don't, and it kept me behind. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know how much it's actually costing her in the long run.
Good
Short
point.
term, the cost is great, but she's getting 100 culture per turn.
That is a lot. I'm only getting
I got
25.
fucking 20.
Yeah, I'm getting 25.
And when does the era end? 3 turns.
3 turns. Do you want to... We'll stop at the end of the era.
Yeah, sure.
In that case.
If I can burn enough of these heretics, then it will also really cost her all that
Mm.
faith she spent too.
There you
And
go.
it will save me the
Video.
faith in converting these cities, which will allow me to buy my settler.
True.
With faith. Ah, fuck, she sent a horse
I've
in
been
here.
thinking a lot lately as an educator, and especially as a scientist, when you search online for answers and knowledge, wisdom and insight, what do you trust? How do you trust it? What is involved to decide whether something is true or not true? And it's not easy at all. I know a lot about a lot of stuff, but when I look things up that I don't know, it's like, this doesn't seem to feel right. There's something odd about it. Let me keep checking. But let me first off the top say, so many people are now using some variant of AI to answer their questions that they might have. When I search things where I fully know the answer, AI gets it right 85% of the time. 15% of the time, it's flat out wrong or didn't fully understand what's going on. Of course, large language models they don't think really. They're just assembling words that have appeared next to other words that various people have written and posted on the internet. And so there's no guarantee that what people have posted is correct. What I encourage people to do is don't trust what the large language model AI is giving you. If it's worth its weight in salt, it'll give links to where it got that information. Just like the old days, when you did a search, you'd have a list of
What's
websites.
really relevant to this
and then
shit is honestly Fallout 4 ahead of its time, right? So
Explain.
basically,
I never played it.
basically all the synths are basically copies.
Okay.
Of people. They like kill the person who used to exist and replace them with synths. They're copies, right?
That's fun.
Okay, but is it like if that synth wants to get out from underneath the Institute and have liberation, isn't that their right?
In theory, sure.
Even though they're just a copy of something else.
Is their thought independent?
Yes. But it depends. You know, they might be too scared to run because they know that there's corsairs who hunt down rogue synths and kill them.
It's an interesting point.
Right? The corsairs are Institute, right?
You're the one telling the story.
Because what's Decker? What is he? He just
Cop?
like... No. Like the railroad guy. I want to say he like can change his appearance and stuff. Like he's a shapeshifter.
Damn, Christina gave me 200 gold for one luxury resource.
Yeah, she's loaded.
Not anymore, she's not.
I hate you, England. I hate you, England.
You would click on the websites and assemble your own
I
answer,
hate you, England.
which is what AI is doing for you now. So I don't rely on AI, just based on the errors I know it makes when I already know the answer to something. So what is objectively true really matters to everything I do, say, and think, and produce. And
Fuck
so
off,
I
England.
check things, double check them, triple check them, verify if my bias is influencing what I'm finding. Am I just choosing what I like versus what I don't like? All of that matters, which is why finding the truth is
Look at
a
the
hard
fucking
thing.
sleeves,
So
bro.
in my experience, extracting that which
Who
is
do you think
objectively
has
true
more
from the
flow,
internet,
him or
I have found
Dr.
that websites that are
Parkinson?
.edu, which is typically a university or otherwise
You think
educational
Dr. Parkinson?
institution,
They said he's the
that
sexiest
you are
man
more
alive before,
likely
didn't they?
to get
What the
correct
fuck?
information.
I believe
so if
he's
it's
gotten
not
that
from
before.
those, I would put up a
No idea.
yellow flag. How about somebody's online and they're defending the actions of an industry in which they work? Yellow flag. Not a red flag. There are people who will just discount it just because the person's paid by the industry. They could be telling you the truth. So it's a yellow flag. It means whatever they tell you, listen with caution, because they have a vested financial interest in having their view match that of the industry. So what's an example of this? We went through decades with the tobacco industry telling us there was nothing wrong with tobacco. Meanwhile, other sources of information said that there was. The industry is not always lying to you. You put up a yellow flag and then you look deeper to verify it or falsify it. Here's another case. Podcasts are everywhere. There's millions of them. Millions. Star Talk, just one of them. Some podcasts, the host just tries to get really cool people on. And in the interest of views, clickbait, public interest, they'll get someone with a kind of fringy view that's still kind of fun to listen to. Maybe someone got abducted by aliens and you're listening to them. If the host has insufficient expertise to probe and to inquire and to criticize what they're listening to, yellow flag. If you really like what's being said, find another place to verify that information. Here's another one. When someone is handing you their opinion, yellow flag. If the source, the internet source, tells you how you should feel about information, in that case, they are handing you their opinion on the expectation that it will become your opinion. Instead of finding sources that contain objective information, then you assimilating that, digesting it, and then forming your own opinion, independent of people coming at you with their opinions.
Oh my God.
It
Why
may
is it
be that the
taking so
person
long?
says things that resonate with you. I never thought about it
gonna
that way.
take
I
forever.
agree with that.
It's
that
only
feels
gonna
good.
get longer.
I don't have a problem with that.
The
But
longest
what you're not
game.
in control
If
of is what
anything, it will be over
information
sooner than
they're
later,
basing
though.
their opinion on. And it could be that if you had access to other
the fuck are you
information,
wolves?
you'd arrive at a different opinion than they did. The internet overflows with people handing you their opinions. And I've never seen that as a healthy
Building
landscape
units instead.
on which to glean objective knowledge
build a
about
wall.
this world. Here's how I look at opinions. Have whatever opinion you want, but work really
got an
hard
archer
to base
next
it on
turn.
objective truths that you obtain for yourself. Let me throw out another. If there's content that has been lifted from its original source and reposted, there's a yellow flag. First, you don't know if it's out of context. Usually there's commentary that surrounds it because they want to get you to think about that clip, what they think about that clip. And if it's not in its original platform, in its original format, in its original length, that's a yellow flag. Maybe it's just an innocent, oh, check this out, it's funny, I enjoyed it. But if it starts containing information that you need to absorb to make your own decisions about things, then go back to the original source. I once gave a 2-hour public talk, and 90 seconds of it was clipped and reposted, and someone railed on it. Say, how does he dare he say this? What? He doesn't ever, without knowing what preceded those 90 seconds. The whole analysis was completely false because he didn't see the rest of it. But he's bringing his following into it so that he can hand them his opinions of a snippet of something I said. So that's my firsthand example of that. But of course, this would apply to anybody at any time. Go back to the original source. And some content is longer than others. Yes, it's easier to see the 30-second clip, the 2-minute clip.
Naval tradition.
But if you care about what is objectively true in the world, the yellow flag tells you, go find the original source. I got another one that's kind of in between a yellow and a red flag. Here's how science works. When you're on the frontier, we're scratching our head. We don't know what is true yet. But I can have a scientific result that hints at something or declares that one thing is true rather than something else. If there's no other research to verify it, that's a yellow flag. That's interesting. That's worthy of further research to see if this result holds true. And generally, if it makes it into the news, it's a result that's unexpected. If it's a completely expected scientific result, no one is going to talk about it. This might ultimately prove to be true when verified by other results, hence the yellow flag. It means don't rearrange your life just yet, but keep an eye on it. It becomes a red flag when there are other research projects that conflict with that one result. And at that point, you are cherry picking from the moving frontier of science
in my capital,
because that particular result is what you need it to be, what you want it to be, or what's consistent with your religion, your politics, your culture, or just your mood. Some case studies of this, there was a research paper that suggested certain vaccines caused autism, suggested it. That's an interesting result. Oh my gosh, that spawned a lot of other research to check that. And it has never been verified. And hundreds of papers have shown that it is a false correlation. And there is no cause and effect. But people looking for something to blame kept going back to that original research paper, cherry picking it from the frontier that had already achieved consensus and was moving on. That's an example. If someone has a video and anywhere in that video they mention conspiracy, red flag. It doesn't mean there's never been conspiracies in the history of the world. Of course there have been. I'm just saying the likelihood of something being true when someone needs the conspiracy for it to be true is very low. What all conspiracy theories have in common is that the person already knows the outcome and They assemble the data trail until the data do not agree with the outcome they seek. If it doesn't agree, they still have to gap that somehow. And the way to do that is to say, it's a cover-up. It's a conspiracy. They're withholding this information. They're stopping you from knowing it. So invested were they in the outcome that they needed, that they wanted, they were in denial of the released data from the authorities that they said were hiding the data. And they just said, oh, this is just fake data because they don't really want you to know this result. Red flag, 100% of the cases. Do some more homework on this. A lot more homework. Red flag, if someone wants you to think that there's something wrong with mainstream thinking, and they alone have the answer. Since when did mainstream become a bad word? When Einstein published the theories of relativity, mainstream physics was like classical physics. Quantum physics comes around, relativity comes around. It is not mainstream. It was published in peer-reviewed journals, and it transformed physics. The difference is all of classical physics is still correct.
Stupid
in the
CIA
regimes over
content.
which it was tested. And relativity and quantum physics absorbed classical physics within them. Point is, if someone gets on social media or anywhere on the internet and says, mainstream is wrong, and they're suppressing my view, which is correct, red flag.
Red
Pure
flag.
and simple.
Yeah.
Red flag. Mainstream is not your enemy. Just a couple more, thanks for hanging with me here. Anytime someone indicts an entire demographic, red flag. They say, the Jews, the gays, the blacks. If you hear that out of anybody's mouth, red flag. They want to declare they know everything they need to know about you without actually having a conversation with you. That takes effort, by the way, to learn who people are. To learn the nuances that distinguish one person from another, one person's thoughts, behaviors, actions, motivations from another. One of the greatest travesties of what it is to be human is to tribalize in that way. Generally, if someone feels comfortable categorizing demographics in that way, it means they don't know many people from that demographic. That's really all that means. You've led an isolated life. For the same reason, if someone lumps an entire industry together and indicts them for any reason at all, that should be a red flag, especially huge industries where there might be some companies within there that have a moral code that distinguishes them from others. Surely you've heard people say, I hate big pharma. Like, really? You just want to put them all together as one monolith? By lumping them together, you are denying that possibility within a huge range of business practices. It doesn't mean there isn't a practice that they're all doing that you indict, but to indict all practices of all companies that are part of a sector, that should just simply be a red flag. It is way too easy to just lump everybody together.
Condemning them is a really bad thing because it loses you faith and loses the unit. It's fucking
Someone
crazy.
posts a video. There's less of this
powerful it
out
is.
there, but just there's less of it. Someone
Wait
says
till I
that
log in.
they've
Don't do
discovered
anything.
some process, phenomenon, material that defies the known laws of physics.
Huh?
Red flag.
Don't do anything.
Do I need to go further
I'm
on this
loading
one?
in.
One more to round out an even dozen. Somebody tells you they invented something that will render an entire industry obsolete, and that you better buy it now, otherwise that industry is going to close down their channel. Red flag. Baker's dozen. If someone says they've met the aliens, red flag. Hold them to a higher standard than just their eyewitness testimony. Hold them to a higher standard than fuzzy video taken in Twilight. Hold them to a higher standard. Again, we're after objective truths here. And in that higher standard, have them bring forth the alien of which they speak. It's tough today because AI can just create that in a video.
Bring forth the alien in which you speak.
Meet me in Times Square or in Speaker's Corner or in Venice Beach with the alien at this time, and we can all look at your alien. That's how you establish objective truths. That's my baker's dozen list of cautions as you proceed to establish that which is objectively true, supported by evidence, and that which is not. And this has been another, what's up with that?
A bit ridiculous.
Trying to cope with the modern ocean of information that's out there.
If you
Until
can't
next
produce
time,
it, does it exist? Alright.
Are you in?
Still loading in. Hey, I'm finally in. I'll pick my golden age and see what happens.
Hey, Christina, did you see I'm in a golden age?
Everything
right, you don't know
gold.
England. Hey, Mansa Musa, you see I'm in a golden age. Probably a guy you wanna join a war with, huh? No? Hey, you see I'm in a golden age, right? I bet you like that, huh? No? Okay. Hey! Did you hear I'm in a golden age? Okay.
Alright, saving.
I guess I'm not very popular. She can't hold this, though. It will rebel in 2 turns. And, I did spend the gold I needed for that man-at-arms, though.
Good, I gave it to you.
Yeah, I needed it for the man-at-arms, though. I should have saved it. I don't know what I bought it on. I don't know what I used.
Oh well. Doesn't matter.
But I can buy settlers and builders with faith. So now if she even tries to send missionaries, I don't need to fucking buy any missionaries with my faith because I can just fucking burn her people at the stake. Like they deserve because they're English. She's got another men-at-arms coming.
Lamau, it's almost like Isaac Newton existed in, what, the 1400s?
He's not real.
When did he exist? Hold on. I love this argument. 1500. 1500 to 1727 is the era. He was born in 1643 and died in 1727. A grand old total of roughly 400 years old. Not a great argument if it is a pro-Christian argument or like a Christianity is scientifically accurate argument. Weird argument to go with considering 400 years ago, did they even know what germs were? Probably was further than 400 years ago. Let's Google that. When did they
Bro, people still
figure
don't believe
out-
in germs. What do you mean?
That's true. When did they figure out germs? Germ theory. 19th century. I was correct. Okay. So, Isaac Newton was around before they understood germ theory. Not a good argument. Good night.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.